Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Space Fams, beautiful to see you. Oh, God, it's been quite a week, hasn't it? But before we get to talking about that, better do some shoutouts. Young Chris, Joe47771, and Fishbone123 in the YouTube chat. Morbius goes forth. Trollslayer, also here. And Diego8 Larson, over on Twitch. Well, quiet start to the night. Hopefully not representative of how the rest of it all goes. Yeah, well, it's been a frustrating week for me, Space Fams. Very stressed, haven't done as many streams as I would have liked to. Been dealing with a lot. And unfortunately, it's been sort of the highlight of my week. However, there's been a lot of other stuff going on here in the United States. MAGA dead, supposedly. Midterm elections, primaries ongoing, redistricting. Back in the spotlight. Mark Hamill taking on Donald Trump. The Green Party handily defeating Labour. The latest UK elections. And what in the hell is going on in Iran? Well, let's start the stream off here talking about the media. Big news this week, the death of a media magnate, Ted Turner. Founder of CNN and Time Warner Cable. Or, well, complicated. Billionaire media guy, dead.
Media mogul and CNN founder Ted Turner has died, the network says. The outspoken television pioneer transformed an obscure Atlanta television station into the first satellite-based superstation. The cable news network, or CNN for short, revolutionized television news in 1980 by presenting it at all hours of the day. It eventually inspired other media companies to follow suit. His larger-than-life personality sometimes overshadowed his driven, risk-taking business instincts.
But I'm going to hold my breath till the U.S. pays up.
You have to get back.
I'm not going to breathe until they pay.
He married 3 women, most famously actress Jane Fonda, and earned the nicknames Captain Outrageous and the Mouth of the South. By the time he sold his Turner Broadcasting System to Time Warner in a 1996 media mega deal, Turner had turned his late father's billboard company into a global conglomerate that included 7 major cable networks, 3 professional sports teams, and a pair of hit movie studios. Along the way, he also found time to captain the winning yacht in the America's Cup race in 1977 and had an active role as the owner of the Atlanta Braves. He slowed down in his later years due to Lewy body dementia, a progressive brain disorder. Long out of the television industry, he became a prolific philanthropist, donating more than $1 billion to the United Nations. Turner was also one of America's most extensive landowners, owning more than 2 million acres of property that included the nation's largest bison herd.
Yeah. Ted Turner has a weird legacy. There's some things that he believed in that I think were perhaps good, but he was still a billionaire, the largest landowner in America, former owner of CNN and Time Warner Cable, a horrible, horrible company. It built people out of who knows how many millions or not more billions of dollars over the years. I mean, let's be real. Those people were terrible. Then they were subsumed by Spectrum. But point is, you know, Ted had a weird legacy.
This is CNN, a service of Turner Broadcasting System.
Stand by, ready, 3, take 3, mic here.
With an unsteady start, Ted Turner launched the world's first 24-hour news network in 1980. It was a huge gamble for the advertising entrepreneur who saw cable TV in the U.S. and then around the globe as an unexploited delivery vehicle for electronic journalism.
I spent 3 years just thinking about it. Before I even started it, I was just amazed that CBS, NBC didn't do it because they had all the infrastructure, they had a news department, they had the bureaus. All they would have to do was do it, but they didn't have the imagination.
The space shuttle mission is now on.
His news channel proved its value as the only organization to broadcast live the 1986 Challenger space shuttle disaster.
Looks like a couple of the solid rocket boosters blew away from the side of the shuttle in an explosion.
The war in the Gulf.
The network also outpaced its competitors with round-the-clock coverage of the 1991 Allied invasion of Iraq.
The golden age of cable is just beginning to dawn.
But in 1996, Turner sold his company for more than $7 billion. The same amount Turner lost as his shares in the acquiring company, Time Warner, fell over the following couple of years. Meanwhile, Turner fashioned himself as a critic of television news and media consolidation.
If I still had control of CNN, I would have the courage to stick with more important news and more international news and try, because we're not going to make it through this difficult time without good information.
Turner turned his
Yeah, it's things like this, like that I'm like, okay, like he had a few good takes out there. But he was still a billionaire who also engaged in consolidation. That's how he became a billionaire to some degree. Right? I mean, sure, he made some innovations, I guess you might say. Oh, and up 3 stream streak. Yeah, he was a real mixed bag. Exactly, Ducky. Like, he was an environmentalist, supposedly, but, like, I don't think the way to solving the, like the destruction of land is by just leaving it in private hands that, you know, like, dictate what happened on the land. It's like, maybe we should have robust government that protects land. And not just hope and pray the billionaires are gonna, you know, feel like protecting the land.
A man
today.
without whom you probably would not be watching France 24 today. Ted Turner, the founder of CNN, has died at the age of 87. He revolutionized the way Americans, and indeed all of us, consume news, pioneering the model we know and some of us love, that is rolling 24-hour news. He was a brash and sometimes a controversial figure, and our own Douglas Herbert worked at CNN for a period of time when Ted Turner was there, Doug. Well, I won't give away your age, but I do want to talk to you about somebody else who knew Ted Turner rather well too, Donald Trump, a man who also famously loves cable news. He's just said Ted Turner was one of the greats of broadcasting history.
Yeah, he elevated Ted Turner. You buried the lead there, Nadia. He took a swipe at CNN because Ted Turner actually sold CNN to Time Warner, and then it's been passed on several times since then, back in 1996. So he says that the media empire that he created was basically destroyed, all but destroyed, as Trump put it, by the people who inherited Ted Turner's proud legacy. But look, all that aside, yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, Ted Turner, it's not an understatement to say exactly what Time magazine wrote back in 1991 when they named Ted Turner the Man of the Year. Back then it wasn't Person of the Year, it was Man of the Year. And they basically said he changed the definition of news, what we think of as news, from something that has happened to something that is happening right here, right now, in real time, that we can watch. It seems like a no-brainer today, right? You know, our eyes are glued to a...
Yep, in one way, technically, the legacy of Ted Turner created the news ecosystem that we know today, one that is always happening. And I hate to admit it, but perhaps is foundational somewhat to the Galactic News Network. Although we're not able to do real... I mean, do we do live broadcasts? Yeah, but we're not doing live journalism, really. Like, I'm not... You know, like, I don't really know ever what to call it. Right? Like, we're basically doing the same thing CNN or anybody else is doing to some degree, aside from the fact that we can't go on the ground with actual cameras and do those sorts of investigations. I mean, how much of CNN broadcasting programming is just people sitting around a table talking about the issues and then watching clips and then talking about those clips? It's like a huge portion of it now. Same thing for basically everyone in news now. Well, while we're talking about news, the death of Ted Turner, we should talk about a different journalistic legacy. That is public access TV, which is currently at risk as funding cuts are threatening local stations across the United States.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show looking at a growing funding crisis in an often overlooked corner of public media, public access TV. It airs on cable. As more people cut the cord and drop their cable TV subscriptions, public access channels are losing a vital source of revenue. For decades, cable TV companies have paid franchise fees to local municipalities as compensation for use of the public right-of-way through which the companies route cables and utilities. Those fees have funded PEG stations, P-E-G, that stands for Public Educational and Governmental Access. This is part of a video made by BronxNet in New York.
It's happening everywhere. Cord cutting, outdated law, FCC threats, federal grant cancellations, doors are being closed. And over 1,500 local media stations across the nation are being punished.
Public access stations are distinct from the PBS and NPR stations that are also in a funding crisis due to the defunding and dissolution of the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. We're joined now by the heads of two public access stations. Joe Barr is Executive Director of Access Sacramento in California's capital, and Michael Maxnavi is Executive Director of BronxNet in New York. Michael, let's begin with you. Talk about what's at stake. And for people who aren't familiar with what public access is, explain this sector of public media in the United States.
Congratulations, Amy, on 30 years of Democracy Now! And BronxNet Public Media and public access networks across the nation broadcast this program proudly. And we are participatory media. As we commemorate 250 years of American democracy and what the First Amendment means and freedom of expression, know that you have community resources very often in your cities and towns that provide media education, workforce training for the public, experiential learning for students, that's career building, but also promotes civic awareness, voter literacy, digital literacy, and local information. It's a spotlight on the arts and culture and more. And BronxNet was formed 30 plus years ago no, in part because the Bronx was too often misrepresented and sensationalized in mainstream media. If it bleeds, it leads. Hollywood also contributed to the Bronx being a symbol of urban blight for many decades, and that's why BronxNet exists, to correct those misrepresentations with authentic community voices. And that's in part why now the Bronx is a symbol of urban renewal.
And I'd like to ask Joe Barr, Executive Director of Access Sacramento, could you talk about the programming and the work of community media in Sacramento over the last few decades? And how did you find out that your funding might be cut?
Yeah, well, Access Sacramento does a lot of what BronxNet does. It really is of the community, by the community, for the community. We're doing workforce training. We're contributing to the creative economy of this region. The arts is a huge sector of Sacramento's economy. Movie production is actually a growing part of Sacramento's economy. As Hollywood studios leave Southern California, they're looking for other places that are cheaper to shoot their films, and we have people who can crew those films. So we are really here to give those opportunities to folks, but then also give them platforms for a voice. And your previous segment was a wonderful contrast to what we're trying to do in community media, which is really be authentically local, to share viewpoints that aren't necessarily heard in mainstream media. And for us to be facing these funding situations, when you add it on to what we heard in the previous segment with commercial media mergers, it really could be a dire situation.
Right. So he didn't really touch on the back half of that question. But the local public access television stations like Access Sacramento and BronxNet are losing their funding because of, he was kind of getting into it there at the end, because of corporate media consolidation and the decisions of cable media giants just sort of deciding that these things are not worth it, that these things don't pay the bills and therefore have no benefit, right? Because they're not interested in what benefits society, they're interested in what benefits the bottom line. And this is just an expenditure to them, essentially. They're seeing, they see this now as not being a important aspect of the journalistic apparatus. They're seeing it as being a superfluous and costly expense that they don't need to be paying. They could just be focusing on the biggest stories around. Everybody across the country can just all consume the same stuff. That's basically what they're aiming at. Okay, well, one person's trying to keep the Galactic News Network alive, keep the media dream, independent media dream alive over here. CJ from the 6. I think mostly watches on Twitch. The big, beautiful dono on PayPal. Which is good enough, I think, for me to not do a galactic content goal. Yeah. That is amazing. So, I guess we'll do this. 24 minutes into the stream. Confetti time. That's right. I know we're only 24 minutes into the stream, and we didn't even start a galactic content goal. But with that massive dono from CJ over there, I'm calling it. No goal confetti party It's the preemptive confetti goal. It's the goalless confetti party. That's what I mean. Pretty crazy when you think about it. Bask in the glory. Okay. Well, there we go. No holds barred for our week-ending stream here. That is quite a development. That's a nice start to the stream for me personally. Not having to worry about whether or not we're making enough money to pay the bills right now. Ay. All right, let's keep talking journalism. Wait, why is this here? This is in the wrong spot. Okay, sorry, hold on. I gotta do something here. I've somehow got these way in the wrong order. We are gonna do back-to-back Democracy Now! Vids, though. Let's stay on journalism, but talk more broadly about global press freedom. And... oh, boy. How the United States is ranking among it. It's not good, as you may already be expecting.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We end today's show looking at a growing funding crisis in an often overlooked corner of public media, public access TV. It airs on cable. As more people cut the cord and drop their cable TV subscriptions, public access channels are losing a vital source of revenue. For decades, cable TV
I just replayed this
have paid
somehow. There we go. Now
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Reporters Without Borders is warning press freedom has fallen to its lowest level since the group began publishing its annual World Press Freedom Index 25 years ago. According to the group, more than half the world's countries fall into the difficult or very serious categories for press freedom as journalism is increasingly criminalized across the world. Over the past 25 years, the index charted how press freedoms have deteriorated here in the United States. In 2002, the U.S. was ranked 17th in the world. In the latest index, the U.S. is down to 64th, falling 7 places since last year. Reporters Without Borders, RSF, says, quote, U.S. President Donald Trump has turned his repeated attacks on the press and journalists into a systematic policy, unquote. Reporters Without Borders says the state of press freedom is most catastrophic in the Middle East and North Africa. The group notes more than 220 journalists have been killed in Gaza by the Israeli army since October 2023. We're joined now by Clayton Weimers, the North America Director for RSF, for Reporters Without Borders. Thanks so much for being with us. You're in Washington, D.C. In fact, you are one of the journalists at the the White House Press Corps dinner the other night, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. But first, this report. Clayton, talk about your findings.
Yeah, and thank you for having me, Amy. The findings are really stark. We have never measured a lower average number in these scores that we give every country for press freedom on our index in the 25 years that we've been doing this. We're seeing deterioration pretty much across the board, both in authoritarian countries and in democracies. And one of the really startling findings is that the legal indicator, one of the sub-scores that we look at, has deteriorated the most. And what we're seeing is the erosion of the legal protections intended to safeguard journalism and everyone's access to information. But we're also seeing the weaponization of other types of laws, especially national security laws, against journalism. These are the laws that are supposed to keep us safe, but often in practice are being used to stifle journalism and free speech.
So talk about the United States. 64th in the world for press freedom, when freedom of the press is enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. Talk about what the parameters are and how it's gone from 17th to 64th.
It's been a long backslide for the United States on the index. And look, it's tempting to lay all of this at the feet of President Donald Trump. And to be clear, he is the single biggest threat to American press freedom today. But the mere fact that we fell from 57th last year tells us that this isn't just a Trump problem. We have structural deficiencies that are imperiling the future of press freedom in this country. And I think that shocks a lot of Americans when they hear it because, as you said, press freedom is enshrined in the First Amendment. Journalism is the only profession actually called out by the Bill of Rights. But when you dig into it, it becomes a little bit less surprising. You think about the economics of the news industry right now. Thousands of jobs lost over recent years, an average of 2 local newspapers closing every week in this country, and tens of millions of Americans living in news deserts. Meanwhile, there's a great deal of consolidation of the media with fewer and fewer people owning the airwaves and owning the conduits of digital information. We have a crisis of trust in the news media. The esteem that the public holds journalism in has never been lower. We have politicians regularly emboldened to attack individual journalists and media outlets. And, you know, we have a safety problem in this country. There is a startlingly high incidence of violence against journalists, and what we've especially seen in 2025 is violence committed by law enforcement agents, particularly masked, anonymous law enforcement agents who are policing protests, particularly the No Kings protests or anti-ICE protests, and journalists getting caught up in that. Dozens and dozens of very violent incidents against journalists, sending them to the hospital, causing journalists to be blinded. One lost a finger, concussions, visits to the ER. These are very serious conditions. In fact, it's caused us to introduce a new program that provides independent and freelance journalists with protective gear. That's the kind of program we've been running for years in places like Ukraine and Lebanon, the Democratic Republic of Congo. And it really is a sad state of affairs that we now feel compelled to do the same thing in the United States.
I want to ask you about Lebanon, about Israeli attacks on journalists there. Last month, Israeli forces killed the prominent Lebanese journalist Amal Khalil, a correspondent for the daily newspaper Al Akhbar. In 2024, Amal told local media she'd received an Israeli death threat warning her to leave southern Lebanon or risk decapitation. This is what she said.
I received direct targeting on my phone from the Israeli.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's where we're going to stop the clip. I'm a little distracted right now. Crazy that the more information that's available, the less that people are informed. I agree. Unfortunately, though, that does, in fact, seem to be the case. But I think now the fact is now that people can do journalism for themselves, disseminate that information for themselves, and not need the go-ahead of an editor or a parent company or whatever else, advertisers. I mean, it's threatening the existing order and narrative, and people don't like that. And that's why they're trying to quash journalism across the board. Oh, less on lessness. Already timed out. Already timed out. You're annoying me. Why am I in debt? What a question. What a question to ask. We literally just got demonetized by YouTube last month, and they took like $1,000 from me. And you're asking me why we're why there's debt? Come on, what a ridiculous question to ask. Yeah, not putting up for that. My tolerance level, patience right now for me is a little lower than normal. Usually, I feel like I'm fairly patient. I wait for mods to go after people more than anything. Although I'm not seeing any mods in the chat right now. It's very strange. But I had been thinking last month that we might need new mods. Or at least a new mod or two. I'm just so fucking stressed out right now over all of this stuff. It's making it hard for me to do my job. My job of bringing you all the news. Bringing you this show 5 days a week. Again, it's honestly hard for me to even talk about it. Because I tend to hate making this all about me, or even about me at all, generally speaking. I like to make this about the show, about the news, about the content, about the... what do you call it? The actual valuetainment of it all, right? The hope that I'm bringing you both news and entertainment simultaneously. Making these things more palatable for you. Right now, I feel weak. Like almost unable to do my job. Right? Like, the last few weeks since being demonetized have been very difficult for me. And I think everybody here knows how important this is to me. Like, I'm not doing this just, I'm not doing this for fame, right? Like, I'm not doing this for the money. Like, I mean, I'm doing this as a career. I would like to be able to pay the bills. I would like to be able to eat. I would like to be able to not be homeless, and things like that. Beyond that, would it be nice to be making enough to also perhaps sometimes do things that I also enjoy from time to time? Yeah, sure. It'd be nice to not eat, the way I do. Maybe more slightly healthy on a consistent basis. Yes. Yes, all of these things, yes. The fact is, for 2.5 years, I've been going on with this. Regardless of the struggles that we faced, trials and tribulations, continue to move forward, even though those are the cases. That I don't eat well, that I don't sleep well, that I struggle oftentimes with a lot of things. I try not to make this show about that very much. Sure, do I talk about the fact that we need to pay the bills? Yeah. So does everybody else, I would point out. But I try and keep that to the bare minimum, right? Like, every couple hours I remind you all, follow, subscribe, contribute. But, like, I want this to be about the information we're talking about. I want this to be about that and nothing else. And about the moving forward of particular agendas, right? Of things that I find important, different issues that we talk about here on a fucking very consistent basis. Civil rights at home, right? Human rights globally, environmental, progress. These things are like the bare minimum in my mind that I would like to see happen. And I've always seen this as being potentially a vehicle to make some of this come about. And we were, like, honestly, I was for the, fucking first time, I felt like we were genuinely making massive, massive progress. Like we had never seen before. Like, I would like to point this out to everybody, actually. Let me just show you what I mean. Let me just show you what it is I mean when I say that. Because I had been logging this because we were doing quite well. Where are they? Well, honestly, I feel like I've been posting some of them in the Discord, but so some people may have already seen some of this. But like I've been trying to like keep track of the progress of the channel to some degree lately, just for whatever reason. I was like, ever since we got the channel back, actually, right? Like at the at the end of last year. Like I started trying to like document certain things, right? But like if you look at like some of these pictures, right? Like we were making huge progress. Right? If you look at how long it's taken us to get to where we are right now, for instance. All right, hold on. Let me just bring this up because it's kind of hard to see. Like if you look at this, like it took us a really long time. And granted, like I opened this channel a long time ago, so like the first part of this is irrelevant. We started this in 2024. That's where this is right here. And it took us, we were moving pretty slow for quite some time. It took us a long, if you recall, it took us a long time to get to 1,000. We got to 1,000 about here after over a year and a half of this. Of me trudging away day in, day out, 5 days a week, trying to do this stream. And honestly, I look back, we started doing longer and longer streams. I don't remember when I decided to go from like 4-hour to 8-hour streams, but like somewhere in here, I think I started going longer and longer. But like we went like parabolic. We went parabolic recently, right? Like this graph, like this, like we were making serious progress already, but then we were going straight up until we got demonetized. And I really hadn't changed the show at all, aside from starting to stream on vertical. Like, right? Like we're continuing doing the exact same stream, but I was just changing just little things about how we were getting our show out there, and hopefully we'll be remonetized. That's the thing that I keep hoping, and that we will find a way. It's just like, it's hard to, after having spent 3 months demonetized and like putting all this effort in to get like the channel back, to have it come back and then months later have it taken away again. Not the whole channel, thankfully, but the fact is like I have to be able to make money on YouTube. YouTube was more than YouTube was like more than half of my income. And being demonetized, I also think, ranks us down in the algorithm as well, because they're not advertising on it, or at least I don't think they're advertising on these videos anymore. And it's just so frustrating to me to be called low effort right now. It's like demoralizing to me. And I mean, I've had plenty of moments to be demoralized in the last 2.5 years. Plenty of things that should have probably caused me to quit or whatever else. But I didn't quit. I haven't given up. Not one time. There been times where I've gone longer without streaming than I would have liked. Yeah, but days. We're talking like days. And usually because like I got like sick or something. And sometimes I even stream when I'm sick or I'm hurting, like today with my back. And because it's like important to me. And it's also literally my job. And I don't know, I just worry about I'm worrying about the future of all of this. And I'm like racking my brain on how I can, like, the other problem here is that right now, as I was talking about a month ago, I was already more overwhelmed than I've been in the last 3 years. Right? Like, we started this in February of 2024. We've been at this for nearly 2.5 months, like two and a half years. And this moment is like so important that I almost like I'm almost I almost don't want to even put the energy into trying to get remonetized because it takes my thought away from doing what I have to do. Right? Like, I want to be able to cast that thought of being remonetized out of my brain completely so that I can focus with complete and total and utter vigilance on the primary elections. Because this, in my opinion, is the most important thing to be focusing on. We're going to be talking about that later tonight, for sure, believe me. It's the weekending report. And, of course, in 4 days, there's a fucking primary, so... Sorry I'm ranting right now. Usually I don't just sit around here for an extended period of time talking about how I'm upset about, like, personal shit. And like, but this moment has just driven me to it. You know, I've been doing it more lately than usual because of it. Because it has taken me beyond, like... Like anything, like I've felt like I'm just so frustrated. Like I'm just like so at the fucking end of my rope on like having to try and find a way to convince YouTube that I am genuine, that I am authentic, that I am not a scam, that I am not spam, that I am a real person really doing a serious thing here that I care about, that I assume other people care about. Right? Just based upon the numbers. At least, to some degree. Is there different levels of caring about it? Sure, I think so. But, that's pretty subjective. And I'm so sick of having to just like over and over again defend myself. It's actually one of the things that I'm terrible at. Like, I'm good at defending others, but like, I'm very capable of defending myself. I just hate having to do it. It's like a pet peeve of mine. Like, it bothers me. Like, I'd rather not have to do it. I would rather stick up for other people and not concern myself with that. But unfortunately, these things are being forced upon me, it feels like. We human over here, that's true. At least most of us. Some of us duck. Some of us of avian origins and or otherwise. I think maybe we got a couple of whales Or at least one whale. How many whales do we have? Just suffice to say, we have a beautiful array of life.
No one is completely
Earthly
objective.
life.
And so I think that when legacy media realizes that they need to be more relatable to their audiences and stop talking at their audiences, I think that they're, unless they start to realize that, then their demise is going to happen faster.
I don't do anything anything different than what people like Housebarks do. Exactly. And that's what I need to do, is like literally compile a list of all the people who do literally the same thing I do, who sit around talking about the current issues of the day, and be like, hey, how am I different than any of these other people that remain monetized on YouTube? I'm not. The only difference is that I've created an animated world with which to enjoy that through, or to try and not necessarily enjoy it. It's a tough world, difficult to enjoy, but to at least view it through. And it's highly frustrating to me. And this is the other thing I hate talking about, is talking about the how it's made of it all. Of the stream, right? I like to pretend that this, is real. I know everybody knows it's not. But, like, I kind of like to never leave character, ever. Right? Like, as best as possible, do whatever I can. It's difficult. I feel like when I start having to like try and defend the stream, I wind up having to like get. But what's the word? Yeah, fuck it. Fuck it. Let's talk about Don.
What's lost in the old era is that we had a shared reality, and we knew like if something was factual or not. I miss the standards and practices and the editorial rigors that I would have to go through at traditional media. Authenticity is a word that's thrown around a lot, but I think it's extremely important to be authentic. And if you do that, the authenticity will draw people in. Being factual will keep them there. AI concerns me because people don't know what's real or not. And we're already living in a world where people can't agree on what a fact is, and we don't live in a shared reality anymore. So, the more we have sort of synthetic relationships with things that aren't even real, people who look real but are not, I think it's going to be problematic. I see opportunities with efficiency. I think that it can help people scale businesses. It can help people become more efficient. It can help people monetize better. It can help people grow their audiences.
Oh, Don, why do you want to embrace AI so much? It's weird. He's like simultaneously he's like embracing it and also not embracing it. Is this weird sort of two-step he's doing here? He's like, oh, AI is dangerous to the media, but it's great for productivity. Come on, Don. This was Don last year, apparently. I don't know why Reuters decided to pop this one out, but while they're... but I figured we might as well watch this one. I just found that to be a weird take. You mean that the ruling is bullshit? Not that what I do is, but I appreciate that. That's what I assumed. I didn't assume that. I did not assume the latter. All right. While we're talking about the media, we should talk quickly about the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which apparently Donald Trump's own voters think he staged.
What? Independent journalism. And
that's right. Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk from yesterday on The Story.
What's up, y'all? Welcome to the show. Hope everybody out there is having a great day. In just a second, man, Trump's own voters now believe that the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting was faked.
Yes, they do, Kyle. Hold on. We can't watch this whole thing, and Kyle goes on about a bunch of shit here first, so I'm going to skip some of that. Then go here.
I've never talked to an advertiser. I've never done an ad read or anything like that. So when you guys give $2 a month or $5 a month or $10 a month or whatever, it goes a very, very long way. So thank you to everybody who does that. Thank you to everybody who tips with the thanks button on YouTube. And also, of course, you guys can sign up for Crystal, Kyle, and Friends on Substack. You don't want to miss anything we have coming over there. And go sub to Corin's World. So you can come hang out with us every Monday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We do live Kyle and Corin episodes. We shoot the shit. We take questions. We have a bunch of fun. So come join us over there as well. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and jump right in. In the Bulwark, look at this. Meet the Trump voters who believe he staged the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting. As his popularity shrivels, some former supporters buy into conspiracy theories about the attempts on his life. So this is from Will Somer. He says, Donald Trump's critics on the left have taken a lot of heat for suspecting that the assassination attempt at the White House Correspondents' Dinner 2 weeks ago was a false flag attack, perhaps intended to give Trump a boost in the polls or provide an excuse to build his new ballroom, which they started doing instantly after it happened, remember? But it turns out that Trump supporters, already swimming in a sea of other conspiracy theories, don't necessarily trust the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting story presented by the feds either, okay? So from a focus group by the Bulwark, ready? Of 9 people who voted for Trump at least twice in 2020 and 2024, those 9 people were picked for the focus group because they all now say they disapprove of his presidency. So these are former Trump voters who turned on him relatively recently, okay? As for the White House Correspondents' Dinner attack, 6 participants said they believe the assassination attempt attributed to California teacher Cole Thomas Allen was a psyop. 6 of 9 are saying, oh yeah, that shit was fake as fuck. 6 of 9, y'all. Oh my word. Oh my days. Donald Trump has created this post-truth environment, this postmodern political environment, and now the chickens are coming home to roost because you brought us this version of politics, and now it's biting you in the ass, in your big, fat, diaper-wearing ass. Let's keep going. It doesn't make sense that somebody should be able to get that close this many times in that way to the President of the United States, said one member of the focus group. I can't even go to a baseball game and bring in a can of Diet Coke or a concert without a metal detector or them emptying my pockets. I feel like it was a ploy to get his ballroom that he wants, and that's his reason.
God damn. Oh my God. It's so true though. It's like you can't make it onto an airplane with a pair of nail clippers, but some guy made it into the White House Correspondents' Dinner. When you say it like that, it sounds utterly laughable. Right? It's like you can't make it onto a fucking airplane with a large tube of toothpaste. You can't get into a movie theater with an outside snack, and somebody made it into the White House Correspondents' Dinner looking like Neo from The Matrix, armed to the fucking teeth, shotgun. Do you remember? Does somebody remember what this guy looked like? I mean, just really quickly. Yeah, please. Can we just quickly look at this photo really quickly? This guy right here. This guy with the mag belt, Bowie knife, other assorted military attachments, tucked in tie. He looks fucking deranged, dude. He looks like... What's his name? What's the guy? Oh my God. What's the guy? Watermelon hammer guy. What's his name? Gallagher. He looks like if Gallagher was about to go on a rampage or something. Does everybody know who I'm talking about? Am I wrong though? Does everybody remember this guy? Like, hold on, I can't find him. But he kind of gives Gallagher vibes. I don't know why, but he looks like if Gallagher was about to go on a fucking rampage or something. This guy right here, the watermelon. This is the watermelon smasher guy. He used to do shows and cover everybody with watermelons. People thought it was very amusing at one point, and I know it's slightly different, but I don't know why. But he kind of, but like if like somehow Gallagher was about to go postal, right? Combined with Neo, like if Gallagher went Neo, I feel like that's what this would look like. Or maybe Pee Wee Herman, actually. I take it back. Pee Wee Herman. That's actually who I'm thinking of, not Gallagher. Different 90s icon. He's really Pee Wee Herman gone postal. That's truly what it is. And they looked at this guy. They literally look at this guy made it in there. No problem. No problem. Meanwhile, you get your junk felt up by a TSA agent. Make sure you don't have an errant pair of scissors.
Illegal.
To be clear, there's no evidence to support the notion that the assassination attempt involved anyone besides Allen or was some kind of false flag attempt to get Trump his ballroom. Like other White House Correspondents' Dinner false flag theorists, the focus group members relied mostly on a belief that too many people were trying to assassinate Trump for this attempt to be authentic, or they cited descriptions of ruthless Washington power games they had seen on TV, such as Netflix House of Cards. Others focused on White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt's remarks ahead of Trump's White House Correspondents' Dinner speech that there will be some shots fired at the dinner. A promise clearly that Trump would come in guns blazing rhetorically, not a reference to actual gunfire, as proof that the White House was putting out coded messages about the assassination ahead of time. Quote, I think Caroline Leavitt had made a comment, flippant, and could be totally coincidental. Shots will be fired tonight, one panelist said. I mean, it's almost like they're toying with us or being playful in the sense of we're literally going to show you what we have done or what we're about to do. You know what's interesting, guys, is the other call was even more disturbing. Where somebody said to, or like Caroline Leavitt's husband said to somebody who was calling into Fox News that like Caroline Leavitt's husband leaned into me and said, you better stay safe tonight because it's dangerous out here. And then boom, the call drops off. Like, can you say it's all a weird coincidence? Absolutely you can. But at a certain point, aren't you shoving your own head in the sand? And you're the one being closed-minded if you don't realize all of the weirdness and the inconsistencies and the strangeness around all of it.
Yeah, it's really, really weird. The more I hear, the more I get confused. Are they going to investigate Caroline and her husband? Because those are some very suspect sentences. I know that they were investigating ABC for Jimmy Kimmel.
I wouldn't be as definitive as they're being in this article, but it certainly says something that 6 of the 9 Trump voters that they talked to were like, oh, I'm not buying this shit at all, bro. They say the ballroom in particular loomed large over the focus group. Some participants pointed to Trump's tutelage under cutthroat lawyer Roy Cohn as proof that he would stop at nothing to get his ballroom, while multiple members of the panel were suspicious of how rapidly conservative media moved the discussion of the assassination attempt into a pitch for the ballroom's construction. Quote, he had some weird manifesto or something that came out, one focus group member said of Allen, and all of a sudden, all the conservative pundits are talking about ballrooms. That's exactly right. Trump has been politically victimized before by conspiracy theorists, including those of his own making, but most notably for refusing to release the Jeffrey Jeffrey Epstein files, but the idea that even people who voted for him think he staged the most recent attempt on his life underscores what a profound trust deficit he currently is facing among voters. That's exactly right. This is the world that he made. These are the consequences that he's not going to want to deal with. But guess what? The fucking consequences are here now, bro. So, you ready for this? Here's a video that just dropped the other day on TikTok. And this one's making the rounds out there. But listen to this breakdown. Here we go.
Yeah, they released HD surveillance footage from the shooter at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And I have questions. Here it is. And we're going to focus on this area up here where you're going to see him walk into that doorway. So here we go. He walks in, nonchalant. You're going to see a canine officer come in, and the dog follows him into that room. And then you'll see him pull back the dog, and then it looks like they have a conversation. Looks like he's talking to him there. And then he's finally going to turn away, really, and literally seconds later, he comes out armed with the shotgun. A couple things noteworthy. First,
by the way, we slowed it down and looked at because there was a live, what do you call it? Like a live clock up in the left-hand corner, and like this video cuts it off, but in the full-size version of this video, you can see it counting. It's not seconds. It's less than seconds. I think it was 1.5 seconds. We literally counted it. And like we literally sat here watching it. I'm going to go back and look at that again, because we literally counted it, and it was really fast. It was within, I mean, a breath, like the second. Like I almost want to slow it down again right now just to show how quick it is. I mean, the second that the shoulder of the police officer like turns to be parallel with the far door jam, right? Like by the time he's perpendicular to the doorway, this guy is like got 1 foot out the doorway. It's like he almost, like, it was so fast. It's like he had his hand on the shotgun while he was talking to the police officer. It's like I can't imagine how he could have pulled out a gun like that quickly.
It's in his hands. I see nothing. I certainly don't see a long shotgun in his hands as he walks in there. Doesn't look like his jacket is big enough to hide it if it's in pieces. And then he had time to assemble it while this guy's literally staring.
Okay, since we have the opportunity to do this again, I'm going to do it. I'm going to slow this way the fuck down. Hold on, I'm going to turn off the volume. But watch. Watch. He's talking. He's talking. Dog is kind of going back to look at this guy. You can see that the leash is tight. And he pulls on it. They turn. Shoulder meets the doorway here, and bam! He is out of there, dude. Like the second that he is, like his shoulder is in line with that far door jam, this guy is literally behind him with a gun in his hand. How?
Chilling there. And then it's the moment he turns, he comes out with it fully assembled. And look at the size of this thing. Was that on him? Or had he stashed that there prior? And if so, how was that missed? How did no one find a firearm stashed in a room right next to security? Moving on, he will exit. He'll come sprinting through here, and you're going to see this guy fire multiple shots. There you go. There was at least 3 there. As everybody just kind of scatters and seems confused. It's worth noting, this guy walked into a room right there, seemed to be being watched almost the whole time he was in that room, and yet somehow got his hands on a shotgun, then sprinted through here, and all of these guys missed him. None of them were paying attention except for this one officer, who then proceeds to miss him at close range. At one point, this guy's basically standing in front of him. I understand he's running, But he missed him with every shot. And also, never see his firearm go off. I don't see him shooting at him. He points toward him. But, I mean, a shotgun, even if there isn't a muzzle flash,
I'm pretty sure that the officer he's pointing at is a woman, but
puts out a lot of energy when
be
it's
sure.
fired, and I don't see a shot go off. And last but certainly not least, that was not the first footage we got, remember? We initially got this super low-res garbage footage of that incident happening. Then we got a higher-res version in between this version we have now that was clearly AI slop. We knew it was AI slop because, like, that paper disappears into his chest, that paper seeming to be the metal detector, but also nothing in his hands. He's not armed in the original one we got. He's armed in the new one. And you can see this is clearly the same footage by matching what the people are doing. Also in that version, this agent is looking in a different direction and wearing a hat. See what I mean? He has a baseball cap on and he's looking the wrong way. My question is, why did we get this version? We were always going to get this in some way, shape.
Wait, who released this version? The White House? Did the White House actually? I missed this part of this. I was watching this the other night and I somehow missed this part of it. I must have gotten distracted by something. What in the fuck? Hold on. I don't think the White House did release this. I think it's possible somebody may have retweeted it. Not like from the White House official account, because I can't find that. But it's possible like some, White House official, just because these people retweet all sorts of insane things, so who knows. But I cannot find the original White House. I don't think the White House posted it. I guess that's what I'm saying. It's not clear in the way.
Why did they make an AI version? And then if they're willing to make one AI version, how do we know they didn't make more than one AI version? Which then begs the question, which is real? Is him with nothing in his hands real? Or is him with the shotgun in his hands real? Is no metal detector real? Or is metal detector real? My takeaway from this is this administration is way too comfortable utilizing AI.
I just remember what I'm listening to for a second. for 2 seconds, I forgot what I was looking at and listening to. And then I just remembered that this is like right-wing conspiracy slop tent. So I'm not shocked that he didn't fact check this. This went viral, and I think people were claiming that it was from the White House, but it doesn't appear that it was.
And this just raises more questions about how inept everything had to be if this is a legitimate threat and this guy was on his own and this was not a setup, for this have all to played out this way based on what we can see with our own eyeballs.
Trump is so cooked, man. Trump is so cooked. No one's going to believe anything. Nobody is going to believe anything ever again. That is now the world that we live in. And especially with the introduction of AI, that makes it so people will actively choose to believe whatever they want to believe. Now we're at the point where even the attempt in Butler is, overwhelmingly viewed as some sort of a staged assassination attempt, right? I mean, how many theories have we seen around that? Now, when it first happened, it was actually sort of unanimous. I'd say like 98% of the commentary around that was people thinking it was real. Now that number shifted to like maybe 50-50. Now, when it comes to this one, we're already at the point where like a majority of the stuff people say on social media is like, well, obviously that shit's not real. So where do you think this goes, bro? Where do you think this goes? Man, never in my wildest imagination would I have thought that the thing that Trump brought to politics in this country, this like post-truth world, that we would so thoroughly be in it now where it's just the norm. It is what it is. Like, this is just how it functions, and it's going to function like this in perpetuity.
I feel like there's a way we can break it at some point, but it's going to require actual, like, media literacy or just regular literacy to start off with. The watermark says CapCut AI. Yeah. No, totally. Yeah, no, I saw that. It's clear that that guy didn't. Well, or maybe he did, but didn't care or didn't realize that. I mean, he clearly didn't go into too much effort into fact checking that video. But this is where it's at right now. Like, and these guys aren't even believing the narratives of the current administration. And they're just coming up with all sorts of theories on this stuff. Although, I gotta say, the fact is, the whole thing does seem kind of weird. Like, there's certain aspects of this that really do seem weird to me. Like the fact that this guy supposedly booked the hotel months in advance. That is, to me, the one aspect of all this I think that is the most suspect. It makes utterly no sense. If this guy is some kind of, you know, physics nerd genius, like, you know, a guy capable of doing research, you would think he would know that Donald Trump wasn't going to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner 3 months ago. That's what we all knew to be true, right? It's quite a decision for a guy capable of supposedly doing research to not look into Donald Trump's attendance of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, spend thousands of dollars to book a hotel room months in advance for a dinner that Donald Trump was by all means probably not going to attend. He stopped attending it years ago, right? Ever since he got made fun of in, like, what was it, like 20, oh my God, it was like 10 years ago or something. He got made fun of at like one correspondence dinner, and now he's just, like, you know, for the years after that did not attend a single one. And this guy spent thousands of dollars and all this time supposedly planning this out and didn't consider whether or not Donald Trump would even be there. And then Donald Trump announces months later that he is actually going to attend. Like a day, like it was like a day in advance. Like, I barely knew about it. Like, and like this guy, through somehow, some kind of, what do you call it? I can't think of the word. Like, I want to say telekinetic, but I know that's the wrong fucking word. But through some incredible mental faculty, able to predict the future 3 months in advance. That's the most astounding part of it to me. Now, while we have something of a conspiracy situation brewing in the MAGA sphere, one former MAGA faithful leader, really high-ranking MAGA soldier, general, actually, really, MAGA general, if you were to do military references here. You know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Madam Space Laser. She gave an interesting little keynote speech at the Ron Paul Institute for Peace and Prosperity. Yes, Ron Paul. Peace and prosperity. For who, it's not clear. I guess landowning men. And that does appear and that does appear to be the majority of the audience. Not the whole audience, but it's just the vibes I get from these guys. Not sure what it is.
Thank you so much. And Daniel, it's so nice to meet you today. And I have to tell you, I was talking with my fiance, Brian, this morning about my speech to you all today. And I said to Brian, I said, you know, Brian, I've talked in front of, well, tens of thousands of people at Trump rallies. I've spoken on television so many times. I've given countless campaign speeches, but I'm actually intimidated to speak to this group today. And I'll confess to you why. You guys are the smartest Americans. You had it figured out way before.
S0U Life gifted 1 subscriptions to the community.
What is that? Gifted sub from So Life to Jersey Texan on Twitch. Incredibly generous. Thank you, So Life. I love how obsequious and sort of just grossly like by the end of this, like her nose is covered in shit because she is brown nosing the fuck out of these guys. I mean, the entire speech. We're not going to watch the whole thing. We are going to watch a little more than we did yesterday, because yesterday we did a really quick clip. But this whole thing is like I was saying yesterday, Marjorie during this clip made it clear to me that she's untethered right now. Okay, she's untethered. She doesn't feel like she has a home with MAGA anymore. The Supreme Leader has exiled her for criticizing him about the Epstein files.
About Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
And it's clear that she's somewhat hopeful that maybe she can be welcomed into the warm embrace of the libertarians, which feels like a bad. I feel like it's not going to go well for her.
So,
but hey,
God bless all of you and thank you. Well, now that I have figured it out, I know.
It's things like that. It's things like that. It's like moments like that where you can tell that she was expecting like applause when she says "God bless you" and "thank you," and she notices that she doesn't get any, and so she has to like immediately jump into the next thing.
Late to the party. I'd like to talk to you about what we are all facing. So just to give you a little bit of information about me, I ran for Congress in 2020 as a candidate.
Okay, I'm gonna skip a little bit. She goes through her like life story. I'm not sure why. Like, nobody seemed to appreciate it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, she did not get the warmest reception here at the Ron Paul Institute, which I'm like I said, I'm sure that she was hoping for, but it doesn't seem like the libertarians are all that thrilled by her decision to trot on over here.
So many people I knew from my generation had been sent constantly over to the Middle East. My father was a combat veteran from Vietnam, and I had many uncles and cousins that served in the military, but they never once fought a war that defended our homeland. None of them. And we all paid for it. So I ran for Congress believing in this concept of Make America Great Again, and to me that meant our businesses. To me that meant how our tax dollars are spent. And to me that meant for our own families and our future and for our country. I'm also a great believer in state rights. And I believe that the federal government has grown into, it started out as a cute little
And this is another moment where she just starts trying to speak to libertarians directly with some of the most like obvious libertarian talking points, and it comes off as disingenuous. And from everything I can tell by the way I've read the room during this, they also picked up on the disingenuousness of it. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think she probably agrees with them, but like she just comes in here like it was a weird vibe. It was a weird vibe, I can't lie. The whole thing was strange. She was basically here to tell everybody that MAGA was dead. And maybe she's a libertarian now. And the libertarians weren't really buying it. They're a skeptical bunch
Lindsey
to some
Graham's
degree.
home county. I spoke just before Lindsey Graham, and I said how I had never voted to send a single penny of yours to Ukraine to fund the Ukraine war. And I spoke against it. And then Lindsey Graham came out on the stage after me and proceeded to get booed for 7 minutes straight. That was a great day. But now Donald Trump.
That, by the way, that's some of the most raucous applause that she gets from any of the comments that she makes.
Trump endorses Lindsey Graham. So after we got the president.
Do you see her? She keeps expecting more applause. It's not a Trump rally. It's not a Trump rally, Marjorie. It doesn't have the same energy. She just stands there like awkwardly smiling at everybody. Oh my god, it's just so funny. Okay, all right. This is really the part that I want out of this. Wait, what is happening? How did we get over here? Oh, there we go. Somehow we wound up at the pool on vertical. Blammerino. Blammerino indeed. Okay, back to the Ron Paul Liberty Institute for Peace and Prosperity. So much freedom. So
freedom! And hi to all my friends. Hi, hey, saw you at the rally 6 months ago. Oh, it's so good to see you. We should have dinner.
Oh, wait. I went too far. Wait. Okay. Because this is the thing about this. MAGA, like, Marjorie, my estimation, the way that she talks about this story, like about her leaving MAGA, she is truly a former cult member who finally, like, the leader turned on her and she just suddenly woke up. And like listening to her recount all of this is just, I find it fascinating. Like, she clearly, here's the thing about it all too, is like she clearly still believes a bunch of insane, deluded, and or very stupid things, but she has finally realized that in fact the Supreme Leader can do wrong. And it's just an interesting test case, I guess you might say. It'll be fascinating to see if this materializes in other places at any point soon.
And set up the system for crypto. I was concerned. And so I said, when they asked me where I was, when they were whipping my vote, I said, I'm a no. I can't vote for that.
By the way, she talks about crypto, and I find it funny because I think to some degree she's right on crypto, and that it needs regulation and to be prevented from doing a number of things. But this is the exact wrong place to bring that up, and she somehow doesn't know that, which is fascinating to me. It shows me exactly how little political acumen she actually has, right? She is truly a former cultist, right? Who believed in the cult to some degree, like in full. And a couple of things managed to knock her completely out of it, right? But like all she is capable of is regurgitating mostly just the talking points of the cult. So she has no idea. She really doesn't know who she's talking to. Like, I think somebody told her, hey, talk about like federalism or something like that to her or something like that. But she has no idea that the libertarians fucking love crypto. And she for like 3 or 4 minutes, she talks about how bad crypto is, and it's crickets. The whole room, it's just dead silence.
I found myself in the principal's office and sitting in a chair directly in front of the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. So naturally, I went to the White House that day saying hi to all my friends. Hi, hey, saw you at the rally 6 months ago. Oh, it's so good to see you. We should have dinner. I'm walking in the White House among everyone that I knew and was friends with to go talk to, of course, my good friend Donald Trump, who I'd helped become president. And so I sit down in front of the desk thinking that this should go fine. And of course the president's going to understand where I'm coming from. And naturally he's going to agree with me that we can't have a central bank digital currency. And of course he's going to direct everyone in the room, especially the speaker, that you've got to change this bill, Mike Johnson. Boy, was I wrong. That meeting didn't go as well as I thought. As a matter of fact, it went pretty bad where I ended up being the one that got yelled at the whole time. I got lectured the most, and I walked out of there pretty surprised. However, when I walked out, I did something that's uncommon. And there's Dr. Paul in the room that had the courage and the integrity in his career to do the same. I walked out of the White House, and my vote was still no. And that's important. Now, you see, today, we're in a time where many Americans are realizing MAGA is dead. But MAGA died, actually, quite some time ago. It really did. MAGA was built by Donald Trump. Make America Great Again was such a dream for so many Americans, and it was sold for years and years, and an industry was created around it, an entire political industry and an economic. It's an entire economy. At rallies, there's companies that sell T-shirts and hats. These little businesses, these small business owners follow Donald Trump all over the country and sell their goods to all the MAGA faithful that go to the rallies. There's also companies online that sell all types of Trump gear, MAGA, you name it, coffee mugs, hats, T-shirts, pajamas. I mean, maybe some of you in this room have some of that stuff. You've probably thrown it out by now if you did, but it was available to buy in every way. There's Trump Bibles, there's Trump watches. I don't know, there's Trump everything. But think about that, an entire industry created on MAGA. But I watched it die because when you're a member of Congress, we have a unique view that the American people don't have. It's like riding a roller coaster. You know when you ride a roller coaster and if you're in the front car, you are strapped in and you have the front row seat of everything that's coming on the roller coaster ride. When you're climbing up the hill and you're climbing slowly up the hill, you can see when you're getting to the top, but the people behind you, they can't see it yet. Well, that's how I felt being a member of Congress, being such.
What she did was she just described being in a cult. She's in a, I mean, the fact is that she's been in a cult this whole time. And she just got off of the cult train. And she's just been hurtling to the bottom of the roller coaster, if you will, using her vague analogy. And it's just fascinating to watch her sort of kind of come to grips with that. Not fully. I don't think she fully has internalized what happened. I'm not sure she ever will. Because I think she mostly believes the things Trump, like, stood for. Like, she just thinks that he failed. Right? So, like, the Trump cult is really what's dead to her. And the Trump base has abandoned her. She is no longer in Congress, and she's now just some really, really rich lady. Running around, giving weird keynotes at the Ron Paul Institute. But as we've seen, there is not an actual true break with Republicans. At least of actual avowed GOPers. There has not been this mass exodus. We've seen the numbers. However, they have lost support, or Donald Trump has, outside of the Republican base, with people like independents. Who best to tell us about that than the great Harry Emden?
You can't get to record high disapproval with just members of the other party not liking you. So how do you get there? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Emden. So we're not talking about Democrats here. Who are the people dragging down the president's approval ratings?
Who are the people who are dragging down President Trump's approval rating? We are talking about a very important block for the President of the United States. That is Republican-leaning independents. That is what's going on. Take a look here. This is the difference. Trump's approval rating at this point in terms. Independents who lean Republican versus those who are just Republicans only. Look at this amount. Independents who lean Republican. Back in term number one, he was at 73% at this point in term. Down he goes, an absolute collapse now, just 53% of independents who lean Republican now approve of the President of the United States. That's very different from Republicans only. It was 83 at this point in term number one. It's 83% now, but that's a 20-point decline in his approval rating, nearly at the 50% mark, with a group that traditionally has very much been in the president's camp.
This isn't just indies. This is independents who lean Republican, people who in theory should be predisposed to like the president there. Talk more about the shift we've seen actually now this time from just a couple years ago.
Just a couple years ago. Take a look at this shift. Oh my, GOP leaning independents on Trump. In the 2024 election versus Kamala Harris, he got 91% of that vote, nearly 100, near uniformity on that one. But down he goes, down into the deep blue sea, now at 53% on the job approval rating. John, I'm not that good at math, but I believe that is a 38-point drop. A 38-point drop from where he was in the 2024 election. As I said.
Yes, indeed. But once again, as I pointed out here, these are just the independents. The GOP-leaning independents, sure. But independents nonetheless. And it still seems to me that the GOP is fully on board with just about everything Trump has done. At least they certainly haven't abandoned him, as we've seen them. Those numbers have not shifted whatsoever. Which I think, where is that? Is that in this one? Oh, actually, I think that's in a different video. Well, we saw a different clip earlier this week showing the GOP voters had not moved a single percentage point in a whole year. From 83% to 83%. Zero movement. The vast majority, more than 8 of 10 people, support Trump. of actual GOP Republican voters, registered Republican voters. Now, of course, there's a lot of people who aren't necessarily registered Republican that voted for general, right? Just completely unaffiliated. Some people just don't. A lot of people don't affiliate with either party. But how many? That's the question we should actually start to drill down on, is how many non-GOP voters voted for Trump in 2024? I don't actually know that number. Oh, God. And the stream's down. What's happening? What is happening? We have a problem. We are back. I think we're already up somehow. A new stream started. Are we live? Are we live right now? Fuck. This is throwing me way off right now. Oh, God. Click this, maybe. It does appear that we are live on YouTube. Okay. Okay, we are live. Back live. There we go. There we go. For fuck's sake. That wasn't at all annoying to me. I love when the stream just cuts out randomly. So great. It's the best. It's not at all prohibitive to me doing my job properly. Sorry, I gotta do something before any... Oh, wait, no, I gotta go back. No, don't do that. No, you're a liar. That's not what I clicked. No, you're a liar. That's not at all what I wanted from you. You son of a bitch. You know full well this is not what I want. And yet here you are being incredibly difficult. Of course you would. I can't highlight chats right now unless I pop this back out. I guess I don't need this open. That's slowing us down undoubtedly. What's weird is that it doesn't appear that the vertical stream ever went down. Like it was buffering just like the horizontal stream was, but it did not actually cut out. The stream is still good, but we have a completely new horizontal stream. Yay. What else was I gonna do just now? Oh, right. Oh, it's got no thumbnail. I should probably make it different than the other one. Should make it vaguely different than the other one, so I'm not accused of using horrible similar thumbnails. Even though this is still the same, this is the same planned content. What's that look like? That good? Sorry, I'm downloading a thumbnail right now to upload for the new stream because the new stream doesn't have a thumbnail. I think that's everything I need to do. This is so annoying to me. Completely derailed midstream. This is why we can't have anything nice. Didn't mean to scare anyone. Sorry, Perf. Completely unintentional. Okay, is this working now? Oh, it's still not switched over yet. See, I knew I was forgetting something. Glitchmaster with the free super chat. My go-to is banana peppers and pineapple. Do not fucking at me, chat. Wow. Wow, Glitchmaster. Very, very aggressive pizza take. Okay, people, I have done everything I think that I needed to do. Get the stream back on the road. Sorry for the unfortunate interruption. Someone made a donation on PayPal, but it looks like they don't want to be mentioned. I can't see the whole message. It's like half cut off. I have to like open up a different web page to look at it right now instead of my app, which is like super annoying because it makes me sign in every time with my actual password. But thank you to the person who just donated on PayPal. Do you want to be made known for this or not? It's not clear. I should try and find a way to read this whole thing. I've lost where we were at. Ah, right. We were watching CNN moments ago. Talking about the state of independent voters, especially Trump, right? Republican-leaning independent voters. And they are souring on Trump fast. Meanwhile, this week, the primary fights have been on across the country. From California to Maine, and practically everywhere in between. Let's quickly do a stop in California with the Rational National.
Billionaires like me should pay more taxes, and the big corporations should pay more taxes.
Last night was a debate between the candidates for the governor's race in California, and it appears a billionaire is the left-wing champion. So I'm going to get into some of the clips from this debate. What I'm learning about Tom Steyer over the last few weeks, who ran briefly in the presidential election, or I should say the Democratic primary in 2020. And I'll get to what Bernie Sanders was saying about him back then, because I covered that whole race when it was happening. And did not expect Tom Steyer to, 6 years later, appear to be the choice, the correct choice for the governor of California. So let me first start with...
Yes, that is actually the take. That is actually the shocking take of the week. I was... Last time we were... Well, not last time, but when we were initially talking about Tom's run for governor, I was quite skeptical. I was certain initially that there must be a better candidate than Tom, knowing, something of him from the past, whether it be the fact that he's a billionaire or the fact that he, ran for president at one time and had fairly centrist opinions about a lot of stuff. I was incredibly skeptical, in fact, but as things have unfolded in the field, gotta say, guy is genuinely started to turn me still mildly skeptical, but at this point, I actually do not have a better candidate in mind at all, and I've actually looked through them a little bit now.
This clip, this is between Katie Porter and Tom Steyer, and Katie probably regrets this moment.
I have said that billionaires like me should pay more taxes, and the big corporations should pay more taxes.
Excuse me,
and
you
that's
literally
why,
said...
if this proposition is on the ballot in November, I'll vote for it. But going forward, we do need to go further. This is a one-time tax, and it also doesn't spread the money across the government the way everything else does, and specifically, it doesn't go to education and teachers and students, which is a critical need in the state of California. The tax I'm proposing to close a corporate real estate tax loophole is more money, and it's spread throughout
I'm the only candidate
that's
actually
balanced
budgets.
Congressman.
I'm confused. Do you support the billionaire's tax that is going to be on the ballot in November, yes or no?
Katie, I just said I will vote for it if it's on the ballot in November. So what I've said is,
but you just said it wasn't a good idea.
Go far enough that, in fact, It is a one-time tax, and it also doesn't spread the money throughout the government.
All right.
Yeah. And actually, what's funny is those are some of my criticisms of this tax when we first talked about it, was that it should be applied every year and not just one time, like this one-off tax. You know, it has the same vibes of like the tax holiday type of deal. Like oh, it's gonna increase something. It's like I mean, slightly different, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it feels like it was something being sold to us that should, you know, as like a one-time thing. When it should probably, this thing should probably be a long-term type of deal, right? We want this to be a continued process, right? It doesn't. You can't solve billionaires with a quick whatever it is, 4% or whatever. I can't remember the exact percentage on this tax, but you can't solve it with that. Not one time. And it should be national. It should be applied nationally and should be spread nationally. Because also, I would also like to point out that a lot of the California billionaires are reaping profits from the entire country, right? And like, while I think Californians absolutely deserve a part of those profits, right, to go to their healthcare and their education and their infrastructure and whatever else, I feel like the rest of the country does too, right? Because who are we talking about when it comes to Silicon Valley, California billionaires, right? Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk. Although technically I don't know if he counts as Silicon Valley anymore, because I feel like I don't think he lives in California full time. Although I don't know. I think he's mostly in Texas right now, right? But like, who else is actually living full time or like, I think that has like it's like I think like Sam Altman, right? Like, you know, like all of these fucking guys that are making money off of the whole country and the world. Like, I would like to see those profits get evenly distributed through the country. Once again, not saying California doesn't deserve it. They do. But it's just, you know, we're just one slice of the pie here. Can't even tax the rich in New York because of Kathy. Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see what happens with Kathy. Call Kathy. I can't remember her number. We watched this clip yesterday. I don't have it in front of me right now. But you can call Kathy. Tell her how you feel about taxing billionaires. What are you giggling about over there, Mono? Lot of giggling going on. It also seems a little weird. Are you doing okay? Gotta say, a little concerned. All right, let's go to CNN now. Talk about the elections, specifically the election odds of Democrats this midterm season.
Everywhere there's a sprout, that's where they'll produce a vine.
Ed Weinbarger is a farmer and a chef with family ties to this North Carolina land dating back 200 years. Everywhere you look, key staples for his catering business. A hillside garlic patch. Tree limbs stacked along the stream.
Look at that.
A brilliant nursery for shiitake mushrooms.
I got to the gym this morning, but this is good.
A visitor put to work. Early spring, the best time to borrow the fingerling potatoes. The fall harvest will be not long before the midterm election, and North Carolina has a Senate seat within reach for the Democrats, plus maybe, just maybe, a House seat or two. But Weinbarger sees the party as still missing a critical ingredient.
This right here, getting it under your fingernails, Democrats have a hard time with this. They can't show a connection to the working class.
Rural America is synonymous with Trump country. But Weinbarger says Trump policies are making a tough economy worse. First tariffs, now Iran.
Everything's expensive. Inflation hasn't stopped. It's continuing. For supplies and now for fuel. Now we're at war. Transportation costs, fuel, machinery, equipment, labor, amendments, fertilizers, all more expensive.
North Carolina's success could help the Democrats make a good midterm year great, but it would require reversing 5 decades of rural decline. Take a look. Here are 1,322 counties where at least 75% of the population live in rural areas. 50 years ago, 1976, Jimmy Carter carried 798 of the 1,322. See all that blue? And won 54% of the vote in them. In 2000, though, Al Gore carried only 213 of the 1,322. His share of the vote in rural counties dropped to 37%. And in 2024, a rural red tsunami. Kamala Harris won just 79 of the 1,322 counties, and just 25% of their votes. The then and now is stunning.
Here in North Carolina, that rural shift from blue to red looks like this. It's been 11 years since North Carolina was represented by a Democrat in the U.S. Senate. And the state's House delegation in Washington, right now, just 4 Democrats and 10 Republicans.
There's a lot of anger with the voting base. And America has traditionally gone after the angry candidate.
Are Democrats capable of getting their hands dirty? And by hands dirty, I mean getting involved, showing that they care about the working class. Do they have any concept of what it means to be working class? That's an important question. Something that Democrats have to prove. And that's why I keep saying that we need a massive shift, upheaval in the Democratic Party. That we need to change who runs the Democratic Party. And kick out all of the ossified, corrupt, feckless, weak leaders and everybody else who follows along with it, waiting for their turn. All those people need to be gone and replaced with actual people that are going to do something about it. That's not true? Wait, what's not true? You sent me a PayPal. Have you received it? I can whisper if so. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. I wasn't sure. The long messages on PayPal get cut off for me, and I can't see the whole thing on the app. But it cut off while you were saying. I couldn't tell if you wanted to be, like, the way it was phrased, I couldn't tell what you wanted me to do, if you wanted me to shout you out or not. But yeah, I absolutely got your dono. Thank you, CJ. All right, I'm just skipping ahead a little bit on this clip here.
Jamie Yeager is a Democrat.
We're all thinking about our garden this spring, which is something that Mountain Democrats do, is grow a garden.
Josh Kopis owns this hotel and restaurant. He went to college with Yeager. Works his real magic in a ceramic studio on the outskirts of town.
So why do Democrats struggle so much here?
I think we lost our way. I don't know. Like, we got caught up doing something that didn't connect with the people in rural America, and that's why we need to run candidates like Jamie, because he is of this place, like he is our people. So I don't think it's a lost cause.
The smart money and recent history says be skeptical when Democrats talk up their hopes here in North Carolina, especially in this congressional district. Donald Trump won North Carolina 11 with 54% of the vote in 2024. And the Republican House incumbent, Chuck Edwards, ran even stronger, winning 57%.
But pain at the pump is just one sign of tougher times for Republicans. Even in these rural areas they have dominated in the decade of Trump.
I get it. You know, I know why people like voted for Trump around here, because, you know, everyone feels like it's stacked against them, but that hasn't changed. Like that, I don't think any of those people are like, oh, we're doing better now than we were, because we're not.
18 months of struggle and remarkable resilience. 7 months more until we learn if all the rebuilding here extends to the Democrats.
John, you were in North Carolina. What did the results in Georgia last night say about voters in rural areas?
So, Anderson, once again, the margins, Democrats lost that race. You see right here, Clayton Fuller will be the next Republican congressman in Marjorie Taylor Greene's old district. So Republicans say, we win. Why do Democrats say this is good for them? Well, look at the margin. You say that's a big race, right? He wins there by 11 points, but look at this. Marjorie Taylor Greene won this district just 2 years ago by 29 points. And this is part of a pattern in Georgia, in New Jersey, everywhere in 2025 and 2026 as we watch elections. Last night in a Wisconsin State Supreme Court race as well.
Now, those are interesting numbers right there. Look at that. That's a 20-point shift. Right there. If she won by 30 points, 31 points against Harris previous election 2 years ago. And then Fuller only pulled it out by 11 points. I mean, that's basically like 20 points right there. It's wild. 31 from 31 to 10. That's a massive, massive swing. And I do think this bodes well for the general. I'm sure there will be plenty of Republican seats that will be unflippable. That doesn't mean the Democrats shouldn't try. That progressives shouldn't try and put the very best candidates into the general. And that's what we have the opportunity to do right now. In places like Nebraska, West Virginia. Oh, shit. I'm just remembering. Wait, how long have we been doing the stream for? I think 2 hours, right? Even though the new stream has only been going for 25 minutes. This is throwing me off. We take a break now. I think, actually, this is the perfect time to take a break. We're going to transition into talking about those elections, the midterm primaries. Very important thing to be discussing right now, since we are now in the heat of primary season. Something we are going to be covering as much as possible between now and the end of the year. I think it's the most important thing that we can focus on at this time. And I know there's a lot. It's very easy for us to get distracted by all sorts of stuff going on right now. But it's got to be one of our main focuses. Galactic Stream back? What do you mean back? We never were gone. We're just demonetized. We're just demonetized. They just took $1,000 and demonetized us so that we can't earn ad revenue or take donations like super chats or super stickers or have memberships. We never really left. We've been still doing streams. Just being repressed. All right, quick galactic intermission, everybody. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. Where your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than the bottom line of Amazon. We got Throne, if you'd like to. Rather than donating money, buy physical items that would eventually arrive at my door down on Earth. It's basically like shopping on Amazon for me. But of course, the very best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is Patreon, where for the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Things like an avatar on one of the break screens, shout out at the end of every show, secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server, and much, much more. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right, everybody. The break is over, and the second half of the stream is about to begin. So, you're gonna want to get back in those seats, otherwise you're gonna miss it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, Space Hams, we are back. Your character, yes, Arvin. I hope you're pleased with your avatar. All right, people, let's get to talking about those primary elections, specifically in Nebraska and West Virginia, where people in both states have a chance to put some fairly good candidates into the general Let's start with one we watched yesterday. Talk about West Virginia's, take it back, Nebraska's first district.
The race for Nebraska's first congressional district is well underway. Republican Congressman Mike Flood is looking to keep his seat.
He's uncontested in the primary, so he automatically advances to November. But two Democratic candidates, Chris Backmeyer and Eric Moyer, will now compete to see who will face Flood.
KETV Newswatch 7 Capitol Bureau Chief John Grunwald has this commitment report.
Eric Moyer and Chris Backmeyer have been busy.
Same issue.
Crisscrossing the campaign trail of Congressional District 1.
I grew up in Lincoln. My great-great-grandparents on both my mom and dad's side homesteaded around Murdoch, Nebraska in the late 1800s.
I grew up in the small town of Madison, Nebraska. I had the opportunity to work my grandparents' farm in the fall and the summer.
Moyer spent time in sales and marketing and ended up in the solar power industry, building renewable energy projects throughout the Midwest. Dissatisfaction with the status quo put him on the path to the primary.
My frustration with our economy not working for working families. Range of different policies that seem innocuous in and of themselves, but when you look at the sum total are basically war, all-out war on rural economies.
Yes, indeed. Eric Moyer, there's the guy that we here at the Galactic News Network are endorsing in this primary race. This was his latest clip posted to his YouTube channel. Eric Moyer for Congress.
That's on YouTube.
Medicare for all.
SNAP benefits.
$15 minimum wage.
Funding public education and VA.
Backing our farmers.
Representation for everyone. No stock trading while in office.
Term limits.
and overturning Citizens United.
Vote Eric Moyer in the primary May 12th.
I'm Eric Moyer, and I approve this message.
That's a pretty good message. I gotta say, short list, but if you can get all that done, I would try it. All right, moving on from Nebraska's first, on to the second district. John Kavanaugh. It's the guy who I think should be getting people's vote here in the primary. Here's a couple of his campaign ads also.
That's on YouTube.
Donald Trump has already gutted our health care, and now they're spending $200 billion on the war in Iran because nobody in Congress is fighting for us.
We need someone who can get results, and around here, that's John Kavanaugh.
I know we can trust John to protect healthcare from MAGA attacks.
And a record to take on corruption and a broken system.
That's why I'll ban stock trading in Congress, protect healthcare from MAGA attacks, and fight to keep your costs down.
John Kavanaugh, a Democrat who fights back.
I'm John Kavanaugh, and I approve this message.
John Kavanaugh was born here in Omaha, right where he and his wife are raising their 4 kids. A state senator, John stands up to anyone to do what's right. Paid sick leave and fair wages, protect reproductive care, and secure our blue dot. Now John's running for Congress to fight the Trump madness dividing our country by cleaning up the corruption, lowering costs, and protecting Medicare and Social Security.
I'm John Kavanaugh, and I approve this message because it's time someone in Congress worked for you again.
There we go. Another good candidate, John Kavanaugh, saying he's going to go in there, fight corruption, ban stock trading, protect things like Social Security and Medicare. I think, once again, like, if we can put, like, a majority, doesn't have to be every single seat. I don't think necessarily that's going to be the case. Just like the last couple elections, Ohio and Indiana, we didn't win them all. But the majority of the candidates that won the primary elections of the Democratic Party were progressives, and it's a beautiful thing to witness. But if we don't know who to vote for, we don't talk about it. We don't get those good candidates. That's not good. That's not what we want. All right. Now there is a third district in Nebraska, but we don't, where did my fucking list go? We don't have a recommendation in the primary. Well, there's no need because there's only one Democrat running right now in the primary, so they will be automatically in the general. And this is what we want to prevent, because the person I'm referring to is not the most progressive. Could be better. That's what I'm saying. Could be much better. Your state court ruled the maps invalid and they went ahead anyways. They violated the Ohio Constitution. Wait, what happened? What, you mean earlier last year? Or do you mean after the elections? Did they just change the maps after the fact? After the elections went through? Slow down for me, Derb. What are you saying right now? You're saying a lot of stuff. I'm not understanding where you're going with this. They ignored the Supreme Court on what, though? That's what I'm trying to understand. I need less sentence fragments. I need less sentence fragments and more clarity. Or if you could send me like a link to something in the Discord. I think you're in the Discord. Send me a link to like an article or something so I can understand what you're trying to get to here, because I'm not sure what you're talking about. And it sounds concerning. Right? Well, it was 3rd District, Nebraska. Right, okay, perfect. Now, there's also an independent running in the Senate, who I think should probably get people's support in the general. Dan Osborne. I don't get it. What don't I get? I'm confused. I feel like I don't get it because I have no idea what you're trying to tell me right now. I'm trying to understand. Republicans already redistricted. No, that's what I said at the beginning of this. That's literally what I was saying at the beginning of this. I don't know if you heard me, but are you talking about the redistricting that they did last year? Because it was last year, right? That they did that redistricting effort? Right. No, I get that they did that. And that's not great. But you can still win elections. Right? You can still win elections. There's still the math of it. You can still win the elections. And that's why I'm saying it. And that's why I'm talking about this, right? Like, yes, did Republicans in the state Senate completely ignore the ruling of the Supreme Court and then redistrict regardless? Yes. Yes, they did. Is that going to make it much harder to win the elections? Undoubtedly. We have a uphill climb right now, even though it shouldn't be, because of political corruption. They are done? What's done? The general? General's not done. General's not nearly done. All right, let's go to West Virginia. To the 1st District. Got a candidate here by the name of Britt McGuire. This is her page. Britt for WV.
Hey y'all, Britt here.
In the 21-22 election cycle, Ohio ignored the Supreme Court. In the 2022 election cycle? I don't remember that. Maybe I'm missing something from this conversation.
Finished the protest in the march in D.C. A group of West Virginians came up and we attended the protest and the march. Basically, D.C. is under occupation. There is a surge in law enforcement coming out against folks who are marginalized, folks who are vulnerable. D.C. still doesn't have representation in Congress, and they do not have the right to govern themselves, which every American deserves. And that's why we're here today. As activists and advocates, all of us agree this is a threat to democracy and it must be stopped. So that's why we are here, exercising our right to peacefully protest. If you agree with this, if you agree with our mission, like, share, comment, do all the things for this video, and tell DC, democracy does not die with state lines.
There you go. Britt McGuire, running for the 1st District of West Virginia. She has a strong platform, no doubt. Oh, there was another redistricting in Ohio in 2022. What did I think it was last year? Right, okay. Right. But it still stands. The same thing, the same argument I'm making still stands. We can still do democracy right now. And this is the moment for it. We are in the primaries. The general is already a done deal. But in the primaries, it's when we have the most effect. That's why I'm urging everyone to get involved in these primaries. I know that there's a lot of reasons for us to feel disenfranchised, as we are literally being disenfranchised by Republicans legislatively. A lot of reasons to feel discouraged. Believe me, I've got a laundry list of them. But you can never forget that
Never give up. Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
All right, staying in West Virginia, this is the candidate I think is the best on the list here out of, I think, the 3 different candidates running for West Virginia's 2nd congressional district. Ace Parsi.
Our next congressional candidate we're going to hear from is from right here in Monongalia County, Ace Parsi.
Great to be here with y'all. Some of you, I think most of you know me, but some of you don't, so I'm going to introduce myself. You might have actually heard a little bit on the West Virginia Public Broadcasting story today. But I come to this seat in a unique way. I'm a first-generation immigrant from Iran. So my youngest memories were when I was 8 and a half, going to the windowless room in the house because there was a bombing happening. So when Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump play their war games, these are human beings that are doing that to you. And we treat every human being with dignity. We treat every human being with value. I'm going to try to make it through the speech without embarrassing my 10-year-old daughter. Did I already fail? Maybe? Okay. So I'm running in this because I know what it's like when people are inherently good and their government's not. I know what it's like when people want desperately a voice in the decisions that affect them and they don't have it. And I know what it's like when government is the greatest source of injustice in people's lives. That is the country that I left. I came to this one because I wanted to defend that for her. And that's why I'm running. I run on 3 particular areas, and they're part of my own lived experience. So I run on affordability. And when I came to this country, I basically, our family was supported by a job that my mother had at just babysitting, and my brother had at a grocery store. So I know what that affordability issue is deep in my bones. My first area is affordability. We need to turn around this big, beautiful bill, big, monstrous bill, right away. It's costing us our Medicaid. It's costing us our housing benefits. We're going to turn that around. We're going to invest in our teachers. Number 2, care. We're going to invest in our public education system because the world doesn't need another investment banker or a tech pro. It needs another teacher. It needs another social worker. It needs more nurses. So we're going to make their education free, and we're going to honor them as professions. And we are going to take our democracy back. If Patrick Morrissey and Mark Zuckerberg don't want a tech center, a data center in their backyard, they should not get to put one in yours. Listen, I believe in democracy deep in my bones. I have phone banked and door knocked for amazing candidates. Our next state senator, John Williams, Evan Hansen, and Anisha Hamilton. I have gone and I have marched with many of you. I have delivered 185 waffles to Shelley Moore Capito's office when she waffled on her promise not to go after Medicaid. I have gotten arrested at her office with some of you.
Right away.
When she did not do whole town halls or actually give her a plan. I am here because I believe democracy isn't a philosophical thing for me. It is in my bones. I have been working with you hand in hand. And I came to Morgantown 10 years ago when Trump was first elected, looking for a resistance, and instead I found the community. You have been my community. And I am deeply proud of this community, what you've meant for my family here, and what you've been. And I will gladly walk with these amazing candidates that we have. We will win up and down the ballot. Come over.
Well, there is Ace Parsi, a guy I think is a great candidate running for West Virginia second. I think West Virginia would be very much benefited by his leadership. A first-generation immigrant from Iran, from a working-class family who struggled to make ends meet here in America, who's involved in activism and policy platform, sort of represent, I think, the exact sort of vibes we're looking for around here at GNN. Waffles, exactly. I loved that one. He showed up to a state senator's office or whatever with a bunch of waffles for not sticking up for Medicaid dollars. That's it. I mean, that alone. What I found interesting is that Ace is doing the same thing. He's doing a Zoran. He hasn't gotten the same attention everybody has. But he's doing a Zoran, and these next two videos got some serious views. That one got 47. This next one got 135,000. These next two are really quick clips of Ace going around listening to people.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
It's just crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
I'm Ace Parsi, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. I came to the U.S. as an 8-year-old immigrant fleeing a country that didn't listen to its people. Riley Moore voted to gut SNAP and healthcare for West Virginians. He's not listening. I'm listening to you, the hardworking people of West Virginia. Look, this country gave me a future. West Virginians' decency made this my home. On May 12th, vote for someone who's actually listening. I'm Ace Parsi, and I'm running for U.S. Congress. I came to the U.S. as an 8-year-old immigrant fleeing a country that didn't listen to its people. I'm listening to you, the hardworking people of West Virginia. I'm asking for your vote on May 12th. So
I just like the fact that he's trying to do this, do the exact same thing that Zoran did, right? He's just going around with a microphone, asking people what they want out of their government, right? We need more of that in this world right now. Not enough of our government asking us what we want.
Why are you voting for Ace?
Why am I voting for Ace? Well, I think he's honest, he has integrity, and I think he's truly concerned about the people of West Virginia and not the corporate interest.
Because I want to end corruption in this country.
I think Ace has the ability to make things more affordable. Housing and food, everything that people just need.
Why are you voting for Ace?
I'm voting for Ace because he cares about people. I really respect him a lot. He's like a brother. He's a brother to all of us.
Why are you voting for Ace?
Because he's a really decent person. He has all the right ideas about helping everybody who need health care, who need housing, and that's a lot of people in West Virginia.
Why are you voting for Ace?
Because he cares about people like me and you instead of just rich people.
Because I believe he genuinely cares about people, and I know a lot of people in West Virginia are struggling to get groceries and health care.
The format of this is honestly fucking amazing. We need more child political interviewers. This kid's a pro. Well, there certainly seems to be some buzz around Ace here. Hopefully he winds up taking it here this Tuesday during the primaries. All right, let's go back to talking about the numbers real quick.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
This is pretty stunning. Again, you wonder why you see all these right-wingers, Ben Shapiro's outfit laying off half of their their staff.
Well, they also laid off half their audience too.
And I'm sorry, I sequenced that wrong. Half their audience decided to go somewhere else. Now, again, I have all those theories about where that audience came from, but nevertheless, why you see sort of people like Tim Pool in a panic. I think Steven Crowder is still streaming, but I'm not sure where, or why.
He had a chance to take $50 million out of the Daily Wire and blew it. He could have got the last big...
To say he was being silenced.
Yeah.
Think of all the implants I would have bought him.
Every day, there is new data showing that Donald Trump is like a lead balloon on the Republican Party's midterm prospects. Every day. And this, again, is with an incredibly feckless Democratic leadership, because their polling's not so much better. It's just that you got to choose one.
Who are the people who are dragging down President Trump's approval rating? We are talking about a very important block for the President of the United States. That is Republican-leaning independents. That is what's going on. Take a look here. This is the difference. Trump's approval rating at this point in terms. Independents who lean Republican versus those who are just Republicans only. Look at this among independents who lean Republican. Back in term number one, he was at 73% at this point in term. Down he goes, an absolute collapse now. Just 53% of independents who lean Republican now approve of the President of the United States. That's very different from Republicans only. It was 83 at this point in term number one. It's 83% now, but that's a 20-point decline in his approval rating, nearly at the 50% mark, with a group that traditionally has very much been in the president's camp.
This isn't just indies. This is independents who lean Republican, people who in theory should be predisposed to like the president there. Talk more about the shift we've seen actually now this time from just a couple years ago.
Just a couple of years ago. Take a look at this shift. Oh my.
Hold on, pause it for 1 second.
GOP
Hold on 1 second. Just go back a little bit, because this is also relevant. GOP only. It has not moved an iota.
That's the cult, baby.
It has not moved an iota.
Exactly.
That is fascinating.
Not even slightly.
Like, that is fascinating. Like, what would Donald Trump have to do? Got into a war, complete opposite of what he said he would do. Prices are going through the roof. Gas is like $1.50 more than it was 3 months ago.
Implicated with a child trafficker.
Right. It covered up the Epstein
covered
files.
up the Epstein files. I mean, just on and on.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
It's just, these are authoritarians. They just have turned off their brains.
No, seriously though, sometimes I sit here and rack my brain about what Donald Trump would have to do to lose that Republican support. I keep wondering. It really is a fascinating question at this point. What's left? I mean, he's done all sorts of things, like the trade war. Like, Republicans supposedly hate tariffs, and then they all got on board for it. They're the supposed lovers of free trade. got on board for the most nonsense trade war in history. Like the most directionless and unencumbered from reality, like trade war you could ever imagine, and they were all on board for it. The supposed lovers of free market economics. It's like go down the list, like he said, Epstein files. I mean, there's so many things that he has done that technically have forced Republicans to awkwardly reverse themselves on formerly espoused positions, and yet they all just continue on with it. I'm just wondering, what would it take? What would it take? I honestly don't have an answer. All of my answers are utterly insane.
The extent that it was ever turned on. I mean, that's the thing that really strikes me is like, like relatively normal people are displeased with the fact that we're fighting a war that nobody understands why, that it's going to potentially destroy the world economy for an extended period of time. It's going to possibly create oil shortages, food shortages. We're kicked millions of people off of healthcare. Like, by any measure, we're a more like a problematic society. And yet,
but right, and yet not
one
iota.
Point.
And that's the cohort of people that are booing, or they're the too far gones. They're the people that are never going to go anywhere, and they're also older than probably independents who lean Republican, because the growing political constituency amongst younger people is being independent, not associated with either party. And so, but that was also the people that Trump made gains with in the last election, was some younger people who might be inclined to vote Republican, and that's who he's losing right now.
Yeah, and the only other thing, I mean, just to be fair, is that you can't measure the enthusiasm of that 83%. That they may be like,
or if it's the same, size.
If it's raining out.
Yeah, that is an important question we have to talk about. And how much of the Trump voting bloc is independent, like GOP leaning independents? That's another question I feel like I need to know the answer to at this point. But I should probably look into that right now. But the mood right now is very important, because sure, maybe the GOP supports everything Trump's doing right now, regardless of if it makes them complete hypocrites or not. But are they feeling motivated to go to the polls and vote to protect it? Are they feeling incentivized to go out there and vote for the Republicans in the midterms to make sure that Trump's agenda is enacted? That is another question, I think. Like, how much of his base are feeling sort of low energy and feeling like the couch would be a much better option than standing in line?
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Also, I have to add, don't forget the hantavirus is spreading in Jersey right now. We might have another COVID situation. I see a repeat incoming.
I didn't hear about Jersey. I just heard about all I heard about was the fucking boat. Jersey. Yeah, that's news. What? It doesn't sound good. It was reported earlier today on Huffington Post. Okay, I'll take a look into that. Get a chance. What we're doing? Oh, right. Yeah, actually, we're going to move on. That's enough of the numbers. Where was I? I've lost my place. Oh, yes. Right. Well, while we're talking about elections. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should do it in this order. I think it just makes more sense to do it like this. We're going to stay with Harry. We got a little more on the numbers.
This is one of the biggest changes I have ever seen. I was so concerned I somehow mistyped something. That's how bad this number is. Today, we are going to count down the top 6 ways in which Trump is losing the key core group of independents, because independent voters are who elect our presidents of the United States. And we can see that Donald John Trump is in a whole heck of a lot of trouble with independents, because take a look here. Independent support for Trump back during the 2024 election. Look.
I'm just realizing these are the same numbers. They just reposted the clip on CNN. It's very rude. Why would you do this, CNN? Oh, right. These are a bunch of Harry's different numbers here. Do we need these right now? I'm trying to think. We talked about this earlier this week. But suffice to say, Trump's numbers are historically bad. Worse than Nixon, worse than Bush, worse than Biden, worse than literally any other. Oh, I'm sorry, worse than Obama, worse than any other president term two. Really having a rough time of things. All right, yeah, let's just go to this one. I was right to have just put this here. I don't really need this clip from CNN. Let's talk about a different election, the presidential election, and the vice president, who is being publicly humiliated repeatedly, first by Donald Trump over and over again, I would point out. Really, when you think about it, Trump is setting him up for failure. Giving him things like the fraud task force. The most fraudulent and corrupt administration. The claim that it was going to take on all the fraud in government that completely failed to do that. Just give the vice president the fucking responsibility. Yeah.
Now, I don't know about you guys, but I'm personally convinced that Trump is trying to sabotage J.D. Vance right in front of his face. Because, as you all know, a malignant narcissist can never willingly give up control and pass the torch. For Trump, he genuinely doesn't give a shit if the world ends with him, which is a terrifying scenario, that a guy that has the ability to launch nuclear weapons genuinely doesn't give a shit if the world goes on beyond him. In a systematic way, Trump has been sort of throwing under the bus every single potential 2028 Republican candidate. And JD's at the front of the line that's, getting fucking beheaded for the world to see. So Trump sends JD Vance to Iowa to campaign, okay? And to say this goes poorly is a colossal understatement. JD Vance is probably one of the single most awkward politicians in the country. He just has that vibe that everybody hates. Even if you generally agree with him ideologically, you can admit when you look at him, like, oh, something's off with that guy. Something's wrong. Okay? He's got a fucking smug-ass, punchable face. He's got this fake self-assured demeanor. Clearly, he's a vapid, empty husk of a human who's desperately trying to climb the ladder of relevance to get power. He doesn't even know why he wants power because he's not going to do anything good with it. He just wants power for the sake of power. It's all for self-aggrandizement, getting his name in the history books. Meanwhile, he fucking wears eyeliner. That's why Jennifer Welch calls him the smoky-eyed sociopath and the failed drag queen. It's just rough, bro. It's just rough. To listen to this guy talk is to want to fucking run away at 1,000 miles an hour or hit yourself in the head with a brick. I would rather do self-harm than listen to this guy give a speech. So let's start with this.
Illegal.
This is the part where Vance is basically desperately pleading with farmers to say, like, hey, bro, hey, look, I know things are kind of rough, no big deal, bro, but we're working on it. That's all you need to know is we're working on it. We're trying to fix it. And so that's why, you guys should vote for Republicans. Quite a pitch there, fella. Quite a pitch. I know shit's fucked up, and we're trying to fix it. It hasn't gotten better, but we're trying to fix it, but support us, I guess? I don't know. Here we go. Watch this.
We also know that a lot of our farmers are struggling with high fertilizer prices. I'm aware of that. As the President of the United States has said, we got a little blip in the Middle East. We got to take care of some business on the foreign policy side.
We got a little blip. Is that what you would call carpet bombing a little girl's elementary school? A little blip. Is that a little blip? Is it a little blip to attack steel plants? Is it a little blip to attack power plants? Is it a little blip to bomb civilian bridges? Is that what it is? It's a little blip.
He's blipping it. We're just blipping. We're just blipping out here. Kyle doesn't know about that.
Every single day to make sure that you guys and the farmers of this great state get access to the products that they need. We're working on it.
Look, I know y'all ain't got no
working on it.
fertilizer.
Look.
I know that might lead to famine. I know
We're
that 70% of you
working on it,
can't grow the crop.
He's so unlikable. And he sounds weak. When he comes out here and he sounds this weak. He sounds like he's almost pleading with the voters. Please stop complaining. Okay, we're working on it. I know we were all frustrated because we're doing a terrible job, but look, we're gonna fix it. Don't worry. Am I wrong? It sounds weak. Sounds fucking weak, dude.
Awful,
Bezos.
awful. Weak.
And then meanwhile, look, all these farmers, I'm going to play this one more time. Keep your eye on everybody in the background here. Fucking stone-faced silent, listening to this loser basically apologize for sucking shit.
We also know that a lot of our farmers are struggling with high fertilizer prices.
Look at their faces.
I'm aware of that. As the President of the United States has said, we got a little blip in the Middle East. We got to take care of some business on the foreign policy side. But you know what we're doing simultaneously? We're working with the congressman, and we're finding ways every single day to make sure that you guys and the farmers of this great state get access to the products that they need.
Oh, my goodness.
We're working on it. We're working on it every single day.
Oh.
Am I wrong? Does he not sound like he's pleading? He's like, please don't abandon us. Please, you gotta get out there and vote for Republicans. Because that's what's happening right now, right? This is the midterms. And this is the Vice President of the United States pleading with America. Please, America, we know you're angry at us, but we're working on it. We're gonna fix it. We're totally working every day. We're working on it. We're talking to people about stuff.
Columbiarican _ 9505 just cheered 100 bits. A blip. Yes, with this admin throwing us on this path, humanity is gonna become a blip on this planet's history.
So true. Very true words. Sad but true. I'd like to think we can overcome this moment, but it is, it's bleak. It's bleak. Thank you for the bits.
Oh, it's so bad. But we're not done. We got more. So here's Vance, who had a Trump moment here, totally confused, reading off his script, loses his place, and what follows is just incredibly, incredibly hard to watch. Here we go.
When I see Iowa farmers who need to get that E15 to market, what is this? What is Zach, you're gonna have to help me out with her name here.
Oh no! Oh no! Public speaking number one is you got to be able to adjust on the fly, son. You got to be able to fucking bob and weave and dodge. It's like a dance up in this bitch. You can't.
What
Steve,
is his name?
Steve, I lost my spot. What's their name? Bro, what's going on?
Who need to get that E15 to market? What is this? What is Zach, you're gonna have to help me out with her name here. I lost my page here. Okay. All right. Okay, there we go. Sarah Trone Garriott. There he is. I'm on the wrong page here.
By the way, this is who Tucker's going to try to force feed you in.
Oh, yeah. Sarah? I like... Dude. And you can tell the energy here is... I mean, it's not a Trump rally. You can tell everybody just looks bored. Borderline, like... annoyed. Like everybody in this picture is like, what the fuck am I doing here right now? This guy does not have the charisma of Trump. This guy has the charisma of a wet blanket. JD has no fucking chance in 2028. They're gonna try and sell this guy and it's not gonna go well. Although I do think Tucker is gonna be the one who runs. I've been thinking about it a lot lately, actually. Who is assuming Trump doesn't run for a third term, like a complete deranged dictator, and Republicans put up a new batch of presidential nominees, Tucker's gonna be in there. Bro he has negative aura. He has a very weak aura. Like, whatever the opposite of Riz is, that's JD Vance. Jay
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
All right. Well, let's talk about Republicans' efforts to avoid massive losses in the midterms. And by avoid, I mean repress the vote.
Tennessee's Republican-dominated state legislature has approved a new congressional map to carve up the state's only black majority district in an effort to help Tennessee Republicans secure all 9 House seats. Tennessee Republican Governor Bill Lee quickly signed the bill into law. Similar efforts to rapidly redraw maps are underway across southern states following the Supreme Court's gutting of the Voting Rights Act last week. The gerrymandering is just one part of a larger Republican push to overhaul the nation's electoral system. A new investigation by Reuters details how the Trump administration is seeking to gain federal control over elections in at least 8 states, using investigations, raids, and demands for access to balloting systems and voter ID records. We're joined now by Reuters investigative journalist Ned Parker. Earlier this week, he and his colleagues at Reuters won a Pulitzer Prize for documenting how President Trump has used the levers of government to punish his political enemies. Ned Parker, congratulations on the Pulitzer. We want to get to that investigative series that you did. But we want to begin with your latest investigation. It's headlined, How Trump is Moving to Control U.S. Elections, One State at a Time. Start off by just laying out how he's doing this.
Right. What we did in this piece is we really examined the ways that the federal government, the Trump administration, is probing the boundaries of state and local administration of elections by doing things such as the raid in Fulton County, Georgia in January, having a senior Justice Department official contact two election clerks in Missouri to see if he would, if they could get access to their voting machines. We've also found out about investigations in Ohio by Homeland Security into voter fraud. So there are things across the board. The questioning of the Secretary of State's office in Nevada by the FBI about data related to the 2020 election. All of this I would describe as a probing by the federal government about what's possible, how much more they can exert power over states and localities regarding the coming election. And it's a black box, really, how far this goes. The election experts we spoke to, they really see this as a testing of the waters. And what comes next is really an open
for
question.
stunlocking and interrupting Amy Goodman. But
And
it's
Ned,
so unacceptable
President
that
Trump
the
has
political
mentioned in the
minority will
past
have
trying to
complete control of the
federalize
political
elections,
majority.
which are
Liberals
clearly
have seceded so
always
much
have been
power to
run
the
at
right
the
over
at the
years.
state level. But what you're seeing is a state by state effort to basically go under the radar.
Right. Well, what we did was we documented the 8 states where there have been operations. So this is everything from the raid in Fulton County, Georgia, ongoing federal investigations in Arizona into the 2020 election, a similar effort in Nevada, and then things like a former Trump administration official, now a lobbyist, who made calls to Republican clerks, county clerks in Colorado, representing himself as working on behalf of the White House, seeking access to voting machines. And in one case, a clerk from a large county, he said he received a call from a senior cyber defense official from Homeland Security to seek access to his county's voting machines. And he said no. When we asked the White House about this and Homeland Security, while they said that the White House declined to comment about the lobbyist, and Homeland Security basically declined to answer about whether or not there was a call from a senior cyber defense official in their agency to this local county clerk who's Republican. And what's really interesting in all of this is that you see real pressure on local officials, certainly state officials, but on local officials. And this cuts across the board. It's a nonpartisan issue. We're talking about Republican clerks, clerks who are Democrats, people who are independent, who administer elections. And as you said, elections have always been administered by state and local officials. And what we're seeing is the Trump administration in some ways is seeking to relitigate the 2020 election, and they're also seeking to impose federal authority over the administration of elections. And this is the local issues we're talking about. And then things like the Trump administration's executive orders seeking to create.
Yeah. This is one of the things that's been keeping me up at night. Like, I'm already stressed out over like all this shit. But like this stuff has been keeping me up at night, generally speaking. And genuinely, this whole thing is too much for me to handle. Like the amount of effort I would have to put into to also do the state Senate elections, which I'm starting to think we need to find a way to start doing. Right? Because like he's saying, a lot of this stuff is happening at the state level. We got to be making progress there too. Right? From top to bottom, we need good good legislators, right? We can't just throw our hands up when it comes to granular, right? But that part of the problem is that it affects only so many numbers of people. Right? There's way more state Senate seats than there are House districts, right? I don't know what the number is, like, ratio-wise, But it's got to be like, Jesus, like 6, 7 to 1 or something like that. It's a ton. It would take it from hundreds to thousands of races that I'd have to be following. And I'm not even, I don't even think I'm adequately keeping up with the current races. But in this moment, with the fascist government, we need vigilance. Like, we need to be at every level of government, watching what the government's doing and ensuring that we put the right people in office, in power, from city councils to the state senates to the House of Representatives and all the way up. But unfortunately, right now, we got a hell of a lot going on. That has nothing to do with the democracy. That has nothing to do with the elections. And it's all kind of happening beneath our feet. Like, right? Like, beneath all of our feet. The shifting sands of democracy are happening. And we could be the ones turning the tides. However, Republicans are doing absolutely everything they can to prevent that from happening, right? It is an upward battle. The federal government, the state governments, all working together. Certainly in the red states. But even not in the red states, right? Trump is still trying to send in DHS and the FBI, go through voter rolls.
National Registry of Voters, seeking to require documentary proof of citizenship. There are like many aspects to this. A top-down effect with both Trump, the Trump administration, and Republicans in Congress trying to create these proof of citizenship requirements to register to vote. And then this, what we were describing as these efforts, whether with raids or contacts to local officials or investigations that are impacting officials who day in, day out are just doing their jobs in counties and states.
Now, your investigation also notes that at the same time, the Trump administration is slashing the budget and the staff of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. Could you talk about what that agency's role is and why its efforts are being curtailed?
Sure. Well, CISA was created in the first Trump administration, and the head of CISA, that's the Cyber Defense Agency, the original head was fired in 2020 shortly after the presidential election, when he said that election was fair, honest, and one of the best elections in U.S. history. And since the president was disputing his successor, Joe Biden's victory, he fired the first head of CISA. And what we've seen in this term is that the very beginning of his administration, the Trump administration basically cut the budget of CISA and laid off many of its staff. Along with that, secretaries of state and other senior election officials have described how they've stopped receiving intelligence briefings about threats to elections. That has not happened, according to them, in the first Trump since Trump returned to power, was reelected. Likewise, local officials, county clerks who would receive security.
Because it feels like the threat is coming from inside the house now, right? Like, they stop reporting on threats to elections because they're the threat to elections. It's fascinating how we're no longer reporting to election officials in states, and instead we're investigating them. The federal government is, at least. Good fucking God. What a nonsense time we're living in, huh?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
I think I see contention here in the chat. I think there may be some people who don't go out and vote because of laziness, but I think NR Gray makes a strong point, because the fact is that I think, unfortunately, we have too many people who just can't make it to the polls because they have kids, they have a job, and their entire day when the polls are open is taken up by those things. And we need to make election days federal holidays, right? Like the general election should be federal holidays. Everybody has off of work, banks are closed, and everybody goes to the polls as part of their civic duty, right? And we all celebrate that together. Celebrate democracy. It's like, honestly, July 4th, like the celebration of July 4th should happen on election day. Or we should switch election day to fucking July 4th. One or the other. Or just make fucking election day a federal holiday, like I'm saying. But also, we need state holidays. I know this sounds crazy. We need like state holidays for the primary days. Because like, and of course, like once again, like they don't want us to actually be engaged, unfortunately. And so this really is going to require a lot of effort to get to a place where we have that, unfortunately, but it is something we should be shooting for, because it's certainly one of the things that is preventing people from getting out there and voting, is because they're living their lives, because they're living their very difficult and stressful and busy fucking lives. There are some handful of people who are like, we talk about the couch, right? And that's the representation of laziness, right? But I don't think that's the thing that's really preventing people from voting. It's either people being completely disincentivized from voting, right? People who are so sick of the political system that they're throwing their hands up and saying, I don't care. Or it's people who are just too fucking busy. That is my sense of things. We're going to keep talking about the threat to democracy, but move on from democracy now, just for time's sake. I'm moving fairly slow today. We've had worse days, I suppose, but I'm not on any record pace right now. Oh, God, and it's a long weekending report list I have today. It's been a fairly busy week, full of a great deal of nonsense. Okay, now unfortunately, the Supreme Court last week determined that you can racistly disenfranchise black and brown and other minority voters from their representatives so long as you don't declare that that's what you're doing while you do it. And that you basically you can no longer make that it is now, according to the Supreme Court, racist to create a majority black or brown or otherwise minority majority district. That's racism, according to the Supreme Court. Which, brings up sentences in my head like, I guess we're going to have to force white voters to vote Democrat.
I'm staying in the race.
Let's go here to CNN. Talk about the redistricting race that is now underway in red states as a result of this horrible Supreme Court decision.
The Virginia Supreme Court has just struck down a new congressional map that was passed by voters last month. Democrats have proposed a new map with the hopes of flipping 4 Republican-held House seats, and this is the latest battle in what's become this nationwide redistricting war. CNN's Arlette Saenz is here in the Situation Room. And Arlette, this is a big blow to Democrats.
Yeah, it really is. Democrats had been hoping to shore up their efforts to try to reclaim the majority, but this ruling from Virginia State Supreme Court is a significant derailment of those Democratic plans. Now, the Virginia State Supreme Court ruled that the creation of this referendum that happened last month violated the state's constitution. Our team is still reading through this opinion, but this certainly will be.
Now, I listened to this opinion a little bit, and this is how I read the opinion. It's unconstitutional to let voters decide what maps are. Full stop. That is my reading of this decision. from the Supreme Court is that it is not explicitly laid out that voters can decide maps and therefore is unconstitutional. But once again, this is really the message to be taken from this. The Virginia Supreme Court in this particular decision said, hey, you know what? It's unconstitutional for voters to decide the maps. We just think it's unfair to representatives. It's too democratic. It's too representative of what the voters want. It's not fair.
Help! I'm being repressed!
A what now?
Now, this is, of course, not the Supreme Court, the federal Supreme Court. This is a state Supreme Court decision. But there were multiple Supreme Court decisions this week, that were utterly idiotic. This one right here, I feel like, and what's so fucking disappointing about this one for me is that Democrats, you remember when this first came down, and I was like, oh, it was a state Supreme Court decision. Democrats in the state will surely take this to the federal Supreme Court and appeal it. Right? They'll take it to an appeals court. They'll get it taken up to the Supreme Court, and they'll fight this out. Right? That was what I said when we first heard this news. You remember that? That was early this week. I was very stupid and naive for saying that, apparently, because state Democrats in Virginia actually said, oh, that's fine. We respect the state Supreme Court. We respect the very heavily Republican Supreme Court in the state of Virginia. We will not fight this decision. No, no, no.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
All right, now we're going to broaden out our view here a little bit.
It's a huge loss for Democrats who spent tens of millions of dollars persuading Virginia voters to approve the new map. And it comes one day after Tennessee's governor signed into law a new Republican gerrymander that breaks up the only majority black district in the state. Louisiana, Alabama, and South Carolina may soon pass their own last-minute maps. So here's where that leaves the redistricting wars nationwide right now. Republicans have targeted 14 extra seats. Democrats could pick up 6. Theoretically, it would be an 8-seat GOP advantage. But here's an important caveat. Just because a seat is redrawn by Republicans or even Democrats doesn't mean it automatically goes that way, especially in a year like this one. I'm joined by a terrific group of reporters.
Yeah, we're good on this, but the point stands +8 from this current map, with more red seats potentially being drawn up in other southern states like Alabama, Louisiana, and South Carolina. What Democrats need to do is go in and start gerrymandering politically. Okay? Politically. You go through the voting blocks and you figure out who votes Republican and who votes Democrat. Right? And then you start breaking that shit up in places like New York, Oregon, Washington, Michigan. Like any place that votes blue. New Jersey. Really. Like, you just start disenfranchising Republican voters. It's completely legal, according to the Supreme Court. You just can't intentionally make majority-minority districts, according to them. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. It totally dismantles the Voting Rights Act, but that's the current law, the current state of play right now. So you just have to accept that and essentially fight as is until we can impeach the Supreme Court and replace them. Because that's, I mean, there's really, I just don't see what else you do in that situation. I just don't see another democratic solution. You just have to play by those rules. You say, okay, yeah, great, okay. And you just start gerrymandering away red seats in every single place that you can think of. fact is, there's still a lot of little red districts in places like New York and Washington that you could start doing some fancy map drawing on political grounds. Unfortunately, this is all happening in the middle of the primaries. Like this is like the thing that I hate about this argument that I'm making is this is chaos. Like I'm in the middle of trying to get ready. Like I've been, you know, compiling information for all the state primaries across the nation, and I'm thinking to myself, will this district be the same? Will the person still be running in this district if it changes? Like there's all these questions that I need to be like essentially running through my head with all of this in mind. It's like because those things could possibly change. All right, now let's go to Tennessee, where things are changing. As we talked about yesterday, Republican state senators, the Tennessee Assembly decided to redistrict its maps and attempt to take away the one black district in the state, just like everybody was saying they were going to. And that is going to affect people who live in Tennessee. Tennesseans, I believe, is what you call them. Tennesseeites? I don't know. I can't say for sure.
I'm Capitol Hill reporter Chris Davis. As a result of the redistricting in the state legislature, where I'm standing right now in southeast Nashville is projected to get their third different congressman in just the last 10 years. In 2020, southeast Nashville was represented by Congressman Jim Cooper.
I just want to pause that real quick. 10 years. They've been redistricted 3 times. They're getting like 3 different Congress people. Like this is chaos. They're creating chaos.
Years. In 2020, southeast Nashville was represented by Congressman Jim Cooper. In 2023, Congressman Andy Ogles. And under this new map, now Congressman Scott Desjardins. So let's take a look at the map. Obviously, Shelby County has been divided up into 3 different congressional districts. But if you look at the state as a whole, this looks very different compared to the map we just had. The new 4th district, represented by Desjardins, also has most of Rutherford County and has now picked up Cannon and Van Buren counties. The new 5th congressional district, represented by Ogles, now covers western Williamson County, half of Murray County, picks up Lewis, Hickman, Humphreys, Houston, and swings up to Stewart County, takes the Tennessee portion of Fort Campbell, a sliver of North Montgomery County, then goes all the way out to West Tennessee, down along the Mississippi River, and finally to downtown Memphis. The 6th congressional district, represented by the outgoing John Rose, now has...
These people are fucking insane. And the fact is Republican pundits are still trying to pretend like it's unfair for Democrats to redistrict. We're living in the upside down, okay? Only Republicans get to do things. Democrats aren't allowed to. This is no longer a democracy, okay? This is a dictatorship. Only one political party is allowed to do things in this country. You're the only 10 I see, Jalissa? That's sweet, lowercase. That's sweet. Anyways, this is causing incredible confusion for people. People now do not know who their representative is all of a sudden. Unnecessarily. Mid-decade. There was supposed to be no redistricting, but they decided anyway so they could try and win some political elections. And of course, disenfranchise black people.
We've
Thanks,
been talking
Tennessee.
about, in the wake of the Voting Rights Act, more or less demise. I mean, you know, between Shelby and one or two other cases over the years, various parts of the Voting Rights Act have been eviscerated. And remember, the reason why we need a Voting Rights Act was because there were many states in this country, even following the Civil War. In fact, maybe particularly because they did it after the Civil War, after they killed black politicians and drove black officials out of their states and basically committed pogroms in the wake of Reconstruction. They then turned to the Supreme Court to uphold and state legislatures to uphold Jim Crow laws and voting restrictions, I mean, on and on. And after, you know, over 100 years, I mean, obviously 100 years from the Civil War, prior to that, the voting restriction was you're not human, so obviously you wouldn't vote. You're just our property. But after, you know, hundreds of years of U.S. history of discrimination and racism in terms of disempowering black people for specifically in a political arena, the U.S. government decided to pass the Voting Rights Act. And Republicans hated it from day one. In 1981, you had a lawyer at the DOJ who was adamant, working for Reagan, that we can get rid of the Voting Rights Act. And he would grow up 20 years later to be a Supreme Court justice, in fact, the Chief Justice, John Roberts.
But he did tell some fundraisers earlier this week that they are not political actors, okay? They are not political actors on the Supreme Court. We are completely removed from politics as we make all of these decisions about politics.
Who, me, politics?
So within hours
what now?
of the Supreme Court essentially saying you can get around the Voting Rights Act if you say that you're just being partisan. That's basically what the ruling was. If you say you're being partisan and it helps one party over another, then you can get around the Voting Rights Act, which of course is absurd. And it was off to the races. Here is Tennessee passed a redistricting map. They have split Memphis into like 4 different voting things so that you have the interest of people who live in a city shared with people who live in the country or in the suburbs. And those people in the suburbs are going to dictate, and so on and so on and so on.
And this is an area that is currently, the NAACP is currently suing Elon Musk and his XAI data center for insane air pollution in Memphis. So if there's ever a group of people that need the ability to exercise their political rights and be able to vote for representatives that are not going to say, like, poison them, it's this community. Memphis has been a punching bag in many ways.
We've also passed a provision where there's no obligation to tell voters, 43,000 have voted already in the primary, that their polling station has changed. Here is protests at the State House.
Call us back in. I'll say now.
No, number two, not number 1.
This is the protest in Tennessee. Yeah.
That is when the vote, I think, took place, or at one point they were also arresting. I think we can keep going there. I think that's when there was a confrontation with Justin Jones, I think. Or they're coming out of the, these are the lawmakers are coming out very excited, some of them, that they've disenfranchised all those black people. Thumbs up. We did it. We've been waiting since 1865 to really be able to do this, or maybe it was since 1965 when our Jim Crow laws were repealed or made I should say illegal. Let's go. Here's a picture of that Justin Jones on burning the Confederate flag. This is number 3 in the state capitol building. These type of protests, super important. Super important. Meanwhile, in Alabama, they were in such a hurry to disenfranchise black people and eviscerate black political power.
I thought they're supposed to move slowly down south. They're supposed to be kind of lackadaisical about things, except when it comes to taking black people's voting rights away.
We move real slow around here on this part, so unless black people's votes need to be taken away, and then we can do that real quick. Don't you worry about that. No, you worry
despite the fact that there was a tornado warning with sirens blaring, they needed to get that vote in.
Call us back in. They'll say now we didn't came. Now they didn't call us still coming back and trying to go. We didn't made the motion to pass the bill when we were supposed to be going into recess.
This is an unbelievable fucking scene right here. I think it's more important to get the maps in to disenfranchise voters than to get safe from a fucking tornado. This is depraved. These people are literally burning our democracy down, and the way that this video, it looks like our democracy is burning down with the sirens going on in the background. All these Republicans running around to get their votes in.
Coming back and trying to go. We didn't made the motion to pass the bill when we were supposed to be going into recess.
A little bit metaphorical.
Yep.
Okay, so here it is right now. They're cloturing us right now.
See this?
So
They are literally not suspending the proceedings, but looking for a cloture vote so they can actually vote. And while some people are like, maybe we should go because of the tornado. Nope.
You would think the evangelicals would take the symbolism.
Yeah. Well, if it didn't
I think
hit.
they take it as like, oh, that's the South is riding again siren. Continue.
Seriously. That's exactly what it is. Staying on that topic, I say we go here to Democracy Now! Next.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. And we end today's show with the acclaimed legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw, professor of law at UCLA and Columbia University, executive director of the African American Policy Forum. She coined the term intersectionality in 1989, which she's described as a lens through which you can see where power comes and collides, where it interlocks and intersects. Kimberly Crenshaw went on to write, it's not simply that there's a race problem here, a gender problem here, and a class or LGBTQ problem here. Many times that framework erases what happens to people who are subject to all of these things. Kimberly Crenshaw is also a leading scholar in the field of critical race theory. For years, President Trump has led a campaign against CRT as part of a broader attack on how history is taught and told in the country. Well, Kimberly Williams Crenshaw has just published a new book. It's titled Backtalker, an American memoir. In the book, she writes, quote, when the federal government silences the past, it destroys the foundation upon which civil rights and equality are grounded. Professor Crenshaw, it's such an honor to have you here. Backtalker. What does that mean?
Backtalker is a frame that I use to encourage people to talk back against claims that the world as we have experienced it is the way it can only be, that there is no reason to continue to advocate for change, that what we have is pretty much all we deserve. I am thinking about backtalking as the kind of resistance that we need to the logics that tell us that the world is pretty much okay the way it is, and we know it isn't.
So put that backtalk against the Voting Rights Act and what has happened with it. And for people who don't understand what exactly has happened, and if you can also talk about the Supreme Court finding that Louisiana's current congressional map is unconstitutional, which followed Governor Landry suspending the state's primaries for the U.S. House of Representatives.
Well, the Voting Rights Act was the crown jewel of the civil rights movement, in part because it said, look, it doesn't matter the specific thing that you're doing to undermine the voting strength of traditionally excluded populations. The Voting Rights Act protects against intentional or effective disenfranchisement of protected groups. Well, what this Supreme Court has now said is that if you take race into account in trying to address racism in the voting rights system, that you are the one that is guilty of creating a racialized system. So what they're effectively saying is that if you draw a district in order to protect an incumbent, that's okay. If you draw a district in order to maximize minority voting strength, that's not okay. Now, let's be clear about one thing. Incumbency is often the product of racial power.
No, exactly. You're right. It's unfair to intentionally give power to minorities. But by making that illegal, you intentionally give power to the majority. By that decision, they intentionally give power to the majority by taking away the ability to intentionally give power to the minority, right? Because like I was making the argument earlier, I was like, look, if you look at American demographics, right, and you were to disregard like geographic lines and just split up the country into little like quadrants in each state, right? However you want to do it. I could go over multiple state lines. It doesn't really matter. But if you were to do it in a way that actually randomly and evenly split, had nothing to do with geography, what city you were in, but just randomly split them up into districts, right? You would have almost certainly the majority of those districts having a majority of white people in them because white people are the majority in the United States, right? And by that math, if you take away the ability to have intention with how these districts are created, and you switch to random or political in this way, right? I'm just saying random just for the sake of the argument, right? Because random would actually probably be more fair than what we're actually witnessing right now. But I'm just using for the sake of the argument. I'm just saying, like, if we were to do it this way, we would still wind up with a majority of those seats in this thought experiment being white majority districts, right? And that's what's inherent in the math of the situation, which the Supreme Court fully understands, but they're just making this decision, trying to make it sound arbitrary. Like, oh, no, this is just unfair. And we're just being unbiased about this, and white people are being disenfranchised by the existence of these districts. And yet, by taking away the ability to make districts like this, you create the path to have essentially white majority districts across the country. And that's fine, according to them. That's not repressing anybody.
Incumbency, particularly in Louisiana, is made and reinforced by packing, cracking, stacking African-American voters. What they're basically saying is you have to take the baseline as is. even though that's a product of race discrimination. If you try to remedy the racial discrimination that's built into incumbency, that's when you're being racist. That's the problem. So it's turning reality completely on its head and destroying the Voting Rights Act while they're doing so.
So you are known around the world for your work on intersectionality, on critical race theory, but let's hear for a moment the personal story behind the public intellectual. Talk about how you came to be Kimberly Williams Crenshaw, your background.
Well, I wrote this book as a tribute to my parents, who were, as we call them, race men and women of the 20th century.
Yeah, we can't listen to this whole piece here right now. But I felt this was a important discussion to have today. An important person to hear from. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit.
To understanding what Black women were experiencing.
Can you talk about Clarence Thomas and the tensions around his confirmation as Justice of the Supreme Court? You write a lot about this.
Yeah, so when Clarence Thomas was nominated for to take over the seat that Thurgood Marshall had occupied, the great civil rights giant, my initial thought was, this isn't going to work. Everybody knows there's a difference between Clarence Thomas and Thurgood Marshall. And to my surprise and disillusionment, a lot of people didn't understand the difference between the two. Eventually, there became a moment when it was known that there was someone, a former employee, who had told someone that she'd been sexually harassed by him. That person turned out to be Anita Hill. Turned out I knew Anita. There weren't a whole lot of Black women law professors. So I contacted her. I offered support. Before I knew it, I was on my way to Washington, D.C. to support her. But the shocking thing that happened was when Clarence Thomas denounced the entire inquiry as a high-tech lynching. And what that did was it provided a metaphor for him to speak to the history of anti-Blackness, to place himself in the middle of that narrative, and to draw a support of large numbers of African Americans to his side. And she had nothing equivalent that she could say.
I wanted to turn to then Senator, Senate Judiciary Committee Chair Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, yes.
Questioning Anita Hill back in 1991.
Can you tell the committee what was the most embarrassing of all the incidences that you have alleged?
I think the one that was the most embarrassing was his discussion of pornography involving these women with large breasts and engaged in variety of sex with different people or animals. That was the thing that embarrassed me the most and made me feel the most humiliated.
Law professor Anita Hill testifying at the confirmation hearing of Clarence Thomas. Professor Crenshaw, the lessons you draw from what happened there and what it means for today.
You know, Amy, I want to take you to the moment that Clarence Thomas was finally confirmed. My co-founder of AAPF, Luke Harris, and I were sitting on the stairs of the Supreme Court. At that moment, I said, this is going to change the rest of our lives. Luke said, all because they refused to believe a Black woman. I call this a massive intersectional failure. A coalition of civil rights groups, feminist groups, they successfully blocked Bork. Clarence Thomas was basically an acolyte of Bork. There wasn't really much daylight between them. What was different was Clarence Thomas was able to wrap himself in a sympathetic framework as someone who was being unfairly treated by the testimony, and Anita Hill, partly because the history of Black women, the experiences that they've had with sexual harassment really since we arrived here, and the fact that black women were some of the first plaintiffs in sexual harassment cases, that just wasn't part of the common knowledge. So she was framed as someone who was complaining.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I mean, ever since the 90s now, I mean, it's been like 35 years that Clarence Thomas has now been a justice. He has presided over the land, the highest court. And it's just such a travesty. Of course, now we've got Tubier Kavanaugh, Tubier Brett. And the rest of the crew over there, the Supreme Court, who I all think need to be impeached at this point. They have completely usurped the Constitution and failed to do their duty to uphold it. I think that's an impeachable offense. Will we ever have a legislature with the balls to remove them? I don't know, but I'd love to see it. I've been saying it now for a little while, but I think it has, in fact, risen to that level. They have completely, I mean, so honestly, it goes pretty far back. But I would say when they really started usurping the Constitution, really started backsliding, I think goes back at least to 2024, right? Like, there was a number of decisions that they made in 2024 that I felt were literally them just politically, ideologically reversing their own decisions and or making completely wildly unconstitutional decisions, right? Whether it's like whether it's Roe or the Trump decision or the parks, what's it called? The grants pass decision on homelessness, like all these other sorts of things. But like most specifically, I think it's the decision out of all of those. If I had to pick one, is the one that really for me I think tipped the scales was the decision that Trump couldn't commit crimes. Like that was when I was like, oh, okay, so these guys are done with the Constitution and democracy. They really, really, really are adverse to it. And now they're going to do it blatantly in front of all of us. And they've been proving me right on that for some time now.
Columbiarican _ 9505 just cheered 100 bits. Also to add GSL, did you see that John Roberts is getting upset that the public sees the Supreme Court as a partisan hack?
Oh, no. No, say it ain't so, Columbia Rican. What, John? Oh, no. Oh, God. Justice Roberts feels ways about the public calling them partisan. Oh, that's got to be tough. What is he gonna do about that? What's he gonna? Is he gonna write an opinion that actually people shouldn't be allowed to have opinions? Oh, for the love of God, these people are a joke. Oh, stop calling us partisan. It hurts my feelings. Speaking of partisans, Mike Figueredo has been getting viciously attacked by the right. Let's talk about why. Oh, before we do that, shit. Dude, when are things gonna not be like this? The weekending reports are so crazy. I've done 20, let me think. I'm sorry, I'm counting, right? I'm counting out loud. 20, 32 vids. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just moving slow lately. I don't know what it is. But Like, we're 4 hours into the stream right now. We should be taking another galactic break. Space intermission. What's that? What's happening? Omega Star trying to feed the puppy. You know she loves them treats. There you go, Leica. Thank you, Omega. It started happening the minute financial deregulation began. Yeah, that's fair. It just feels like there's been a switch in tone. I feel like the second that they knew that Trump was coming back to office, they just went on some spree. Am I wrong? Like late 2024, the polls started trending for Trump, and they just started releasing insane batshit decisions. Like, oh, we can do no wrong. The king is back. Let's give him the power now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
What happened? Why didn't this start?
Well, my friends, it seems as though I got myself into a little bit of trouble with conservatives on Twitter. You know, it's not the first time that this has happened by any means. But this time, I swear to God, I did nothing wrong. Yet, conservatives decided to pounce.
Right,
but what was my crime, you ask? Well, being nice to conservatives, literally, and having common sense. And to that last charge, I plead guilty. But let me just show you why conservatives are saying that I'm a communist and leftist R-word. So, fifth place loser Riley Gaines made a video complaining about medical bills that she keeps receiving after having a baby, and she proposed medical pricing transparency as a solution, to which I responded, conservatives truly have zero policy solutions to any of our fucking problems, lol. Even your dumbass deserves to have more than just price transparency. You should have healthcare that's free at the point of service, like people in other countries. Now, could I have been nicer to Riley Gaines? No, actually, that's as nice as I can possibly be to Riley Gaines, but overall, not my hottest take. I'm saying everybody deserves healthcare, including conservatives, but it ended up getting some traction online and landed on the timelines, apparently, of some conservatives.
Yeah, and we watched that video the other day. I mean, I felt Mike's take was fairly reasonable. Quite reasonable, actually. I feel like I went slightly further than he did on that. But I mean, like, Riley, you can't, I mean, come on. Let's be real. Like, Riley shouldn't exist as a opinion person. Well, I guess that's not true. But I mean, she wouldn't exist in the way that she does if it weren't for the right-wing, like, media ecosystem that funds people like her, right? Like she would not have the same following she does. In any sense. And I don't know exactly where all the money came from, but you gotta assume people like the Koch brothers, or at least the last Koch, has something to do with it. Okay, I'm gonna need you to keep the talking in chat to not Japanese or whatever language. I can't quite tell what language that is. English, perhaps, would be best. I have no way of knowing what you're saying. You could be calling for some sort of horrific sort of thing. I would have no way of knowing. What was I saying, though? Because there was more point to this. Oh, right. Her claim that she has price transparency. She's getting price transparency. They told her what it was for. She just didn't like it. She just didn't like how much it costs. And she doesn't understand the difference between price transparency and price fairness. Right? They told her this one's for the birth. This one is for all the things happening on moving day. Right? Or does she want to know how much, like, the Band-Aid costs or something? Like, it's not, maybe I'm just not understanding her. But You'd think the objection would be to the cost, because the numbers she was throwing out there were fucking enormous. And the way she's talking about it made it sound like that's what she had a problem with. And you don't need transparency, you just need lower costs. Like, right? Like, how is it helpful to know what you're paying for if you still owe the same amount of money? Everybody following me here? Like, you go to the hospital for something that you need, right? Like, you need that baby out of your body. It's coming one way or the other. And if you don't have the hospital, you might die. Or the baby might die. Something bad might happen, right? Any number of possible complications can happen during childbirth. So being in the hospital is generally recommended. And being at the hospital costs money. A lot of stuff goes into it, right? Supplies, medicine, salaries of doctors and nurses and such. Somebody's technically got to pay for it. We could have a single-payer health system funded by the government. But we don't. And so they can charge you whatever they want. For whatever they want. They can charge you $100 for a Band-Aid. They do. They do it all the time. But, like, knowing that doesn't change anything. I mean, you could call them and be like, hey, I don't like that you charged me $100 for a Band-Aid. Boo-hoo. They're going to laugh at you. They might be nicer than that. Depends on who you get on the line, I suppose. But what do you think they're going to be like? You caught us. Charging you a lot of money for a Band-Aid. Sorry, we'll change that right away. They're not going to do that. They don't do that right now. Right? They don't even, like, they refuse to cover simple procedures all the fucking time. Right? Like, it's a constant problem within the healthcare industry, right? And if you're getting them paid for, good. But in this case, of course, for her, it sounds like she's got she's got a fairly large deductible, it sounded like, because she's getting really, really big bills. And, you know, that's because of the shitty healthcare system that we have. It's not because of a lack of transparency. Like, you can know that they're screwing you over. Inherently, you should know that they're screwing you over, right? It's because they can, and no one's stopping them. Not because you don't know about it. It's not, the problem is ignorance, right? Like, she's too dumb to know how they're ripping her off. And so she feels like she needs transparency so she can know about it. But the existing videos and research is already existing on the internet, right? Like, we all kind of inherently, because we've seen so many videos around here about the problems with the healthcare system, so we know what's wrong with the healthcare system. We know what kind of shady things, you know, hospitals and insurers are doing, and it's like she's, like, in this weird limbo where she, like, too dumb or, like, too lazy to know what's actually happening, or too ideological to to actually find the right sources. Because, I mean, it's weird. Can anybody explain to me what transparency would actually solve in this? Because that's what she's screaming for. But what does that actually solve? Okay, so now you know that the labor for your surgery cost $2,000, right? Over everything, or the entire stay. And the supplies cost $1,000. And, like, the overhead costs of the hospital that are maybe spread out over all of the patients are however many hundred, and then the profits of the hospital are X, right? Like, okay, great, now you know, right? Or, I mean, I don't even know if this transparency would include the profits, because all of those things I just mentioned include profit somewhere, I assume, right? And so he's like, okay, now you know that. Now what? No, seriously, like, now what? You're gonna call him and say, I don't like this bill. This is wrong. You're gonna get somebody who's gonna tell you, we don't have time for this, ma'am. You're gonna need you to stop being a Karen and vote for Medicare for all.
And these motherfuckers acted like I killed somebody. So I decided to share some of their replies to me because I think this actually gives me a great opportunity to clear up some common misconceptions about single-payer healthcare. So without further ado, let's talk about why conservatives are mad at me. The most common rebuttal that I saw was that I'm a big dummy for saying that healthcare should be free at the point of service. They responded saying things like this: "You think this because you're a deranged lunatic. There is no such thing as, quote, free, you incorrigible R-word. You are the, quote, dumbass. Nothing is free. There should be zero policies, and you should be responsible for your own, quote, fucking problems. Instead, you want to leech off the labor of others." It's so ironic for a capitalist to say this. Nonetheless, they continue. "Nothing is, quote, free, Mike. Healthcare isn't free. Housing isn't free. Food isn't free. Freedom isn't free." Nice reference.
Freedom isn't
you chastise,
free.
and men and women are
freedom. Freedom isn't free, everybody. Never forget that. Fuck yeah! Freedom! You chastise the men and women for strapping on boots every morning to protect your acre. Your archy? What's an archy? Also, who's chastising men and women for strapping on boots? Nobody's doing that. I don't think there's been any sort of footwear shame coming from Mike Figueredo or anybody else. Where's this guy getting his information from? Sean Wow. Oh, his name is Wow. Sean Wow. Wow. Wow, Sean.
On boots every morning to protect your arse, and you're licking them. And no, American soldiers don't have to bomb schools in Iran for us to be free. But I mean, you could believe that if you want to. Here's another one. "Hey, soy boy, you don't get to steal from me. Healthcare isn't free and isn't a right. I would say everyone gets what you do for free, but it seems you don't produce shit. You just try to tell others what to do with services that aren't theirs. That's called being a looter. Free healthcare? You mean that the doctors and nurses will be unpaid volunteers? Facilities, medicines, and supplies will be donated? Or are you referring to taxpayer-funded healthcare managed by government bureaucrats where there will inevitably be fraud, waste, and bloat? LOL, your solution just make...
Oh,
Well, first of all,
not fraud, waste,
some
and
of the
bloat.
things that I say will be incorrect.
Free, normal, just retrad. Good one. Free, LOL. Who pays the doctors and nurses? Who pays for the drugs and supplies?
There's a special group of people coming after Mike. Boy, oh boy. People upset that Mike wants healthcare for everybody. It's very rude of him to want that. How dare you, Mike, for wanting healthcare for everybody?
How rude.
How dare you, Mike, you piece of shit. You terrible, terrible man, you wanting healthcare for people. Nobody wants that. Stop that. You fucking...
A communist.
The internet is a deranged place. It's a diverse place. It's a place of great diversity. You know, for good and for bad, technically, but we live with it because it's so great. It's the tapestry, really, when you think about it, that makes it so great. It's the diversity of opinions that makes the internet better. Seeing those idiots lose their mind over the video that we watched from Mike the other day is fascinating to me. Like, it was not that radical of a video in my mind, but these people are losing their shit over it. It's a weird time to be alive. All right, speaking of rhetoric and social media, we should go here to something that right-wing pundits are very upset about, but their audience do not seem as upset about. I'm not going to lie. And in fact, they're struggling to sell me on how upset they actually are. The clicks are certainly showing me exactly exactly that to be the case. Let's start here. Whoops, sorry. I'm gonna move my shit. Ugh. Somehow my seat has slowly shifted backwards. Maybe that's why my back is all fucked up. Like leaning into my microphone. Okay, let's talk about Luke Skywalker. I'm sorry, Mark Hamill, the guy who we know to be Luke Skywalker. Very real. And he tweeted something that caused some people to be very upset. This is how you become Jank and Anna? Wait, what? Wait. Are you accusing me of becoming Jank and Anna? What did I say to do that? I don't know how to feel about that. Not good. I don't feel good about that comparison. All right, Mark Hamill. Let's see what he had to say. White House lashes out at Obama after Mark Hamill post. White House officials lashed out at former President Barack Obama on Thursday, calling on him to denounce a social media post by Star Wars actor Mark Hamill depicting President Donald Trump in a grave 3 days after Hamill appeared. Whoopsies. After Hamill appeared in a promotional video for the Obama Presidential Center, Hamill, best known for portraying Luke Skywalker in the Star Wars franchise, was denounced by the White House Rapid Response account as a quote-unquote sick individual, with officials arguing the post reflected rhetoric that fuels political violence. Oh, God. Political violence. Donald Trump at the White House would never post politically violent things. Hamill on Wednesday posted and then deleted an AI-generated image depicting Trump in a grave beside a gravestone labeled 1946 to 2024. With a caption, "If only." Okay, let's look at this post in question. He plays him in a few movies. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. Spacelord has an Epstein table on throne. What? You're making stuff up, Joe. I do not have an Epstein table. When the hell is an Epstein table? First off, what is an Epstein table? Second, I have 0 tables on them. So you're saying crazy things now. Now, this is the post in question here. No, this is blurry. You're not going to be able to see this. Somebody give me... What is it blurry? Oh, that one's blurry too. I hate Instagram. Instagram and Facebook blur their fucking photos, so you have to click onto the website to force to drive traffic, and it's hella annoying because then I can never look at certain photos. Oh my god. Oh, this is pissing me off. Here we go. Okay, this is it. Wait, no. What the fuck? Okay, it keeps doing this. Yo. I don't know why this is being so dumb. Okay, this is the Mark Hamill tweet in question, and it won't let me zoom in on it. It's being very stupid. Okay, it's kind of doing it there. Says, if only he should live long enough to witness his inevitable devastating loss in the midterms, be held accountable for his unprecedented corruption, impeached, convicted, and humiliated for his countless crimes, long enough to realize he'll be disgraced in the history books forevermore. Now, it's not, this is sort of weird rhetoric coming out of Mark Hamill. It's confusing to me. Like, it doesn't line up with what the headstone says, like the picture he's posted. Because, like, when I see the picture, I see if only Trump had died before the presidential election, right? Like, I see this 1946 to 2024. 2024 was before Trump ever became president. Right? So it's kind of suggesting that he never even got elected. But then he says nothing about that. And so it totally throws me off. Like, the tweet and the picture just don't really line up, and it's confusing to me a little bit. But regardless, Fox News and others, Sean Hannity, very, very upset about this.
Example of violent, disgusting acts from the radical left, less than 2 weeks after
another
assassination attempt against President Trump.
Violent, disgusting acts from the left. Is Mark Hamill a leftist? I am not aware of that. I don't actually know very much about Mark's political activities outside of this one tweet.
Actor Mark Hamill, might remember Star Wars, posted this pretty disgusting, despicable AI-generated photo right there depicting...
Oh, disgusting and despicable. Oh my God, look at Sean's face. Look how upset he is looking at it. Oh, this disgusting and despicable. How could he post a president of the beautiful President Trump dead? Oh, it's despicable.
President Trump dead. Remember.
The same president who posted a photo of the former President Barack Obama as a monkey. But this is disgusting. This is disgusting.
Days ago, Hamill, teamed up with Barack Obama for a video about the Obama Presidential Center. So the question tonight is, will the former president, radical that he is, the lover of GD America, Reverend Wright, and heirs and Dorn, condemn this sick, vile post? And tonight, the story is now taking a bizarre twist. See if you can make sense of this part. It's going to drop. I don't even know if I want to know. A dead president. Hamill said, quote, actually, I was wishing him the opposite of dead, but apologize if you found the image inappropriate. Okay. Not buying that for a second. Here to weigh in, though, is our friend, podcast host Sage.
No, but actually, I am. I'm 100% buying that. I mean, it doesn't. The words he said don't line up with, and it's a weird way to do it. Like, it gets like people's attention. If that's the only reason you post it, okay. But like, that is the words that he wrote, right? Like, we just got done reading them. That's literally what he basically said. He's like, he hopes Trump lives to see justice for all of his crimes, which, once again, is weird when you're posting him next to a headstone. But it's a completely incoherent message from Mark. But regardless, Fox News has to get upset about this. They have to get upset about it, regardless of how incoherent and clearly not a call to violence that it is. They look at fucking Sean over here. Like, he's like, this is the money maker. The leftists are coming for President Trump.
Not buying that for a second. Here to weigh in, though, is our friend, podcast host Sage Steele. By the way, she was brutal to me. I did a podcast. I don't know when it's going to drop. I don't even know.
All right, I'm skipping the rest of this. Anyway, suffice to say, they try and remain outraged for 4.5 minutes. It does not go well. Like, if they are really struggling to sell this, and it's apparent that Fox News viewers and the right wing are not buying this either. They don't give a shit. 24,000 views for that Fox News clip right there. It's been up for a day almost now. 17 hours now. That thing's been up.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Should we start playing sad violin music when the right start crying of being called out? 'Cause they are such babies.
Yes, we do need sad violin music. I think you're right. Right, the same president who posted AI images of him literally shitting on protesters. This is disgusting, says Sean. This is too much. It's just selective outrage salesman. Well, to another selective outrage salesman, Tim Pool of the Timcast IRL. Oh, it's so IRL.
We got this from the Post Millennial. Mark Hamill deleted his Trump death post and apologized if people found it inappropriate. He posted this picture of Trump, who apparently died 2 years ago, and it said, if only. It said, if only on it. And then afterwards, he said he could, what did it say? Like, he would live to be held accountable or something. So the implication was either he is going to die or if only he would die.
Right.
And that's Mark Hamill. And then I guess what people were calling for a boycott or something.
Oh, Tim, once again, failing to interpret words properly. I'm not sure he read the whole tweet. But once again, struggling to actually interpret the English language properly here. It's interesting how Fox News and Tim Pool, Sean and Tim here, have to both pretend to not understand or actually be too stupid to understand, one of the two, this post in order to make content over it. It's kind of lame. Like, it's really, really lame. By the way, the Tim got even less views than Hannity. 16,000 for Tim here.
Yeah,
we have this story
Jack
as well.
Posobiec and some other people were calling to boycott the upcoming, what is it, Mandalorian and Grogu.
He's in it?
I don't know, but I mean, I forgot that movie was coming out.
Hold on. Wait. People actually watch that stuff?
I don't know.
Now, I watched Daredevil season
Wait. Hold on. People watch that stuff, dude? That's the important question right now. I mean, this is how weak this argument is, because he immediately tries to steer it to something he actually knows about. You can tell the second she starts talking about like the lore of the movies that Mark's in. He's like, wait. This is a thing I actually know about. This is a thing I actually know a lot about, because I spend most of my time not researching for my shows, but watching Marvel movies and Star Wars, the good ones, not the woke ones, whatever those are. I assume is the pre-Carano Star Wars stuff. You can't watch it after Carano. Once Carano was forced out, how could you? It's just so fucking lame. Like, that's all he's got. He's got to rush to the fucking like talking about the shows, and that's literally what he does for like multiple minutes. But wait, hold on. Let me go to this guy. Some weird guy I've never seen on Tim's show before.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Kripke's a pretty horrific individual. But
who?
Kripke, the guy who runs the show. I don't know. I mean, I stopped watching it in season 1. Halfway through, they had to make some incredibly lazy storyline about how the Christian conservatives were the real evil people, and they are all secretly gay child molesters. And it's like, so this again, it's all anti-white.
Wait. Just want everybody to hear that. I sound shouted over that. Say that again, sir.
They're all secretly gay child molesters. storyline about how the Christian conservatives were the real evil people and they are all secretly gay child molesters. And it's like, oh, so this again, it's all anti-white, anti-Christian.
That's the show.
Big surprise.
Every single person on this planet is gay.
Yeah.
Oh God, I love that. I loved that take right there. Which is why I had to go to that. Like, I don't actually know what he's talking about, like who these people are. But he clearly felt targeted. He clearly felt targeted. The people were calling him a closet homosexual, and what was the other thing he said? I'm forgetting now. Oh, my brain broke. I just like that he feels targeted by movies. Like he watches these movies and he feels targeted. Like he watches Disney movies and he's like, they're calling me gay right now. Like what kind of mindset you gotta be in that you feel like the Disney movie you're watching is calling you gay? Like that you take offense to that. My manhood is being questioned by this movie. I am highly offended. Is that Roseanne's son? I don't know. Is it?
But anyway, my point is,
I do not know.
Star Wars is trash anyway, and I don't know why anybody would want to watch it at this point.
Oh.
And it's like, it was funny when they came out with the sequels, and Mark Hamill was actually protesting. He was complaining the whole time about how bad they were. And then eventually just goes, yeah, okay, I guess they're good. And it's like, you're a coward. Like
He is, and he hasn't had a decent part other than Skywalker.
Oh, he's Joker. Yeah. And he's
real
good.
It was a remember.
Oh, I just love that. So they do this clip that's supposed to be about how evil Mark Hamill is. And then they just keep getting fucking sidetracked to talk about like the Star Wars like universe and like comic books and like movies, and it's like I get it. He's a movie star. Yeah, that's true. But it's like they're supposed to be here talking about like some sort of political stance he's taking. They're supposed to be outraged. Sean just got done telling us this was a disgusting and deplorable post calling to violence and the murder of the president, and all that Tim can manage to do is talk about Star Wars. How stupid it is since it went woke. And it just seems like he's not doing a very good job of doing a narrative. Maybe that's just me. But you think he'd stay more on track if he had actually anything
Columbia
to contribute.
_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Tim Fool watches a lot of the right-wing so-called movie reviewers like The Quartering, geeks and gamers and critical drinker who are obsessed in going after Disney like Ethan Decline is obsessed with Hassan.
Ah, right. Yeah, no, it's a pathetic sort of hobby that these people have. Obsession, really, fixation. The anti-woke, they're the anti-woke police, right? They're the anti-woke police. They go around looking for wokeness and then try and get rid of it. Or anything that might either offend them or otherwise impugn their honor, that is in like children's cartoons and other sort of like, you know, like fiction, like comic books. I mean, this is like a 40-year-old man. Right, like Tim Pool's like a 40-year-old man who's endlessly upset about what's in the latest Marvel movie. It's just this weird stunting of his growth I find fascinating. Thank you for the bits, Columbia Rican. Very generous. Well, just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course Patreon. All great ways to help out, help keep the Galactic News Network and me alive. Yeah, he's 40, isn't he? How old is he? Hold on. Oh, I could be wrong. Uh, 40 years old. Yeah, literally 40 years old. Born in 1986. So it's a grown man.
You're a little baby.
A grown man who feels repressed by children's cartoons. You know the reason why you feel like the cartoons and the movies aren't speaking to you, Tim? They're really not supposed to be for you. They're supposed to be for your kids. They're supposed to be for other people's kids. Children. You know, you're not supposed to love it. In fact, if you did love it, your kids they probably hate it more. Right? That's how kids work. Not always, but you know, your parents love something. A lot of times kids gravitate away from that, at least for some period of time in life. But Tim Pool is in a perpetual state of childhood and just angry that cartoons and comic book movies based on comic books, and general pop culture doesn't reflect him, a middle-aged man. But unfortunately for Tim, he's a 40-year-old man. And he's not the target demographic for advertisers anymore. He's now outside of it, I'm afraid. You know? He's actually been outside of it for a little while. And you just got to deal with that. Like, you get older and things become less relevant to you because you're old. Okay? And he can't grapple with that fact. He can't grapple with the fact that, like, things intended to be targeted to kids don't speak to him, right? Like, that's because you're becoming a grumpy old man, Tim. You're 40. You're over the hill, all right? Just accept it. Why don't the Marvel movies represent me more? Like, I wish that Marvel would just come out with Thanos as a good guy premise movie. Just to end it for Tim. Right? Like, I honestly have no real, like, horse in that race. Like, I don't care what happens in Marvel movies because I'm an adult. I have not cared about what happens in Marvel movies for years. You know, I've watched many of them. I don't, like, there's plenty of ones that I don't like, but it's not because they're too woke. It's just because I'm, like, an adult. And I've, like, moved on from, like, caring about, like, inherently, like, what Iron Man and the Hulk are doing. Like, I can still technically enjoy a movie like that, but it's just like, I'm not going to make that my entire way of framing reality for myself, right? Maybe as a kid it was fun to live in some sort of alternate reality such as that, but we are, in fact, living in the real world now. And I know I'm saying that as a man who does a podcast from a space station. We still talk about real things. We're not obsessed with what's happening. Like, as a person who does a podcast from a space station, I talk less about fictional characters and less about pop culture, less about these sorts of, like, you know, these ridiculous things that Tim Pool and these other guys are fucking obsessed with. I think it's weird, you know? I think that's weird. Why do I have to be the adult in the room? I'm younger than Tim, you know? Why can't I be the child? But my space station is real, right? Oh, yeah, right. No, yeah, that's right. No, of course. Exactly.
Now, I don't want reality.
Okay, now let's quickly try and talk about the economy. And unfortunately, things are not going great. In fact, not good, generally speaking. Let's start here with Kyle Kalinske from 4 days ago.
All right, y'all. It is getting pretty yikesy, to say the least, when it comes to the U.S. economy. Not even the U.S. economy, the global economy at this point. But take a look at this. In the last 5 days, Michigan's average diesel price has soared 90 cents per gallon to $6, a new record. Just as farmers are getting into their fields, Illinois has also set a new record, and Indiana and Ohio are poised to be next. $6. $6 in Michigan for the average diesel price. Okay, I don't know about you guys, but the regular gas around here, it's over.
You think it's just cheap engagement bait? Well, that cheap engagement bait is not playing out. It's getting worse. It would seem that the cheap engagement bait pipeline for them seems to be imploding. Because between Fox News and Timcast and Forbes Breaking News, you add them in there too, you still don't crack 50,000 views between the three of them over an entire day. So that's how much the right wing is interested in this one. You know, on a cultural issue that hits the pulse, or whatever you want to call it. Like, all those guys, they'll get views. I've seen it. But that did not, that Mark Hamill thing did not do it for them, which I find kind of hilarious.
$25, right? Like, we are nearing $5 a gallon for regular. We're shit I've never fucking seen before is what we're nearing in this moment. And like I said, there is no off-ramp here for this illegal war against Iran. And so I don't see a way in which this ends anytime soon. I think Americans are going to be permanently squeezed. And, you know, desperate for any sort of positive change. I think there's a massive anti-MAGA tsunami coming in the election. And the bottom line is you got to make it too big to rig anyway because they're going to try to steal it. That's kind of what they do. That's kind of their thing. Okay, more. Breaking, Brent crude oil prices surge above $119 a barrel after the UAE announces that an Iranian drone attack has hit one of their petroleum facilities. Uh-oh. So it's only getting worse. Gas prices in the U.S. have moved up to $4.45 per gallon, their highest level since July 2022. The 49% spike over the last 9 weeks from $2.98 a gallon to $4.45 a gallon is the biggest we've seen in the past 30 years, bro.
You know what's the difference between this spike and the spike back in 2022? Is that we didn't start the war that started the gas price spike in 2022. We did start this one, though. Of course, the one I'm talking about is the invasion of Ukraine back in 2022. That was the thing that caused the massive spike in oil prices back during the Biden administration. Of really no making of the Biden administration, really. And yeah, this one clearly can be directed to Donald J. Trump and his decisions to start Operation Epstein Fury. Will his voters hold him accountable for it? There's a question. Because they certainly tried to hold Biden accountable for the gas price spike in his administration, which really didn't have anything to do with anything that Biden did.
30 years. Look at this chart, son. Look at this chart. Okay, more. While all that's going on, the New York Times reports Trump's vision for Garden of Heroes keeps getting bigger and higher in cost. Plans for the project include formal gardens, reflecting pools, and plazas alongside the statues of 250 notable Americans, according to documents obtained by the New York Times. So this is what he does now. as the world falls apart around him, as his illegal war spirals out of control, as the economy falls apart, as his ICE Gestapo thugs shoot Americans in the face and build concentration camps and torture people, he keeps going inward. And so what does he do? He focuses on stuff like the Trump Kennedy Center, which he slapped his name on, which was totally fucking insane. He focuses on stuff like his Epstein Memorial Ballroom, his Arc de Trump, right? And now there's a new one, Garden of Heroes. Is this what people want to see? Do people want to see Trump putting up a golden statue to himself at his golf course in Doral, Florida, at the same time that people can't afford groceries? I don't think so. I don't think so. So this is really not looking good. Okay, but...
Yes, indeed. But it's not just gas prices, it's also jobs.
Get this. Tech layoffs are skyrocketing. Tech companies announced 81,747 layoffs in the first quarter of 2026, the highest quarterly total since at least the first quarter of 2024. Layoffs have more than doubled from the previous quarter and have risen 580% since the fourth quarter of 2025. March alone saw 45,800 announced job cuts, the worst single month for tech layoffs in at least 2 years. The tech layoffs are set to remain elevated, with Meta's recent plans to cut 8,000 employees. Furthermore, Microsoft is offering voluntary retirement to 7% of its U.S. workforce, which could transition into layoffs if participation is low.
Yeah, and I actually read this story for all of you earlier this week, but I figured we would also get a recap on that one from Kyle. You know, it might as well. Now, today, non-farm payrolls came out. They were not that impressive. 115,000. Slightly above what analysts thought we were going to get. But it's still well under. Even the numbers that Donald Trump used to say were good, right? Like Trump used to say, if it's not 250,000 jobs, it's trash. If you don't get like 250, you're basically failing. Like I don't remember exactly what he said, but he used to say that like Biden's jobs were bad because they were less than 250,000 a month, right? But he's still not even coming close to that. And in fact, during his net negative jobs since Trump took office, which has not happened in quite some time, I would point out. Trying to think the last time that happened. May have been Obama during the recession. I actually don't know. I have to look back at the figures. But it's been a long time since something like that happened. Not great. Not great. But those gas prices, they just keep going up. As oil remains at a very elevated level, both Brent and WTI crude trading at around 100.
Indeed, ladies, you're exactly right. This is one of the highest prices for gas in the city of Chicago. And you just heard Bradley Blackburn really talk about those global tensions that is starting to drive these prices even higher. Take a look. We're at the Shell gas station on Armitage right off the Kennedy, where you can see the price for a regular gallon of gas is $6.29 a gallon. That's the reality for drivers here in the city, is those supply concerns overseas that you just heard Bradley Blackburn talk about only continue to drive prices higher.
This is wild. And you know what's fucking with me is that the out pixels in this display are making it look like the price is changing. I'm like, oh my god, it's going higher. Oh my god, but look at these prices. V power, 749 plus 689, 750. That's not diesel either. I think that's just like 92 or something. I think that's like another word for premium, essentially. Jesus. I wonder how much diesel is. $9, $10?
Gallon. That's the reality for drivers here.
How do you even drive a truck or like anything that requires diesel in those conditions? 10. I mean, how much is diesel at right now? You should look into that. Lowercase, you and lowercase are looking to move into the space station. What does the rent cost like? Look, I can't rent out space on the space station. Okay, it's much too small. Okay, I can't have you, like curling up under the desk while I'm doing the show. That would be weird. To have people squatting. Well, not squatting. If you're paying rent, I guess you would just be living there. But, just having random people under the desk looking back at the audience all the time, that would be weird. We're going to have to start a moon commune. I've been saying it for a while, to accommodate everyone.
City as those supply concerns overseas that you just heard Bradley Blackburn talk about only continue to drive prices higher. Now, the pain at the pump continues with gas prices climbing above $5 a gallon across much of the Chicagoland area. At some stations, just like the one I'm standing outside of, prices are even higher, now rising above $6 a gallon. For context, let me break this down for you. The national average right now is $4.45 a gallon. Here in Illinois, drivers are paying even more, with the state average of $4.93 a gallon, making it the highest in the Midwest. And the
this is going bad. It's going really bad out here right now for everybody. But back down on Earth, every time I find myself walking by and or e-biking by a gas station, I find myself more and more glad I don't have to fill up a tank. So those prices are going up. They're going up fast. All right. Staying on these freaking gas prices, which are repressing everybody. At least almost everybody.
Jet fuel costs have nearly doubled since the war began. The Trump administration insists the pain is temporary, but experts say it could take more than a year for gas prices to return to pre-war levels.
Prices are through the roof for gas. They are anticipated to continue to climb. You see reports of gas tracking services and companies and apps who are like, we don't have the capacity to, we just didn't design our apps to check in real time for gas increases because it's happening multiple times a day in some places. Places like Ohio and Illinois, gas prices are just exponentially growing. Donald Trump's handling of the Iran conflict is also getting panned. Here's ABC News reporting on Trump's just absolutely dismal approval ratings.
Tonight, as the war with Iran drives gas prices to a 4-year high, new polling shows 2/3 of Americans say the country is headed in the wrong direction. President Trump's disapproval rating hitting a record 62%, and the president underwater on every issue tested: cost of living, inflation, the war with Iran, and the economy. On the campaign trail, Trump had promised to lower the cost of living.
We're going down and getting gasoline below $2 a gallon, bring down the price of everything from electricity rates to groceries, airfares, and housing costs.
But now gas prices surging to an average of $4.43 a gallon nationwide. Americans forced to make trade-offs. 44% say they've cut back on driving. 42% say they've cut other household expenses.
I cut down on groceries a little bit because gas is just more of an expense now. I used to not think about it.
Jet fuel costs have nearly doubled since the war began. The Trump administration insists the pain is temporary.
Once the Strait opens, you'll see prices come down immediately.
But experts say it could take more than a year for gas prices to return to pre-war levels. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy pressed by our Martha Raddatz.
Energy prices have come up. You're right. And
really?
again, you have to look at the president to say, what does a leader do? What does a president do?
I love that stammer from him. You're right. Okay, look. Are the prices up? Sure. You got me there. Oh, it's just precious to watch Sean over here.
Raditz.
Energy prices have come up. You're right. And
really?
again, you have to
Thank you,
look at the
Sean.
president to say, what does a leader do? What does a president do when he sees a potential nuclear Iran? He's not going to tolerate it.
But despite Trump's numbers, a poll shows that Americans do not trust Democrats much more on the issues. Of the 11 issues tested, Democrats are only trusted more on 3 issues: healthcare, education, and the cost of living. Wit.
Selena Wang at the White House tonight.
There's a lot to say about this. I should tell you that in terms of like just where Donald Trump's approval rating lies, in modern times, I think Harry Truman was, had probably the lowest in like the past 100 years because of the Korean War. But the George W. Bush, if I remember correctly, the lowest he got, and maybe it wasn't for very long, was like 25%. Right at the end of his term, when we had the financial crisis. This is after.
That says, "Fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again."
Buy me a goddamn bicycle. I embrace your decision, lowercase. I embrace everybody's decisions to buy bicycles, to buy, I don't know, portable solar panels for their balconies and their porches and wherever you can stick them, you know? That's the world we're living in right now. We gotta find ways to avoid expenses. The cost of energy is continuing to rise, and technically, this is an embrace of renewable technology. So I'm fully on board. Yes, we should switch to a more pedestrian and bike-friendly world. Honestly, my e-bike gets me around pretty damn good. It's almost like 30 miles an hour. A little less, but still. You're not supposed to take it over whatever, like 28 or something.
Illegal.
Crime. But even then, if you live in the city, I mean, you're keeping up with traffic, no problem. Yeah, now might be a good time for us to invest in public transportation. You know, if energy costs a lot, maybe we should improve the efficiency of our transportation system rather than having every single person running a multi-liter gasoline engine to get everywhere. Maybe we should have trolley cars, subways, buses, bike lanes, bike paths. So many things we could do. So many alternatives exist that we have not funded or have underfunded in so many places.
In Iraq and his attempt to privatize Social Security, 25%. And Nixon, I think, was probably also around 25% when he left. But then remember, this is like as they're exiting. This is not in year 2. This is my guess. I don't know this for sure. This is the lowest any president has been in their second year of their term, even if it was their second term.
You need to get yourself a portable solar panel. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I recommend everybody do this. I actually own one. That's why I'm recommending it. I think it's a good idea. Fact is, I have one for other reasons. Technically, I bought one for, like emergencies. As like like a situation for like emergencies, or like say you're like out in the woods for some reason. I don't know. I'm half a prepper. So I've got, like under my bed, like a go bag and my solar panel and a portable battery, like a big one, like a really big one. But you can get these things. They're fairly affordable, although I think prices have probably been going up due to demand right now. Or you would assume they have. I haven't been checking them. But like when I was buying these, like super affordable. And it wasn't that long ago. It was like a few years ago or something like that I bought those two things. And like the prices on these things have been coming down because the efficiency of solar panels has been going up. The efficiency of batteries has been going up. And with that, the prices have been coming down on a lot of those things. Unfortunately, of course, the supply chain problems we're having with regards to Operation Epstein Fury probably not gonna, be helping with prices on things like that.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, you were muted.
Oh, thank you. Have you? Yeah, sorry, I had a little cough. But have you ever seen a situation too where the president is also so deeply unpopular after doing the exact opposite of what he said he was going to do on the campaign trail? I mean, the no new wars thing was.
It's nice to know that, like, in the pre-apocalypse, like in the interim, like in the breakdown, like things like this are coming in handy. Like before the full degradation of society, at least things like my portable solar panel might wind up benefiting me somewhat. That's nice to know. I was kind of hoping for that. Well, not in the way that I'm talking about, but I was hoping to, get some use out of it before the actual, apocalypse. Like on vacation or something, like a road trip or something. Bring a solar panel, keep things charged up. Now it feels like more of almost like a necessity. Like, unfortunately, in the Northeast, down on Earth, hasn't been very sunny lately, so can't even really use it right now.
Where the president is also so deeply unpopular after doing the exact opposite of what he said he was going to do on the campaign trail. I mean, the no new wars thing was a big part of why he kind of won by default over the Democrats.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't.
That's unprecedented too. Like he lied his way into the presidency and is going back on every campaign promise.
George Herbert Walker Bush famously got, I think, voted out because he said, "Read my lips, no new taxes against Dukakis," and then raise taxes.
Yeah. Although, I mean, that was the ABC segment covering that. Isn't it? They're the communist Kimmel network as well, right? So you can't trust what they're saying.
Yes, that's right.
Except every poll is correct for him at this point. And there was an analysis by Morgan Stanley that this is the biggest decline in the dollar, 10% since January 2025 in 50 years. And the same analysis says if things continue, the dollar is going to drop another 10% by the end of the year. It's an overall just like
it's going to help
iceberg.
Our exports. Actually, it will help our trade imbalance. But aside from that,
that would only matter if that was the reason we're doing what we're doing. But I mean, it's not even clear that we're doing any of these things for that. I mean, even if we were to solve the trade imbalance, we still wouldn't solve the deficit imbalance, which is what they're using the tariffs for now. Right? Like they switched the reasoning from trade and manufacturing to, it's a solution. It's actually a solution to the deficit that we're creating with the tax cut. Right? It's a 10-year tax cut that they gave billionaires. And they're justifying it with the tariffs, which I would also point out, as a result of the Supreme Court ruling, only a tiny fraction of those tariffs at the time that they announced that they were using it for this reason still remain, right? I don't know exactly the percentage of those tariffs that still remain. I couldn't give you a number figure to that, but I would have, if I had to guess, I'd say like 20%. Like maybe 20% of the tariffs still apply. Like of the existing, right? Like not 20% of but like of the ones that Trump levied, like all of them from 0 to 150%. I think like 20% of them are still left. I don't know. Like it's different numbers for each country, but I think like 15 now is, I think, the ceiling that he can tariff something, maybe slightly higher on a couple of industries. But effectively, because of the Supreme Court ruling, he'd no longer do like just the sort of unilateral, like haphazard tariff waging. And so, like this, like not only what was the point I was making again? Like not only have they switched the premise of why we're doing the tariffs, but now the tariffs aren't even doing the thing that they were never going to do in the first place. Like we all knew that they were never going to take in enough revenue to pay for the deficit that they were claiming that it was going to. But now it's definitely not, by a factor of, I don't even know, what, four or five? I mean, it's like, it's not good. They are driving this country into a massive debt crisis, actually, the more and more that I look at it and think about it.
To be a problem. We should also say too, like we just had a major airline collapse. Now a lot of that is their own fault, but they were pushed over the brink because of the cost of jet fuel. We may see multiple ones collapse or need a bailout because of the jet fuel situation coming out of Iran, and then we're just going to start to see a cascading bunch of stuff as a function of that. The amazing thing about that poll is the failure of the Democratic Party to be positioned to take full advantage of this. And
yeah, exactly. It's incredible. They are so weak and unwilling. I used to say unable, and perhaps that's part of it for some, but unwilling, it would seem, to take a position. Like they are allergic to taking positions on things. Like they're afraid of being seen as like activists, as having a radical position. It is literally their job to take a position on things, but their position is no position. Oh, Trump is doing things. Oh, he's all over the road. How can I have a position when he's all over the road? Ah, so useless. And that's why they don't benefit from these polls like they should. I mean, it should be 10 out of 10. It's 3 out of 10, though. Because nobody even knows what Democrats stand for. Some got fucking weak, feckless leadership sitting around counting their donor money while they continue to lead the party into fucking oblivion. Machu Pao, thank you for the follow. Trump is here? What does that mean? Trump is here. Here where? Where is here? All right, let's go back to talking about those gas prices some more. CNN up next with the numbers. The great Harry Hamden.
One of the big issues ahead of this June 2nd primary in California, just like it is around the country, is the cost of living. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. We talk about gas prices every day here. Another big jump overnight to this multi-year high. We talk about the national average. In California, woo, even bigger.
Oh, my goodness gracious. I mean, just take a look at the price of gasoline for a gallon of gas. The national average right now is $4.48, but you think that's bad. Go out to the left coast. Top in the United States, $6.13. There's even a gas station out there where the cost is about $10 per gallon. And of course, if you've ever been out there, you always know that the prices in California for a gallon of gas are just simply put absolutely outrageous, running well ahead of the national average. The folks in California really getting hurt by this increase in gas prices.
Part of the reason for that is they have a higher gas tax, right?
That's exactly right. One of the big reasons why you see this big difference right here is, in fact, the gas tax out in California. And our partners at USA Facts help provide this data for us. Take a look here, the state gas tax and fees per gallon. You know, in the average state, it's 33 cents. California.
Yeah, except that doesn't make up for this difference, right? It's a nearly $2 difference. We're talking about a 40 cents difference in tax. Yeah, right? It doesn't account for this at all. Anyway. The reason why oil prices are high and gas prices are high are because Operation Epstein Fury and the closed strait, the double blockaded strait. That's why oil prices and gas prices are high. Because oil is a publicly traded commodity on open markets. You know, free market capitalism.
Follow the rich white man.
Now, of course, everyone who drives is getting hit by the rise in gas prices, but the people who are getting hit most are people like delivery drivers, truck drivers, people who work on the road.
I'm starting to see it get worse, like every 2 weeks. It seems like it's getting worse and worse.
Rideshare drivers are feeling the pinch at the pump.
Yeah, I fill it up before 2 months, $45. Now I fill up my car, $75.
Still, one by one, they wait for a ride request in this lot outside O'Hare Airport. According to AAA, gas prices are up 58% since the war began in Cook County. Just down the street in Lake County, it's up 60%. Nationally, the price of gas has climbed up to $4.48 a gallon. It's this surge that is cutting into the driver's bottom line. Many telling me they're now working 10 to 12 hours a day to make what they used to make in 8. And while they wait for prices to drop, the drivers tell me they hope the rideshare companies step in and do more.
My biggest hope is that Uber is going to keep less of the percentage.
Uber tells us that they've partnered with Shell gas stations and the Upside app to offer their drivers some relief. By using both, their drivers can save up to $1.40 per gallon. Still, the price of gas is so high right now that some drivers tell me they're considering other work.
Yep. People who drive for a job right now, especially gig workers with no insurance, right? Like no backup, right? It's not like if it's a slow night at the pizza shop, like you can bring the delivery driver. They don't have those anymore. it's all DoorDash and Grubhub and Instacart drivers. They're all third-party independent contractors. They don't have health benefits. They don't have hours. Everything is dictated by the market, the demand. And the demand is already down, right? Like people are already spending less because they're getting hit. Then the drivers are just getting like hit twice. Probably less work on top of the fact they're paying more for gas. It's just an untenable situation. Because I'm sure the app prices are not keeping up with the change. I mean, even, what was it? Who are they? I can't remember the name of them right now. But there's like this very, very, like, big... I can't remember. Gas Buddy? No, I don't think that's... There is, like, some app. Some, like... some phone app that tracks the prices of gas, and these guys had to post an update like on their Twitter or something saying that the app, the gas prices were fluctuating so fast that the app could not even keep up with it, right? So how do you expect, and how can you expect people who are in this for money, who have already lost lawsuits against workers for intentionally stealing their tips and things like that? How do you really expect those people to keep up with the prices of gas to accommodate the worker? Yeah, right. Fuck, that's not happening. If anything, they'll raise prices on the consumer end, and they won't tell anybody, and they'll just pocket the difference. That is the scenario that is most likely to play out. I literally was named in a DoorDash lawsuit against DoorDash for that exact practice. I'm not just making this up. I received a very, 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 very tiny settlement. A two-digit settlement, which was split over like, I think, millions of workers for DoorDash stealing our money. They pretended that people didn't tip or that they tipped less, and then they just kept the money. That's literally something they did. So none of us should expect them to change the prices and then pass it on to the worker to make sure that they can pay for gas. They do not give a shit. What they're going to hope for is that somebody with a decent job, a non-gig worker job, loses their job, has some extra cash to burn, and they start doing gig stuff to pick up the slack while they look for another job. That happens thousands of times across multiple regions until those people realize that they're not making money. They have a new workforce, and this is what they've relied on for quite some time, actually. This is basically what they've relied on for some time. People dropping out of the workforce, picking up gig jobs, realizing it's not paying the bills, then quitting, and having just the cycle repeat with a new group of expendable people. Meanwhile, though, the stockholders of those companies continue to be enriched without having to do a single day's work, get in their car, fill up their gas tank. Why do we continue to allow the rich to thrive while everybody else struggles to get by? Let's ask CNN. I'm sure that they have a perfect answer.
So not long ago, the guys, and they were all guys who ran big American companies, GM, Ford, Sears, those things. They paid themselves about 20 to 30 times the wage of the average worker. Today, that's 300 to 400 times. Japan doesn't do that. Germany doesn't do that. The UK doesn't do that. America does that.
2 in 3 Americans now say that they worry more about running out of money than dying in this country.
I would not complain that my CEO is making all this money. If I had an issue with that, I would go start something. I would go create something. I would go create means for me to go and make more money if that's what I wanted to do.
What if we didn't spend all of this money on ballrooms and bombs?
And there's a reason why we call those the third rails, because you step on them, you get electrocuted. So we save some money.
These talking heads are so fucking dumb, it is painful.
Those rose 20 times faster than workers in 2025. And while the average global CEO pocketed 8.
Right, and this is the inequity that none of them can ever address. This is the inequity that Republicans, right-wingers can never fucking address. Like, it's the inequity in the growth of how much CEOs are making compared to the average worker. While, you know, like, the CEOs and bosses were already making 20 or 30 times as much as everybody else. And then the last 30, 40 years happened, and now they're making 200 to 300 times, 400 times more, right? Elon Musk is way outside that. He's in the thousands of times. We've talked about this. He makes more than like almost the entire workforce combined at Tesla. If you count like we're talking about like the factory workers, it's just obscene. But it's just like they can never address. They just have to say it's good. It's good, but it's not good. It's bad for society. And it just continues to funnel just this massive amount of money to a tiny, tiny group of people. And it's just blatantly unfair. Is why they can't ever address the inequity in it. They just have to say that people making money is good, and if you're not making money, that's your fault. You should be making a small business. Even though they support massive monopolies like Amazon, who have absolutely obliterated small businesses. I mean, they're filled with hypocrisy.
Million in pay and bonuses last year. It would take the average global worker 490 years to earn the same amount. Adjusted for inflation, global worker pay fell 12%, while real CEO pay surged 54% between 2019 and 2025. But as CEOs use their increasingly growing power to undermine workers' rights, one of them is defending that $9 latte that you had the other day.
What we're seeing is people, they want to have a special experience. And regardless of what your income level is, in some cases, a $9 experience does feel like you're splurging. And then what that means is we have to make it worthwhile, right? And then in other cases, people believe, well, this is a really affordable premium experience because they're saying like, well, it's less than $10.
I feel like to fully appreciate what you just...
Look, the coffee is just so good in Starbucks, it's worth $9. The experience. The experience in Starbucks where they will no longer allow you to sit down or use the bathroom. That Starbucks. The premium experience, $9. I've never had a Starbucks coffee that was worth $9. I would never pay $9. Fuck off.
You might also want to know that the CEO of Starbucks was given a private jet to commute to his office from his home in California. He is going 1,000 miles away, presumptively as often as he wants, and he's got a big old corporate jet in order to do that. And he's asking you to pay for a very special experience in a $9 cup of coffee.
Well, that video was not a premium experience. I'll start there. That was really cringeworthy. I am curious to know, I don't go to Starbucks often, but I'm curious to know if the premium experience is the barista writing your name incorrectly on the cup. Is it the people that squat there all day long and turn it into their home and office?
Who squats at Starbucks? What world is he living in? It's not 1900. Nobody's allowed to hang out at Starbucks anymore. Like they've like shut down like allowing people to hang out. That doesn't exist. Also, who spells Pete wrong? Like this is fake outrage once again. I'm just so sick of the fake Republican. I can't. It's fucking dumb. If people want to defend like just extreme, extravagant fucking wealth, and they just can't justify it, so they just complain about like all these little culture war things because they can't actually talk about the substance of any of this. He just whines and groans about people hang out at a coffee shop. Well, douchebag, that's what coffee shops originally were for. Okay? For hanging out at. All right? And drinking coffee. Like, you're a fucking moron. Okay? That's literally the point of them. Like, you know, why are people using the business of Starbucks for the purposes of the business? It's like, dude, because that's why it exists. Oh, God, the people are such fucking idiots. It's because they can only get upset about culture war stuff. When it comes to important things like this, they cannot address the facts that workers continue to make less and less while CEOs make more and more. It's a bifurcation of the workforce, if you will, if you can call a CEO a fucking worker, which of course they're not, but like of the economy. Right? It's a bifurcation of people by class in a way that is extremely problematic and is leading to massive problematic implications for the rest of society. They can't, defend the implications. They won't even address them. But they just refuse. They just refuse to even like get down to the actual issue, and they would rather just be outraged about other stuff. It's easier for them. It's the same thing that Tim Pool fucking does. It's basically Tim Pool. It's the Timcast, CNN IRL. Right? Like instead of Marvel, it's fucking complaining about people drinking coffee at Starbucks. So it's like 20 more years out of date, but it's still the same playbook. So let me get upset about some culture war stuff rather than talking about the substance of an argument. I don't have an argument. The fact is the billionaires have seized the government. They've seized the economy for themselves. Continue to try and take more and more of both for themselves and basically gatekeep us all from it all. Those same billionaires are helping to fund the billionaire-in-chief's ballroom. The golden gilded Epstein
Are
ballroom.
you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
Amazing to me is that the Trump regime somehow finds a way to lie about quite literally every single thing all the time. I'm not sure they've ever told the truth once. Because we were told when it comes to this ballroom that Trump so desperately wants and thinks about 24/7 and can't stop talking about, we were told that, hey, it's okay, it's going to be about $200 million, but no taxpayer money is going to go towards it. We're going to get it, taken care of on our own. In other words, we're going to have a pay-to-play corrupt scheme with billionaires, but they're going to pay for it, so you don't have to worry about it. So best case scenario is corrupt pay-to-play scheme involving billionaires. Then we heard, all right, it's not $200 billion. It's actually $400 billion. But again, don't worry because the billionaires are going to pay for it and you don't need to worry about anything. Now the price tag was upped again, except they tried to jam through Congress the funding for this illegal project. So look at this. The ballroom went from $200 million and privately funded to $300 million to $400 million, and taxpayers cover some of it, to MAGA trying to silently jam through $1 billion, 100% of which is our tax money, for this ballroom. Waste, fraud, and abuse in the Trump administration. That's exactly right. This is what they do with everything. They, promise it won't be that expensive, and also you don't have to worry about it, and then it becomes more expensive over time, and then it becomes super expensive, and you also are forced to pay for it. So let's remember, this is what Trump is concerned about these days. This is what he cares about as he wages an illegal war against a country that didn't attack us and tanks the global economy. We get this. Updated list of U.S. House GOP bills that would honor Trump. Number one.
I've decided what we have now. Sorry, hold on. I need a drink. Oh. I'm sorry, I was snacking on bagel over here. Please excuse me. So this is what we now have. We have the Fyre Fest presidency. Okay? This guy, convinced everybody that they were going to have the best time of their lives. And by everybody, I mean a group of gullible idiots with, in many cases, too much money to spend on, what do you call it? I think everybody follows me here, right? Though, he promised a lot of stuff to a group of people. You're gonna have a big party. That party was gonna be America. You're gonna make it great again. And then the day comes, right? January 20th. He comes to the office, and actually, it's a piece of bread and the piece of cheese or the piece of lettuce and a FEMA tent. Not even a FEMA tent, because we're defunding FEMA.
Carve his face into Mount Rushmore. Number 2, rename Palm Beach Airport after Trump. They just did that, by the way. We also learned that the vendors there are forced to buy from his companies. So yet again, he's being directly paid in this corrupt scheme to name an airport after himself. Number 3, rename Dulles Airport after Trump. Require State Department to award a Trump Peace Prize, the most ironic prize of all time. Declare Trump's birthday a federal holiday. Award Trump a congressional gold medal. Mint a $250 bill in U.S. currency with Trump's image. Several resolutions urging Trump to be given the Nobel Prize. Directing NIH to conduct research on Trump derangement syndrome. And as I added to this, don't forget he's signing his name on our currency. He put his name on the Kennedy Center to call it the Trump Kennedy Center. And he, of course, is obsessed with the ballroom. And he's trying to build the Arc de Trump. And he's randomly painting the reflecting pool with blue paint on the bottom to make it look like a fucking Ramada Inn Atlantic City hotel pool. So this...
No, but am I wrong about this? Like, an entire group of gullible idiots gave Donald Trump all of their money for all of his little pet projects, for the NFTs, for the trading cards, for the shoes, for the flags, for the hats. You know, drove across the country for the rallies, for Jan 6th, for all, you know what I'm saying? Like, they've been sold a bill of goods. They've given their entire life savings to this guy for this party that they were promised. And now you got a completely incompetent idiot who doesn't know how to even put on the party that he promised, at least in some degree. And or the stuff that he is delivering on is fucking horrifying.
This is what he cares about. This is what he thinks about. This is what he talks about, just like he remodeled the Lincoln bathroom and couldn't shut the fuck up about that. All that's happening as the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Gas is eventually going to be $5 a gallon. People are getting laid off because of AI all across this country. Inflation is absolutely skyrocketing. The war crimes are being committed on a regular fucking basis. Illegal. He's being dog-walked by Netanyahu as Netanyahu does multiple genocides with our weapons and our money. And
by the end of this, it's going to be like a $5 billion fucking ballroom paid for by taxpayers, which will at that point be more expensive than the Federal Reserve renovations that he claimed were fraudulent and did an investigation into Jerome Powell over. But Americans are mad about the ballroom shit, it would seem. Kyle, with an update on this situation for us. Let me skip ahead to this one.
all right, y'all. I mean, it truly just keeps getting worse and worse and worse for Trump. I'm not sure I've seen anything like this, but he's falling apart. The whole movement is falling apart, and the data guy over at CNN, Harry Enton, is having a field day with this. Let's watch.
I never thought I'd be discussing ballrooms with John Berman, but here we go. It's the ballroom heard around the world. And, I recall the shot heard around the world, Bobby Thompson, 51. That was popular. This is most certainly not popular. I mean, just take a look here. Okay, privately paid. This is a privately paid. And now, of course, we're talking about potential public funds going to it for the security. Privately paid new White House ballroom. Look at this. In October of 2025, 56% opposed it, just 28% supported. Now, after all of the press that the president and Republicans have been trying to make in terms of making this ballroom popular, you know how much it's moved in terms of popular opinion? It hasn't moved at all. It's just as unpopular now as it was in October. It is 56% opposed, just 28% support.
Remember, there was an alleged attempted White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting where within 5 minutes they were out there saying, that's why we need a ballroom, that's why we need a ballroom, that's why we need a ballroom. And Trump was out there going, everybody loves the idea of the ballroom now because I almost got killed, and since we didn't have the ballroom, that's why we need the ballroom, folks. That's why we need the ballroom. All the little fucking MAGA sycophant influencer cuck bitches were out there going, ballroom, 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 ballroom. They thought they were moving the ball down the field. It turns out, didn't do dick. Didn't do dick. The same numbers support it now as supported it before. So if it was a false flag to generate support for the ballroom, man, did that fail miserably. If it was a false flag to try to improve Trump's overall poll numbers from 32% to make it go up, that also failed miserably.
And I will note, Mr. Berman, that I have my little nugget down here. Just 18% of independents support it. This ballroom is simply put unpopular.
28% doesn't seem very high. Put 28% in perspective.
Yeah, I'm going to put 28% in some perspective to you, because to me, as I said at the beginning, I never thought I'd be talking about ballrooms, because ballrooms are just not my style. But Americans who support or believe in ghosts, that comes in at 39%. How about telepathy? That comes in at 29%. And the new White House ballroom comes in below both of those at 28%.
Is the perfect that is the perfect fucking graph right there. Here's some things people support or believe in more than the new White House ballroom. Telepathy and ghosts. I assume somewhere between telepathy and ghosts is also zombies, Superman, and a number of other sorts of things. Santa Claus. I'm just guessing, but seems like not a lot of Americans believe and or support in this new White House ballroom. Tooth Fairy, sure. Frankenstein's monster. Easter Bunny, yep. I'm sure way more people believe in Jesus. I bet that's higher than, was it Aliens? I can't remember what it was now. Ghosts and telepathy. That's right. Man, woman, person, camera, TV. Perfect brain. And also mind. Everybody's saying it.
I'm a perfectly stable individual.
I'm a very artistic person.
Here's Donald Trump cutting an ad for Democrats in the 2028 elections. I would imagine if you are running for Congress and you are running against a Republican, and you are not saying, do you agree or disagree with your president in this instance, I feel like you have failed. This is a clip of Donald Trump in the, what is it called, Brian?
The Villages.
The Villages in Florida. Yes.
And the Democrats start screaming, affordability, affordability. They're the ones that cause the problem.
Sorry, what's that voice he's doing?
Oh,
that's his
it's all the British. It's all the, if it was a rich man.
Right.
Affordability.
505 just cheered 100 bits. Lamau, Fox Mulder is more believable than Trump and his ballroom. Smiley face emoji.
Lamau. It's true. It's true. I mean, people believe in the X-Files more than Trump, essentially. That's what that says. You know, people believe in UFOs more than they believe in the White House ballroom. Nobody wants that shit. Oh, God. I need to add the X-Files to the soundboard. What do you mean the X-Files? Just the music?
And the Democrats start
Affordability.
Screaming, affordability. They're the ones that cause the problem.
Affordability.
I'll tell you one thing. They got one good line of bullshit. That's one thing I'll say about it. They are so bad. They are so bad.
All of those people can't afford to fill up their F-150 or their Chevy Tahoe, or
I think you mean golf cart.
Well, but don't they all? I would imagine they own.
I would point out two of the most inflationary events in the last decade have been kind of related to and or directly caused by Donald Trump. First one being COVID. Not, of course, he didn't start COVID. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that his response to COVID very bad, very incompetent response to COVID caused us to be shut down a lot longer than we probably would have needed to be had we taken this a little more seriously early on. That was one of the most inflationary events. Of course, that then led us directly into the invasion of Ukraine, which is the next most inflationary event, and then this being, I think, probably third, right? Like, this is probably this will, if this winds up being as inflationary as actually, when you think about it, the Ukraine situation was sort of like, literally during COVID still. People were still actually, I remember seeing people still wearing masks at that time sometimes. Not all the time, but a lot more than certainly they do now. And I think that, actually now that I think about it, I was still wearing a mask at that time. But now, I mean, I feel like nobody wears a mask. I literally don't see anybody wear a mask. I can't remember the last time I saw somebody wearing a mask that wasn't for work. But the fact is that, like, that invasion was really during the ongoing supply crisis as a result of COVID, right? Which exacerbated that situation. But that also obviously added two things big time because of, gas prices specifically, because of all the different things related to this, right? And so, I guess my point is this invasion was completely our choice, right? Those first two, one could argue, not necessarily as much of a choice, although I would say your reaction to something like COVID is a choice. But the point is, this one could not be defined in any other way. This is completely voluntary, in self-wounding, right? Like, we have, and by we, I mean Donald Trump, the United States, has chosen to start a war that anybody could have told you would have caused problems with the very problems that we're having, with all the things that we're having right now, right? Like that. Whatever. Foresight. Novel.
A golf cart and a massive SUV.
Yes.
Right? Like a Yukon or like a Pathfinder, not a Pathfinder.
Lots of bumper sticker space.
Yes. I mean, just something like where you can fit like 4 people in there and they could live in the truck. And they're maybe putting like 2 bags of groceries in the back of it. It's just inexplicable why they have a truck that big.
Well, they've locked in probably to some sort of mortgage that's at the lowest level possible, and their home has appreciated potentially over the past, I don't know, decade or plus to something that is wildly overvalued. And that's the exact constituency that Trump still drives up numbers with, the people that this economy is still working for because they already own at least one property.
Well, I think, honestly, a lot of those people now have gotten levered up. Just like they did during, leading into the financial crisis. I think a lot of people, I think maybe the debt is slightly different. I think a lot of people have gone for fixed rates as much as they can over variable rates. But I still think there's a bunch of, variable rate loans on people's equity in their homes because they, like Emma just pointed out, that their equity has improved. The market has skyrocketed, and if you've been holding property for the last 20 years, I mean, you've probably made a bunch of money in theory. You don't actually have to sell that home. People do it all the time. And if you got the money, capital, and credit, just go to a bank and say, look, I want to take out, 75% of my home's value, whatever over the mortgage that I currently hold. Let me take out all the equity from the home, right? Whatever it might be, in cash as a line of credit. It's just, God, I feel like we are heading down a bad path. Because as things start to get more expensive, people like that may start to get more squeezed. As inflation continues to go up. But what happened? Like, what is the... Here's a question. If inflation really does start ticking up big time, right? Because it already is moving upwards. We're already seeing it in energy big time. But you haven't seen it trickle through yet to the rest of the sectors as much because those take time. But it's happening, and we are starting to slowly see it. And what happens when that starts really ticking up? The Federal Reserve, I mean, is planning to lower interest rates right now, right? Like, that's the Trump plan. But how can they possibly lower interest rates going into rapidly increasing, like, inflationary environment? Like, I know that they're irresponsible, but like, if this starts to spiral out of control, lowering interest rates could be detrimental. Potentially introducing a bunch more capital into the system, in theory, could be bad. Like, if you just go by how the Federal Reserve has been justifying all of its decisions, right? Forget what you might want to do with interest rates. Because let's also never forget that it doesn't matter what the Federal Reserve does with interest rates for you. Okay? It's gonna... With those interest rates are for the billionaires, okay? Just assume the Federal Reserve's interest rates are for billionaires and banks and not you. Because you don't go to the Federal Reserve to ask for money. And they don't pass on savings to you, right? That is the thing that I think we have to always never forget. Is that it doesn't matter what the federal funds rate is, because that's the money, that's the rate at which they loan to the banks and to the billionaires, right? Like, anybody who can go to the Federal Reserve and actually ask for money is like you're literally a bank, or you're like a quasi bank. It's basically like the only way to do that. You, a normal person, cannot go to the Federal Reserve and just ask for money. They will laugh you out of the building. All right. And then those guys arbitrarily decide what to charge you based upon your credit, right? Like, they're paying near nothing for the money that they get from the Federal Reserve when they need it, right? And then they charge you 20%, 30% on your credit card, right? 8-9% on your fucking mortgage or whatever. I don't know what it is right now. I think it's probably a little lower than that. I don't know what the 30 years at. But like, the fact is like the rates that consumers pay, like, unless you're like insanely like elite and wealthy, like, are dictated by what a bank wants to make off of you, and got little to nothing to do with the federal funds rate. It's got everything to do with the private markets and the public markets, like the private and public debt markets, whether it's treasuries or debt held by companies. That's what determines what you pay. And however greedy the bank's feeling today. Sure, is it like, I guess what it's like it's a reliance, I feel like an expectation of trickle-down economics actually working, right? Which we all know not to be a thing. like it's like an expectation that bankers will have more money and therefore pass it on to the consumer, right? Like, when's the last time that worked? So if they can't lower interest rates, they can't raise interest rates, because of course Trump will lose his shit, and it honestly wouldn't solve the problem. Not just probably, it wouldn't solve the problem. Raising interest rates, I mean, it would just be punitive. Like, it would just be punitive because, if you raise the interest rates, then they'll definitely come. They pass on the raising of the interest rates, undoubtedly. But they're not lowering it.
Columbia_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Trickle-down economics does exist. It's just rich people are pissing on us while they steal all our money.
Ah, yes. Thank you, Columbia, for the vivid description and the bits. I appreciate you. We could be in a situation where we are in a runaway inflationary environment and the U.S. government has literally no tools at its at its disposal to do fuck all about it. You know, aside from ending Operation Epstein Fury, right? Like the rest of the government. Like the rest of the, you know, supposedly non-deranged, responsible portion of the government, which is, of course, becoming deranged immediately. With Trump's boy involved now. Warsh, I think, is the name of the new Federal Reserve chair. That guy's a lunatic. But, like, there's no way they do it right. I can tell you, I can guarantee they're going to fuck it up. And it's already fucked. There's no way that they don't make it worse. Like, that's my fucking point, I think. I can't remember my points anymore because I got distracted thinking about a whole bunch of stuff over here. But... You know, do you remember what I was just talking about a little bit ago with regards the tariff situation vis-a-vis the Supreme Court ruling that most of, not all of, but most of Trump's tariffs, like 80% or something like that. I don't know. Once again, we don't have an exact figure on this right now. But like some large portion of Trump's tariffs deemed illegal by the Supreme Court earlier in the year, which of course, as we know, means that not only is the federal government going to have to shell out hundreds of billions of dollars potentially to businesses. That's right, businesses paid the tariffs.
China,
not China. But the facts are the facts. Republicans shifted the reasoning for the tariffs from manufacturing jobs to solving the deficit created by the big, beautiful bill's tax cut for the billionaires. However, since that is now 80% shy, tariffs-wise, or something like that, we got a real problem. The fact is, the United States government was relying on increased productivity into infinitum, but with a slowing economy and a very sizable debt. I mean, we have a problem. Right? Our borrowing costs are continuing to increase while GDP is currently slowing. And is the deficit crisis, the debt crisis that Republicans have been warning us about for decades. The one that they have contributed to every single time that they are in charge. Let's go to Al Jazeera English. Talk about that from 2 days ago.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over 50.
This is America, and that is the US Treasury. Here, the national debt has exceeded GDP for the first time since World War II. That costs the government $1 trillion a year in interest alone. Is the government gambling with the world's largest economy, and can it bring that ever-increasing number under control? I'll be back with more on that later, but first, here's Cyril Vanier in our Washington studio.
Alex Baird, thank you very much. The United States is the most indebted country in the world. Almost every year in my lifetime and yours, the U.S. government has chosen to spend more money than it collects, sometimes a lot more. Over decades, that builds up. and the national debt now stands at $39 trillion, exceeding the entire U.S. economy. Now that is something we have not seen since World War II. Is it sustainable? U.S. President Donald Trump, who has added to the debt himself, has flagged it as a vulnerability for years.
We have found, over the last 7 years, we have found tremendous wealth right under our feet. So good, especially when you have $20 trillion in debt. The Obamacare repeal and replace plan would significantly reduce the federal deficit. When I heard we were going to Iraq, somebody said, oh, we're going for the oil. $15 trillion. That does a lot to solve our deficit problem, doesn't it? Growth is the way. If we grow like this, we go from having at $37 trillion, we go from having high debt to low debt. I will bring our energy companies back. They'll be able to compete. They'll make money. They'll pay off our national debt.
So $39 trillion, that number is enough of a concern in the U.S. that it's posted on websites, billboards, and bus stops where everyone can track the debt live. Alex Baird walks us through the number and what it means.
Now, one problem with the premise of, like, the more we increase GDP, the more it solves the deficit, is that is only the case if the amount that we tax that productivity keeps up with the pace at which we are growing the deficit, right? Everybody following me here? Like, the premise is, I mean, the growth doesn't just pay the deficit, right? Like, it doesn't just magically pay. The only way the growth pays for the deficit is through taxes, right? Like, you tax the productivity, right? Somebody sells something, you tax it. You know, somebody earns income, you tax it, right? Like, any number of events, and the government is, in theory, supposed to tax it. And so if productivity increases, in theory, it should, you know, help with that debt by taking in more tax dollars. But of course, we don't tax all dollars made the same. And while productivity continues to increase, not all of it is actually being captured. And the ultra-wealthy, the major corporations, these are the people who are avoiding the most in taxes. So as GDP increases, unfortunately, we are not seeing, we're still not really even seeing that growth accounting for things, because we keep growing spending by so much. And in all the wrong places, right? Like, rather than in healthcare and in education, it's on defense. It's on bombs and weapons for Operation Epstein Fury and the genocide in Gaza and any other number of different conflicts across the globe. And of course, all of our myriad bases.
Blessed are the young, for they shall inherit the national debt. That was President Hoover in 1936. And that blessing per person is getting pretty big. Keep following our counter in the corner there for just how fast that's growing on average. But in the meantime, let's break down what that number means. The national debt is similar to a person using a credit card and not paying off the full balance each month. That means the federal government can pay for services even when it doesn't have money. And why wouldn't it? Experts say it's down to an aging population, rising healthcare costs, and a tax system that doesn't generate enough revenue. Basically, the US Treasury doesn't have enough money to pay the bills. Right now, US national debt is so big that it's larger than the entire economy of the country. Around 1/3 of that publicly held debt is owned by foreigners. The top 3 countries, Japan, the UK, and China. The rest is held here at home, mostly by government trust funds, big financial institutions, and the Federal Reserve. They own around 1/6 of that number, still ticking away up there. But it wasn't always that big. The US has been in debt from the start, nearly 250 years ago, due to Revolutionary War costs. By 1835, that had all been paid back, and that was the last time debt was at zero. It hit $1 billion in 1863 during the Civil War, $500 billion in the mid-70s, and that doubled to $1 trillion by the 80s. Since then, debt has ballooned, and fast. And in the last couple of years, annual interest payments hit $1 trillion. That's a lot of money. And there's still...
Huh, weird. What is it? What
annual interest
happened
payment
in the 80s? What happened? Oh, that's right. In the 80s, we stopped taxing billionaires and corporations as much as we had in the previous decades, and everything got out of control. And the debt 40x'd in no time. It's insane. That is wild. That's what happened, right? That's basically what happened here. Is we stopped taxing the productivity. Like the thing I was just saying. Like we stopped taxing productivity as the source. We started trying to crowdsource it from everybody else. You know? Stop taxing the corporations and the billionaires and see if the rest of society can just foot the bill. Or just cut some government programs. And that's what we've been doing now for the last 45 years. It's an unsustainable, fucking ridiculous. Oh, just injustice. Hold on. Oh, my back still hurts. Good God. Stretch. Give it away, give it away, give it away, ma'am.
So hot right now.
Really? You're just full of them, aren't you? You're just full of them, aren't you, duck? Give it away, ma'am. Give it away. Ma'ams aren't giving anything away right now. They're hoarding everything. The mammals are hoarding. Okay, we got a problem. All right, let's move on from talking about the debt. How am I doing on time right now? Jesus Christ, this is ridiculous. And I just got like a new tension in my back. That's what I need. I have not been sleeping well. And I've been trying to work out again, which is a bad combination. You gotta sleep if you want to be healthy. And my sleep schedule has been terrible. Getting to sleep has been difficult, probably because I've just been really honestly worried about the future of everything, including the channel. Trying to keep a happy face over here and keep the show going and not worry about stuff, but it's been tough. Thankfully, all of you today have been helping me feel better. Honestly, whenever I get streaming, I feel better about everything. Once I'm in the zone. Do a poll? What do you mean do a poll? A poll on what? What am I polling? What? What am I polling? And why? Alright, since it's 6 freaking hours into the stream already, I still didn't get enough sleep last night. And we're only 50 videos into this puppy on a 140 video list. Feels bad, man. Oh, I think I'm going to have to skip some stuff. I really do hate to do that. If I don't skip some stuff. I just don't know how I'll ever get through all of it. What do I do here? It's a terrible decision. A terrible decision to make such a long list today. It's not my fault. Okay, really, when you think about it, is it my fault that the week is as long and filled with news as it is? Or, alternate theory, is it the news's fault? Yeah, I think that might be it. So, I think what I'm gonna do... Fuck, I really want to just go through this. God damn it. I always see these as like a single entity. I try and put it together in that order. And then I get to like a point like this where I'm like, dude, you can't get through all these videos. And I said, goddamn disaster. What do I cut out? I'm sorry. I just need to make an editorial decision. Let me just see what I can cut out for tomorrow. Fuck. I should just stop talking and get moving. I'm gonna do a few more of these here. Let's go here. Majority report. Let's talk about how Donald Trump is wasting your taxpayer dollars. You know, those ones we're running out of because we're not taxing the rich anymore. Or
Trump administration
even
wants
less,
$1.5 trillion in defense. This is the no war candidate. We already, over the past, I want to say 4 or 5 years, have
full screen. Hold on. I want this full screen. This is very rude.
Added
I hate when this happens. I have no idea what the fucking solution to this is. Why won't you full screen? Just full screen. What's so difficult about that? It's not complicated. Oh, there you go. Now you want to do it. Okay, great.
$400 billion. We've almost doubled the defense budget in the past, like, I want to say 6-7 years. And certainly under Biden, we also increased it dramatically. But they want to double it again. And you know they're serious about it because Pete Hegseth made a video in front of a green screen.
Look at how he's standing here.
Go
This is a
ahead.
very normal way to stand here, sir.
Looks like he's hung on a door hook.
Go ahead. Play some of this.
A broken Pentagon bureaucracy was doing the same thing for decades. When our warfighters needed more weapons, aircraft, and ships, the Department of Defense allowed contractors to double dip at your expense. They charge you, the taxpayer, to build their factories, and then charge you again for the final product.
How much did we pay to make this fucking terrible, like, PragerU video here? This is ridiculous.
The taxpayer to build their factories, and then charge you again for the final product. And despite paying companies to make weapons faster, schedule delays were constant, and cost overruns were the norm.
Also, can you imagine like Lloyd
constant,
I'm sorry, hold on.
And cost overruns were the norm. And despite
Can you imagine like Lloyd Blankfein or like Donald Rumsfeld doing this? Like don't get me wrong, I think those guys are terrible. But can you imagine them doing something this unhinged? Like just like this sort of like, it's like a circus act. He looks like a clown. Like, it's a clown show over here. This guy's the fucking Secretary of Defense. He's acting like a like a fucking moron. I hope not too many taxpayer dollars were wasted on this production.
Paying companies to make weapons faster, schedule delays were constant, and cost overruns were the norm. All while their CEOs got rich. But today, President Trump's War Department is flipping this rigged system on its head.
President Trump lost.
We're not tolerating delays in production or cost overruns anymore. We've pushed out the bureaucrats who made these deals in the past and replaced them with the most talented negotiators in the private sector.
They're COVID.
A group of businessmen.
They love their masks.
Also, the CEO fat cat thing, does that play with his audience?
Well, that's the thing. And I mean, we don't need to really watch any more of this, frankly. The CEO fat cat, they apparently, everybody has gotten the word, you must, absolutely must, talk about affordability and saving. I mean, this is going to be their big push.
Well, it's their faux populism. He's pretending as if the Republican Party is in some way in opposition to weapons manufacturers and the CEOs of defense companies.
Well, they're talking, their whole thing is going to be this anti-fraud, anti-waste push.
Right.
Because it's, sort of like a generic thing and they can make it sound populist. At the same time, they're saying fat cats are not going to get rich. Well, somebody's going to get that extra $500 billion that you are asking for. And I wonder if it's just going to be like some working mom.
Yes, right. Who gets a contract. Can you pull up this article here that I sent from the Military Times at the end of last year? Just a reminder about all of the waste that slushes around in the Pentagon. They can't keep track of the amount of money and all these contracts and the billions of dollars that are.
First time we've had the SecDef on a green screen with weird animation in an ad. I actually don't know. It's possible that this happened before. It just the whole vibes of it just feels so fucking deranged. Like, it's just this sort of level of in your face. I think it's just the blatantness of it, right? Like the gall. Like this guy is doing this is what, like, for so many reasons, that this is what he's spending his time doing. Not keeping America safe. Instead he's doing this, right? Like, it's his job to, in theory, I know it's disturbing to think for all of us, believe me. It's another one of those things there's a lot of things that are weighing on me. I mean, I usually manage to get to sleep, even knowing that, but it's a struggle knowing that he's technically the man who's supposed to be keeping America safe, right? But, like, is that keeping America safe? Like, we're at war right now in Iran, but this is what he's doing. It's the best use of his time. Is it possible that maybe his time could be used better preventing American casualties, right? Or it's preventing American military losses, or literally anything other than this? I think yes. Potentially.
To the defense contractors. Maybe it was just because of wokeness all across this time period. Even during Trump's first term, Pentagon fails financial audit for 8th year in a row. Let's reward them by doubling their budget. As we talk about government waste and inefficiency, it's insane. Do you think PragerU did the production on that?
That's exactly what it looks like.
The whole thing is about how we're not going to double dip on contracts. There is absolutely 100% no doubt in my mind that a friend of Pete Hegseth got the contract to do that ad.
Oh,
like, that was not done in it. Like, somebody.
Yeah. That's actually a good point. It was probably, I don't know, it was one of Pete's drinking buddies who just input into like Sora or something like that, like in the style of PragerU. Give me a video for my boy, the Secretary of War, Pete Kegzeth, right? And it just spit something out, right? Like that's probably what happened. It just, it's like, oh God.
Got a taste from that. It's just the way that it is. Maybe Pete Hegseth has his own like cart.
I know the Pentagon doesn't tend to account for the majority of its spending, but I would love to know how much we spent on that ad. I would love to know how much that
Production
cost.
company now, and who knows?
You know, Pete Hegseth is really ideologically opposed to the fat cat CEOs that are getting rich in the past from the Pentagon. So I will hope that if he's not in jail, that he is not going to accept some sort of contract or board seat from one of these defense contractors once he leaves office, right? Like that would be really hypocritical based on how he's presented himself here.
He's a warrior. He's not going to do
never.
that.
Yeah.
So is the logic that,
Sean Duffy,
warrior
this is
doesn't belong in the
Brian told me this too. In
boardroom.
terms of like corruption and
Pete doesn't belong in a boardroom. He's a warrior. Have you ever seen that guy in a suit and tie? Wait, actually, now I think about it, that's the only thing I've ever seen him wear. Now I think about it, that's literally all he ever wears is a suit and tie.
Sean Duffy, the whole time he's been.
When you think about it, for a warrior, he owns a lot of suits and ties and hair gel, right? Like for a guy who's focused on warrior stuff, he's spending a lot of time every day getting himself ready for the day, and is not involving military drills.
Transportation Secretary seems like a pretty big. It seems like a pretty big job because Transportation Secretary. I mean, you know, we had all those crashes. Remember in the first year the
helicopter
near
crashed
misses
into a plane, yeah.
And now we have jet fuel shortages, and Spirit Airlines went out of business so abruptly that they left people stranded on a Saturday night at the airports. When you hear this about Sean Duffy, it starts to make things seem like it's, I mean, I think you have to have some empathy and understand the stress he's been under. Brian, you've worked in showbiz. I have also worked in showbiz. I did a fake reality show. It was extremely stressful. And so before anybody starts picking on Sean Duffy for not doing his job, you should be aware. Do we have, can we put this up?
Yeah, we got it.
You should be aware that Sean Duffy has other things he's been doing. Go ahead.
50th anniversary.
Thank God.
What better
His
way to
job.
celebrate our beautiful country than to see our beautiful country?
The Duffy family is doing just that, embarking on a great American road trip to rediscover our great nation.
I think Mudd's kind of mad. I'm not. You're mad.
We're not going to fight on this trip. Put your seatbelts on.
So we're inviting you along with our family on the Great American Road Trip. Stop scrolling and hit the road, mile by mile, window down, and hearts wide open.
Welcome to Montana.
The Duffys, they've got tons of kids. I think they have like 11 kids. 9 or 11 something. Is there a difference?
Wow.
Oh,
And
that
guess who's
seems
here?
supernatural. That laugh seemed supernatural and not forced at all. She seemed like she was having genuine, real fun. Boy, would I watch that show.
But Sean, as Transportation Secretary, I assume this was your idea.
So I wanted to lean into America's 250th birthday. Rachel and I actually met on a road trip on a reality TV show.
Right.
And so over the course of 7 months, we just kind of found these moments where I might be able to do some work. I could take the kids with me, do a road trip.
Some work.
And our motto is to love America is to see America. And there's so much to see in this beautiful country.
That's sweet. I don't want to care about watching this anymore. The idea that his job at the beginning of a new administration is loose enough that I was able to actually travel the entire country with my family while we did this.
Planes were falling out of the sky.
Right. I mean, maybe they're
He was the Secretary of Transportation. Gas prices are at near multi-decade highs. And he's like, you know what? This is the perfect time to go on a road trip with my family and broadcast it to the entire world. If you ask me, tone-wise, I would say not good. Not really reading the moment.
trying to demonstrate that with all of these flight cancellations due to jet fuel shortages that you're going to maybe have to be driving across the country if you want to get to your vacation.
And actually, the way that you do this is you all fly in on a government-paid flight, and then you hop into the rent-a-car that's there, because God forbid you had to drive anywhere across state lines. You would be so broke by that first 250 miles right now.
Immediately,
I mean,
if
gas
not
is
sooner.
so expensive, and this guy's doing a fucking reality show while he's in government. This is just shocking.
I mean, they're all podcasting. Why does it matter?
He's straight out of Central Casting at Sean Duffy.
Yes, right.
Hey, you nailed the show. I mean, you know what happened here? You know what happened here, right? Like, Duffy sees Kristi Noem. Like, wait a second. She's doing that $200 million film? I want a taste of that. I'm going to go do a reality show. This is going to be great. And reality star, transportation secretary. What happens next is going to blow your mind.
What? This is ridiculous!
Yeah. You know what I think it is? I think Sean is trying to live out his real dream. Because of course there was two big reality shows that really started all of the other reality shows. They basically started simultaneously in I want to say late 90s, early 2000s. I can't remember the exact timing of it. I think it was late 90s. I'm trying to remember. I think it had to have been late 90s. God, I'm getting old. Point is, this is something I remember. But the two reality shows which completely took over the planet, certainly the American attention, were Real World, which Mr. Duffy was in fact on, auditioning. He auditioned for Real World Boston in '97. Yeah, okay, right, okay. It had been, right, okay, so, right, actually, wow, did it really start that early? Was it like 93 or 4? Good God. Wow, the show was on the air for a while. Longer than I feel like I remember it being on. The point is Sean was on, wanted to be on Real World. Wanted to be on Real World, never got to be, I don't think he quite had like as much out of the real world as he wanted, I guess you might say. But the real big show was Road Rules. And of course he met his, did he meet his wife on Road Rules? Something he's trying to relive like the dream, right? Like his youth. Like he's trying to make up like for any of the things that he didn't do back then. He's like, oh, what if I had done this when I was... Now he's got a chance. Now he's take the family back out. Take the family back out for Road Rules Duffy Edition. Yeah, it probably feels like he didn't get enough attention or something during the first 2 shows that he was on back in the day. How's his chance for his own reality TV show? All right. Now we are going to skip way ahead in my list just because of time. So I got to talk about so much other stuff, and we are super deep into this thing. I almost took another break just now, but because I want to give you all as much as I possibly can. Although maybe you deserve a second break. Do you all want a second break? I want to get through as much shit as I can tonight, and I've got so much to talk about. So I'm just going to skip ahead. We'll hopefully cover the rest of this tomorrow. I keep saying that like every day. I just keep like passing on clips from one day to the next. One day I'll catch up. No, one day I will not be living in some sort of purgatory of constantly trying to catch up with my clip list. Oh, God. Hurt. All right, screw it. Screw the break. I don't see anybody clamoring for a break right now. So, let's skip ahead to this. Do we do this one? How much time do I have right now? 6. All right, we're 6.5 hours in. I think I'll do these two at the very least, and then space news. Right? That seems good enough for tonight. Yeah. That's fine. This is already a massive... this is a massive undertaking tonight, Jesus Christ. All right, let's first go here to the Atlantic. Or maybe we should do this in a different order. Yeah, you know what? I'll do this in this order. Doesn't really matter. Let's go here. Since we were just talking just moments ago about the price of oil, I figure we should talk about, some of the alternatives. Like ditching oil completely. Or, in vast quantities.
I was driving around LA
most of
yesterday,
society.
and I don't know if you guys know this who are not in LA. Gas prices are $7 a gallon. $7.20 a gallon. Now, granted, I was in Hollywood, whatever, but average prices here in California are like $6 a gallon.
Okay, sorry everybody. I'm having to close the window and then reopen it so I don't have to skip through them, but it's also fucking me up. It's slowing me down. So sorry about that. Let's talk about oil and maybe not relying on it so much with Francesca Fiorentini.
Cities like Los Angeles quite truly cannot work if we have this expensive of gasoline, right? Which is sort of leading me to a broader point, but hang on. Because also, gas prices are the reason that flights are surging in cost. Between 2025 and 2026, the average U.S. fare for domestic flights is just through the freaking roof. And Spirit Airlines is no longer. So the last place you could probably get a cheap ticket, Spirit, as much as we wanted to make fun of it, that's all gone belly up. And recently in court papers, they say they were forced to ground their fleet because the, quote, recent geopolitical events resulted in a massive and sustained increase in fuel prices. Yes, all of this stems from not just the moral atrocity of the war in Iran and, of course, the war in Lebanon and the war on the Palestinian people, but the economic atrocity that is coming on the back of this war. And if you're wondering, yeah, California gas prices are way higher because actually we do rely on oil shipments from the Strait of Hormuz, despite Pete Hegseth saying, we don't need this. We don't need this oil. Okay, buddy, then why am I paying $7 a gallon at the pump? California receives roughly 30% of its foreign crude oil from the Persian Gulf. And basically we got the last shipment of oil from the Gulf like this week. The final shipment. So, according to Gas Buddy analyst Patrick DeHaan, quote, it would probably lead to gasoline that rises from $6.50 to $7 a gallon, DeHaan said, and it could lead diesel that is approaching $8.50 or $9, and it could be restrictive for some airlines. So he's talking about the fact that we got this last oil tanker, 2 million barrels of oil. And honestly, at this point, I have Trump and this administration doesn't give a shit about California. You think they give a fuck? They love that it's way more expensive in a blue state to drive a car. Which kind of brings me to my point. What the hell are we doing? Still flying and driving cars. We have been boxed into this situation by our retrograde ass country, our so-called first world nation that cannot for the life of it have a working rail system. Here in the state of California, Governor Gavin Newsom, he's trying to run for higher office. There still isn't a completed train that goes from San Francisco to Los Angeles, right? Not only are we talking about the economic impact, how expensive it is to fly, and now, of course, Delta's like, sorry, you don't get water. Delta needs to give its CEO a pay raise, so no snacks. But again, let's talk about the climate impact of all of this. Have we not learned our lesson about fossil fuels, about wars for oil, about
and California specific, because Francesca brought it up, has so no excuse on the high-speed rail, right? It's one big long state, perfect for this exact sort of thing. Well, maybe not perfect. Some of the terrain is a little hilly, and that creates challenges, but aside from that one thing, which is, to be fair, a somewhat expensive problem depending on how you deal with it. And so, California is one of the richest states in the country, right? One of the biggest GDPs in the country, some of the wealthiest people living there, biggest businesses headquartered there. They can't manage to just get a high-speed rail from one end of the state to the other. But I mean, don't get me wrong. Most other states have that exact same problem. Not all, but the vast majority of them. Florida, I think, is one of the only places with something like that, except it's not through the whole state, and they didn't think it all through. I've looked into it, unfortunately, for Florida. They set that high-speed rail up in some really bad spots. I mean, if you are from Florida, then you know that some of those spots are perhaps a little too close to the water, or perhaps a little too low-lying areas for a place that, as we know, has some issues with things like, I don't know, erosion and flooding, storms. I know that's shocking to everybody that Florida would do something
for wars for oil, about sending our country into the depths of economic depression because of wars for oil. Meanwhile, China's over here crushing it on renewables. They're investing in solar and wind. They are absolutely crushing it. And honestly, good for them. Good for the rising hegemon to actually best the current hegemon, not through militarism, right? Not even through extractive capitalism, but through renewable energies.
Yeah. You know what would be a good idea is if the United States embraced solar and wind technologies to help offset the cost of Epstein Fury, instead of literally paying to end those projects, which is what the Trump administration is currently doing. I'm not kidding. Look it up. Trump administration is spending billions of dollars to shut down wind and solar energy projects because he just doesn't like them. He just doesn't like them, And it feels more manly to drill oil out of the ground. Does it feel more manly when you're paying twice as much at the gas pump that you were last year? I bet it does. Yep. And instead of spending our money on infrastructure, green energy, we are spending it on wars for oil in the Middle East. That cost billions of dollars a day. Oh, because they give whales cancer. Right. And the birds, of course. They're killing all the birds. Everybody's saying it. All the best scientists. All the best scientists are saying the birds are dying because of the solar panels. The solar panels are killing the birds, and the windmills are killing the whales. Everybody's saying it. No, I said it right. Nope. No, I said it right. Everybody doesn't know, but actually the birds, they see the reflection in the solar panel of the sun, and they're blinded, and they die. Okay? And then the whales, they're very stupid, and they run into the windmills out in the water. And they too also die. Everybody dead. Dead, dead, dead. No more birds, no more whales. And it's all the green new scam. Everybody's saying it. Now, you know what's not the green new scam? The potential shutdown of the Atlantic Meridional overturning circulation.
The AMOC could shut down. This is, and I really don't think this is an exaggeration, one of climate scientists' biggest fears. An overheating planet could cause this vast ocean circulation to grind to a halt, causing major and largely irreversible disruption to the planet's weather patterns. And if you've seen headlines like these or videos like these, you'll know that the fears are rising. But if you've just read these headlines, you might think that the science is settled, that the AMOC collapse is coming and that there's nothing we can do about it. But I reached out to a bunch of scientists who are still battling to understand how big the threat is. And one of the few things that they do agree on is that we can still act to protect ourselves. I'm Adam, I have a PhD in atmospheric physics, and I'm here to help you make sense of the changing planet that we all share. Today I want to take a look at one of the most critical but complex questions in climate science, whether a massive ocean circulation, the AMOC, will collapse. I want to talk to you about what we know, what we don't, and how we, personally, can start to make sense of this immense threat. I actually made a video about this a couple of years ago, but there've been a bunch of updates. Spoiler alert, they're not happy updates, but they're not as unambiguously bad as you'd think if you just read the headlines. So the AMOC is the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation. It's the Atlantic section of the ocean's vast conveyor belt, and the word vast doesn't really do it justice. It carries over 1 million billion watts of heat across the globe. Now? If that number doesn't help you, and it doesn't really help me, then picture the output of 1 million power plants. Yeah, it's still kind of hard to get your head around. By transporting these unbelievable amounts of heat towards the north of our planet, the AMOC regulates the world's climate. This is especially important for keeping Europe's climate relatively mild, but as we'll see in a second, it has impacts far further afield as well. So all in all, the AMOC is extremely important. 5 out of 5 no notes would circulate again. But, and I guess you can see where this is going, climate change comes in and says, that's a pretty nice overturning circulation you've got there. Shame if someone were to switch it off. Well, I guess today we learned what my brain thinks climate change's voice sounds like. If, hypothetically, humans were to emit a bunch of greenhouse gases, those would heat the planet up, changing how the ocean loses heat. Plus, it would cause the Greenland ice sheet to melt and dump a whole bunch of fresh water into the North Atlantic. And all of that would disrupt how the AMOC does its whole overturning circulation thing and slow the whole system down. And when I said hypothetically, what I meant is that is exactly what we're currently doing and what climate scientists are scared will happen. Now, the AMOC slowing down would be bad enough, but the biggest fear is that if things slow down enough, the AMOC could reach a tipping point. Tipping points are points in our climate system where, once passed, the planet would tip into another state, and it would be very hard to get back to where we started. For the AMOC, the fear is that the circulation could effectively shut down, switching to a much less active state that would be tough to switch back on. Now, often this collapse is depicted as something sudden, as if the AMOC could shut down overnight, like in The Day After Tomorrow when Jake Gyllenhaal is literally chased by the cold. In reality, though, it would be several decades between passing the tipping point and a full shutdown. As we'll talk about.
Yeah. But then all of a sudden it's like, okay, is the government gonna move people? Or will it just be people who can afford to move? Who can manage to find a home in a less freezing cold state to live in? Or after a few decades, you just find yourself in the Arctic, like basically in like the Arctic tundra? If you just couldn't pull it together in time.
In a second, there's still a lot of questions and debate between researchers about what's going on with the AMOC. But there are two things all the scientists seem to agree on. One is good and one is bad. The bad thing that they agree on is that if the AMOC substantially slowed or even shut down, that would be devastating. It could cause things like sea levels to soar on the east coast of America, temperatures to plunge in Europe, bringing about extreme, brutal winters, disruptions in rainfall patterns, including to monsoon rains that millions rely on. It's worth emphasizing as well that our societies just aren't adapted to any of that and wouldn't be able to change to keep up. We've spent millennia building our civilizations based on a particular climate, and then, if triggered, an AMOC shutdown could take place in just 50 to 100 years, completely disrupting the global climate that our farming, our cities, our ecosystems are adapted to.
Yep, it's not good, and unfortunately, scientists are concerned that we are headed in this direction. We've seen evidence that it's happening. There have been reasons to be concerned about it, as the desalination of certain parts of the ocean continue to increase, which causes an imbalance in the salinity levels, which are the things that dictate the current. And, of course, as we know, the literal iceberg, which the movie Day After Tomorrow is probably just finishing melting as of a few months ago or something like that, down in the South Atlantic. An event that we followed last year, I think. Okay, now to some space news. And these ladies are trying to hone in on my territory right now, edging me out. It's very rude. Let's go to the I've Had It podcast. Jennifer Welch pops with some space news.
All right. FBI Director Cash Money Cha-Ching Ching, the most unqualified dipshit in literally so many options as to who is the most unqualified dipshit in the Trump regime. He's making an attempt to distract from his failures on the job by teasing the release of information about, drumroll, aliens. Let's play the clip.
That there would be life on other planets that may be visited here that would not at all shock or surprise me. Have you ever looked into it?
We're looking at it. Here's the thing. Again,
okay, I want all the details.
Here's the thing. Every other president before President Trump could have said, hey, let's look at that and get the American people the information. What did he do? He stood up an interagency process with Department of War leading that effort to get out the documentation related to everything that you're talking about, not just from the FBI, from the IC and everywhere else. And so what do? We already delivered our first tranche of information to that committee, and they're going to be publicly releasing this information very soon.
I know what in that tweet now. I could never figure it out. So Kash Patel tweeted about Alexis, his girlfriend, being a country music sensation and that she has done more for this country than most Americans have in 10 lifetimes. After seeing that clip of Director Patel with Sean Hannity, I know that her patriotism is the fact that she's fucking cash so that no other American has to. That's what she's doing for this country. And this comes after all of this fluffing up all this alien stuff. This is really interesting, you guys. It comes after some evangelical pastors made startling claims about the government convening them in a secret meeting to share. Let's pop this up. Perry Stone, a well-known evangelist, author, and Bible teacher from Tennessee, warned that fellow pastors were recently invited to a secret meeting with U.S. intelligence officials to prepare for the release of secret files on extraterrestrials. According to Stone, the officials warned a small group of pastors with a large reach in the Christian community that the government was about to release reports.
Why in the hell would they have to meet? Why would pastors have to meet with U.S. intelligence officials to talk about extraterrestrials? I can't think of anything more like every single day the Trump administration does something that sounds more and more like a bad science fiction movie. We got pastors and biblical teachers meeting with U.S. intelligence officials to prepare for the release of secret extraterrestrial files. What the fuck is going on? What in the actual fuck is going on here, huh? Somebody explain that to me. God. Why are they there? I don't understand. I'm trying to make sense of it. Nobody seems to have any answers. I was really hoping chat would be able to explain this to me. Clearly not. But why preachers? Why would pastors and preachers need to be meeting up with the government to talk about aliens? What? This doesn't make any sense. You're not making any sense.
Possibly videos of aliens and spacecraft, which were not from this planet. So this is a really interesting development that the government feels that they need to go to evangelical religiously. These are basically mega church people because these are the rapture preppers. These are the people that are prepping for the rapture. These are the same people that Pete Hegseth is. These are the same people that all of the triple Trumpers are. And here's some of what he warned his followers about. Let's play the clip.
What they're about to release, from what we're hearing, there's going to be a release concerning aliens and concerning unidentified flying object spacecraft that.
What in the actual shit is this right here, dude? This is a real show. Oh boy.
Some of the people who were in the meeting were telling us as pastors, you need to prepare your people and you need to get ready to answer them for what you're about to hear being released.
What?
And some of it has to do with crafts that have been discovered that are not allegedly a part of our planet, and the materials they're made of are not a part of our planet. Very strange reptilian-looking creatures and other things that almost sound like something out of a sci-fi movie or an Orson Welles book.
So here's what's so terrifying to me. Are there UFOs, aliens? I don't know. I don't care. What's so terrifying to me is that the Trump administration, you know, they have that spiritual advisor, Paula White, who does all the tongue talking and literal Bible thumping. Like she takes her Bible and she's like, handle it, handle it, handle it. She's like, we all have to agree with Donald Trump.
That was actually, I know she's from Oklahoma, but wow. That was a really good not Pam Bondi. I just called her Pam Bondi. Paula White impression. Let me hear that one more time.
Like she takes her Bible. She's like, handle it, handle it, handle it. She's
that's exactly what Paula White sounds like. It's a dead-on impression. Honestly, though, Paula White, Pam Bondi, they're almost the same person when you think about it. Like, if you lost Pam and or Paula in a crowd, first off, you would definitely mistake, one for the other of them. If they happened to be dressed similarly, you'd be in real trouble. Couple of bleach blonde lunatics.
I go
Paula
into
White
the
said
dry
this,
cleaner, that
right?
dry cleaning place becomes holy.
Ah, yes. Whenever she goes into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaner becomes holy.
I say that.
Okay. That's it on the space news for today. We're going to move on to other things that have been happening this week, on to more U.S. military activities that have continued in both the Pacific and the Caribbean this week. Multiple strikes, killing nearly half a dozen people, according to the U.S. military. Here are those clips. First from 3 days ago in the Caribbean. I hate going down these in this way. It is sort of just crass.
Columbia Arican _9505 just cheered 100 bits. It makes sense that you have religious leaders meet up with us intelligence cause aliens will blow a hole on their religious nonsense. So they want to prepare their brainwashing sermons.
Right, so they were just trying to get ahead on Bible salesman stuff. That makes sense since Trump's a Bible salesman now too. A Trump Bible, my God. That makes sense. So he just sort of convened all of these sort of televangelist Bible salespeople and let them know ahead of time before the aliens come. Is that basically what I'm to understand? That's what's happening. The aliens are coming. Wow. I didn't think they'd be coming so soon.
Look, Cam. You've been very bad and the robots are coming.
All right, back to the Caribbean. There you go, more senseless killing. Another, what appeared to be fishing vessel blown up. Just like here in the Pacific. America, fuck yeah. I mean, this is the mindset. Whoa, what is happening to my mic? This is the mindset that we are executing our foreign policy with. America, fuck yeah. Like, we're gonna blast some people in the Caribbean, some people in the Pacific, without attempting to interdict them, without attempting to arrest them, seize the boat. We're just gonna murder them. Because it's faster and it's more convenient and it's more badass. And it completely circumvents international law. I mean, it's every single one of these strikes is illegal. I wonder when the ICJ plans on holding the Trump administration accountable for any of these fucking war crimes. Probably around the same time that they decide to hold Joe Biden, Barack Obama, and George Bush accountable too. Well, before we leave the general region, we should go to Cuba. See how people are faring there under the continued U.S. sanctions. And under the threat of under more Trump threats of military activity here in the country, people are, I think, rightly a little concerned about the future. Place has already seen enough problems as a result of the actions of the U.S. government, is now under threat for more problems as a result of the U.S. government.
Morning with Cuba. Already on the brink of economic collapse, the Trump administration is tightening its grip, imposing new sanctions on the Cuban military's business enterprise, which controls so much of the island's economy. In Havana, I sat down with Cuba's foreign minister, Bruno Rodriguez, who dismissed recent demands from the Trump administration for political and economic reforms.
Puedo decirle que no veo progresos.
I can tell you that I see no progress. I can say that I feel there's a huge inconsistency.
No progress?
No, no progress.
Despite the war with Iran and military action in Venezuela earlier this year, the Trump administration has remained fixated on Cuba.
Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it.
Like
you
a
want to know
criminal.
the truth.
The Cuban foreign minister warning of a bloodbath if the U.S. tries to take over. Do you take those threats, those words from President Trump seriously?
Sí, nosotros tomamos.
We take threats by the United States very seriously.
Well, there you go. Cuba still under threat by sanctions and by military threat. The United States. And yet somehow this country continues to exist, which is truly astounding. When you think about it, the United States has been actively repressing Cuba for decades, and they just continue to do their thing. I mean, sure, stuff sucks. Difficult to get a hold of all sorts of things there. But they haven't given up somehow. Selena Girl with 3R69 Trump Global Blitzkrieg all caps. Wow. That's a totally normal comment. You don't seem at all unhinged. Let's go now. Not that far. Not gonna go too far. Let's go to Brazil. Talk about President Lula da Silva's meeting with Donald Trump this week. France 24
I think that
English from
chemistry will
yesterday.
be sorely tested over the next few hours because there are many areas of potential conflict. One of those is Brazil's elections coming up later this.
Aw, I missed the hug from Heather. Thank you, Heather, for the hug. That's lovely. I feel like I have not even seen you in chat very many. I think I maybe have seen you like one time, but just showing up, giving hugs, I can appreciate that. We all could use more hugs in our life.
Where I think this will be quite high on the agenda from Lula's point of view. He will seek non-interference from the United States in those elections. The opposition to Lula, the Brazilian right, have gone very big on carrying US flags to their demonstrations and on a pro-US policy. So it would clearly seem to be in Donald Trump's interests for Lula to lose the elections, and Lula will look for a kind of non-interference thing. There are other areas, especially Brazil's instant payments system, PIX, which the US are angry with because it cuts out Visa and MasterCard. And sovereignty, the whole issue of sovereignty is going to be very, very strong in these elections, with Lula saying, PIX, our payment system, is Brazilian. If it cuts out interests of Visa and MasterCard, then so be it. So that is another potential cause of conflict. And as you said, cooperation, or the lack of it, on international criminal organizations, domestic criminal organizations. The State Departments in the US have threatened to label Brazil's criminal factions as terrorist organizations.
Well, here you go. President Lula da Silva of Brazil meeting with Donald Trump earlier this week. I think it was actually yesterday or a couple of nights ago. I think maybe Wednesday night. And it could, mean potentially mended relationship between the United States and Brazil, who Donald Trump, of course, has waged a serious trade war against over the jailing of his good friend Jair Bolsonaro, waging a trade war against them. Brazil, at least before the striking down of the tariffs by the Supreme Court, was one of the highest tariffed countries in the world. So, I think both for America and for Brazil, probably important to try and iron some of this out, you would think. Oh, God, I gotta pee. Let's move to the British elections, the UK elections, excuse me, the UK elections. Novara Media. Get us started here 3 days ago. How many of their cultists would leave once aliens arrive? That's a good question. I wonder what percentage of MAGA cultists
and national
like
elections ahead of us this Thursday. In other words, we've not only had
Christian types would. I wonder how many of, on a percentage basis, like how many of them would just be like, "Oh, aliens? Well, I guess I guess God was wrong. And then just, you know, like, it's a good question. What it would take? Would they have to see the aliens? Like, because, you know, there's like a whole ecosystem of Christians just saying it's fake news. It's like, oh, it's fake news. Aliens not real. Even though so many of them have been like obsessed with the existence of aliens to some degree. In fact, I know one weird, like right-wing dude. Don't ask me how I know this, but went from believing in aliens to believing in like insane, like right-wing, like Christian nationalist type of stuff. Like, I don't know what it is. I feel like those two things almost occupies similar brain spaces of like believing in something you don't have evidence for necessarily. All right, I need to be. I'll be right back. Navarra Media on those elections, which I think just ended like 6 or 7 hours ago, like right before the stream ended. I mean, right before this stream started. Damn, has it been 7 hours already?
We've just
Jesus
come out of a
Christ.
bank holiday weekend with local and national elections ahead of us this Thursday. In other words, we've not only had much to discuss, but a lot of time to discuss it. Maybe a few beers as well in the May sunshine. A deluge of takes and analysis before what will likely be the most important round of elections outside a general election in recent decades. Part of that happened on LBC on Sunday, on a show hosted by Lewis Goodall. He spoke to a range of guests about the stories leading the news, including Labour's Secretary of State for Transport, Heidi Alexander.
Is he really saying that if you go on a march to protest entirely legitimately against what the Israeli government is doing in Lebanon and Gaza, and someone you don't know, who has nothing to do with you, says that at some point on a march, that you yourself are calling for terrorism against Jews?
I listened to that interview, and what he said was he thinks that everyone's got a responsibility to call it out. And knowing, as we do, what the Jewish community here, which is violence towards Jews, when people shout, globalise the Intifada, he was saying that actually it's on all of us. You know, if individuals go to a protest to express their concerns about what is happening in the Middle East, then actually, you know, individuals on that march, we've all got a responsibility to speak up.
Have you ever been on a
act.
protest where someone says something you don't agree with? I'm sure you have. But that didn't mean presumably you ought not to have gone on the protest.
I mean, the protests, you know, that I went on, you know, many decades ago now, you know, were always quite good-spirited. I actually went on the protest against the war in Iraq at the time, and I don't remember that.
Given 1 million people went on the Iraq war march, someone may well have said globalise the Intifada. I don't think anyone would have legitimately turned around to you and said that you were legitimising Jew hate.
What we have seen is, you know, repeated marches. We have given the police power now to look at where, you know, how you deal with this cumulative impact. You know, there is more protest that's happening in the country at the moment.
If the Prime Minister believes that, he truly believes that, why doesn't he just ban them?
Banned marches?
Well, yes, if he believes that those
Well, he's
marches...
also said in that same interview that he gave this week, Lewis, that, you know, he
This was his statement that he made from Downing Street, is it?
Yeah, and, you know, look, I listened to a long interview that he's given in the last couple of days, where, you know, he's actually talked about the fact that he has long defended the right to peaceful protest in this country, and that's not changing now.
Well, except that he's telling people who go on some of those protests that by standing next to people saying globalise the Intifada, they're calling for terrorism against Jews.
Well, look, no, we've dealt with that. I've given you...
Have we?
Yeah, because I've explained in the same sentence, he was just saying that if you're hearing that type of, you know, pretty extreme and intimidatory behaviour, perhaps we've all got a responsibility to call it out.
What does that even mean? If I go on a protest and I now see a placard 100 meters away, I'm wearing my glasses, I can see that far, and it says globalise the Intifada, I have to run over there I have to call them out. I have to wag my finger. What are you even talking about? The idea that 1 million people on a protest are somehow culpable for what maybe 100 people on that protest think, or 1,000 or 10,000 or one person. By the way, what's the this is so arbitrary. What's the line? If it's just one person, 1,000 people, at what point does it matter? None of this is remotely coherent intellectually. In that same conversation, Goodall quizzed Alexander.
What he said about the actions of those two brave Metropolitan Police officers was pretty disgusting. He's rightly apologised, but I do think someone that is so quick to jump to their phone to be retweeting that type of content is not really fit to be leading a political party in this country.
Well, so tweeting something stupid is disqualifying from leading a political party, but appointing a friend of one of the worst paedophiles of our age for one of the most prestigious diplomatic posts we have, that's not disqualifying.
Well, look, we've had weeks of discussion about Peter Mandelson, and the Prime Minister has said he made a mistake, and he's apologised for that. I've never seen, our Prime Minister, criticise the Metropolitan Police, who were doing an incredibly brave job. You've only got to look at that video and the footage of what was going on there. And
no,
behaved,
he just appointed
in
someone who was a friend of one of the worst paedophiles of our age, but that's not disqualifying. But
Are police being brave when they haul off protesters? Is that what she's making the argument for? Are they brave when they're hauling protesters off for speaking their mind, defending the rights of Palestinians, speaking out against a genocide? Is that a difficult job? Huh.
Actually,
retweeting something stupid, that is disqualifying.
But based upon information where, he and his staff weren't given full information. He was effectively lied to about the nature of the relationship between Peter Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, you can certainly see why they don't want a leadership contest in the Labour Party. This is the calibre of their MPs.
This guy's been talking
Look,
about for
people
years.
should be prudent about social media use. Absolutely. Particularly political leaders. They should set an example. But one retweet should disqualify someone from public office? Really? Well, if that was the case, nobody would be in politics. I'd have been banned dozens of times.
Illegal.
Anyway, these are the vibes coming from the centrists right now, heading into the elections. However, the Green Party going into all this looking fairly poised to make big moves, which we will talk about in a second. I got one more clip here out of Navarro Media. Some of these failing MPs, conservative Labour Party, are basically dying in front of our eyes right now. And losing ground to parties like the Greens
These guys
and
don't.
Reform.
And even if it's a majority of the country, then they're geographically concentrated in such a way that you'll lose in the general
Which
election.
actually, I'm going to stop calling it Reform. I'm going to call it UKIP. Because that's really what it is. They're losing voters to Greens and UKIP.
We saw it with Corbyn. They're constantly, Boris Johnson, agree or disagree, you should think maybe he should leave or shouldn't leave. COVID, of course, was a very important, unique political context. But they're constantly trying to manufacture.
Is everybody aware of what UKIP is? I assume it's more known than, but I guess people know what Reform is now. But I feel like they should not be able to have rebranded away from being the reason for why Brexit happened. They pretend that they're a different party now that they're named Reform, when they were the very people who orchestrated Brexit, which has really not been good for the United Kingdom. Call it the BNP or the NF. Yeah, that is an old reference. I was going for a slightly more recent, but
outrages, you might say sometimes legitimately, but they're constantly trying to manufacture outrages. And it feels to me that the Labour right, their idea of politics is literally telling you what to feel, not what to think, not how to think, what to feel. You know, you should feel outraged at this. Why? I don't know why. I just feel outraged. On that same show, Goodall also spoke to Conservative MP Helen Whately.
Although, do they still have? I feel like aren't the British National Party guys kind of like affiliated with the Reform people to some degree? Like, they still kind of exist, right? Like it's not. Like I feel like honestly, I don't know enough about it. But, like, I feel like I hear rumorings about, like, I hear the British National Party mentioned, especially when people are talking about, like, Tommy Robinson and stuff like that. Right? Like, aren't they, like, related to Tommy in some way? I can't remember how. But they, like, got the same exact vibes.
Well, your leader, in fact, has said that anti-Semitism cannot remain acceptable in supposedly polite dinner party conversations. What does she mean by that? What does she have in mind?
That's just one of the things that's been pulled out from an interview and an article that she's written on this, talking about the fact that it's almost become normalised, I guess, in currency, and somewhat under the guise of pro-Palestine, and to some extent...
Have you been at dinner parties where people have been anti-Semitic?
No, I haven't. But what I have heard is people thinking that if they are kind of advocating for Palestine, then they're kind of somehow on the side of on the side of virtue. Well, actually, when you look at some of the protests that have taken place, which have been actually strongly anti-Israel, including people calling for the end of Israel and for Jewish people to be out of Palestine.
But criticism of Israel and anti-Semitism are not the same thing, are they? And indeed, it's dangerous to allied them.
There have been calls for Jewish people, for Israelis, to leave Palestine. Yeah, it's called the United Nations and the ICJ. It's not just protesters; it's the international community that says that. I feel like that was a slip of the tongue. I don't know if she actually meant what she just said. I feel like she meant to say out of Israel, but instead she said Palestine, which sort of gives away the game entirely, doesn't it? It's like, yeah, Israel exists on the land that used to be Palestine, and Israelis keep stealing land from Palestinians against international law, both in the West Bank and especially in Gaza. Well, not especially, really both. Neither one. I mean, really, we don't talk about the West Bank enough, but the settlers have been very busy there too.
What we're seeing is the two things actually being bundled together, and people not realizing that if they are getting involved in that, they're becoming part of this whole movement against Israel and against Jewish
You can go on a
people.
protesting Israeli government policy and not be anti-Semitic.
So I think there's the problem is that what we've seen happen with some of the protests is as they've become...
There are Jews on these protests, they're not anti-Semitic.
Some of them have become breeding grounds for anti-Semitism and extremism. And this has to be called out. It is not okay. They're not just peaceful protests, they are truly hate marches.
Again, it's a political line, right? They are hate marches. They're telling you what to feel. Hate, strong word. They're telling you what to feel. Not what to think. This is my argument. This is my policy. How you should feel. It feels like that's the whole of politics now.
It is not shocking that these people are losing popularity immensely fast. Conservatives, Labor are just imploding right now in support. And like I said, the thing is taking the place of those two parties, it would seem, is Greens on the left and Reform on the right. You hate her? She doesn't seem like a fun lady. From the very little that I've seen of her, she doesn't seem great. Okay, let's keep talking about the elections. Associated Press now, 2 days ago. Talk about more on the local elections happening in the UK, which could accelerate the end for Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
We did it!
These elections in England, Scotland and Wales, they feel important because the Labour government that's been in power for nearly 2 years is very unpopular, and that sort of 2-year time span makes them feel a bit like midterms. They are in effect what they're sort of midterm elections, first ones for Keir Starmer and his Labour Party, and for that reason, and Starmer's own future is under question, you know, it makes them very, very important indeed. Labour are likely to lose a substantial number of seats, and the opposition Conservatives will lose seats at the same time. And two new parties, or relatively new parties, so that's the Greens on the left and Reform on the right, they both look as if they're going to make substantial numbers of gains. So along with the Liberal Democrats, the centrist party, you know, Britain is moving from being, certainly in England, a 3-party, 2.5-party system to something more like a 5-party one, and in Wales and Scotland, a 6.
And will more parties be more better for democracy here in the United Kingdom? One can only hope, I suppose. Now, as was being mentioned there at the very end of that clip was, of course, Scotland. And what do these elections mean for Scotland, which at one time was looking to be no longer part of all of this? I know it's been a long time now, what, like 12 years or something like that? When was the referendum? 2014? I can't remember.
We're joined by Elena Pompey from our digital media site Enter in partnership with Deutsche Welle. You've been on quite the road trip.
Yes, we went to Scotland with my colleague.
I need a drink. Be right back.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Lever, and we went through the entire country from Glasgow to the Isle of Skye, so it was incredible. And we went to meet young people and ask a question which was quite simple, which was, what does it mean to be Scottish today? And what is quite interesting is that we found that although in a way the independence question isn't at the forefront of the political campaign as much as it would have been about 10 years ago, for younger people it still is incredibly important, and it's a matter of identity, even though obviously they couldn't vote back in 2014 for the independence vote or in 2016 for the Brexit vote. This really questions them today in terms of what it means to be Scottish and what is this vote for ultimately.
And this question of independence is important. They're not. So there is incumbent fatigue though with the SNP.
That is a very good point. I think in a way, what we've seen, at least with the people we spoke to, is that the SNP still holds quite a strong majority in a way in the polls. And that's because of the independence question. One of the two people we interviewed, Ian, he's 23. He's a boat skipper on the Isle of Skye. He grew up in a very, Scottish family, identifies as Scottish. And for him, the vote for the SNP is clear because it's the only way to independence. Annie, on the other hand, she's 25. She's from Glasgow. She's got very unionist views, come from a very pro-unionism family, and the view is quite different from her. So I prepared a couple things for you to hear.
What it means to be Scottish? I would always say first and foremost that I'm a Scianach, is what we call it in Skye. I'm a Skye man, and then a Gael, second of all, and then a Scot, then European, and then probably British at the...
Reluctantly.
Yeah, reluctantly British.
I grew up in a household where they identified as British, not Scottish. I'm British, Scottish, European.
Okay, interesting. So the difference of opinion over whether they're unionists or more separate.
Well, there you go. a complicated democratic situation, quasi-democratic situation for Scotland. British, Scottish. It's complicated. Quit asking. And I do believe that the SNP, as they were just talking about, made some gains in the election today, the same way that the Greens have. And I'm afraid also the Reform Party has. Not bad, I'm glad. Thank you. Thank you. Say fried Mars, but with a Scottish accent. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how you would say that. I feel like this is a test. I don't know. I could fail at any time here. Okay. All right. It's more of the election. Enough of this nonsense. BBC News streamed like 4 hours ago or something. All day. It's a 12-hour live stream coming out of BBC. Ever monitoring the elections. Whenever I think Scottish, the immediate accent that I go to instead of I don't know. I feel like the obvious one for a lot of Americans is what's his face? Red October, Sean Connery. But I think Lemmy, right? Lemmy Show. He's my Scottish accent guru. When I try to imagine what the Scottish accents, but that's the guy. I've never been to Yoga.
They are for Glasgow's 7 constituency MSPs. The peach ones are for the list vote. Glasgow will send 7 on the list to Holyrood as well. This is Scotland's largest constituency in terms of potential voters. Of course, other constituencies here in Scotland are geographically large. That means some of the ballot papers have been transported by helicopter, some by boat overnight to counting locations. I think there are a few things to look out for. Will the SNP win?
Lemmy is Irish? No, isn't he Scottish? Wait, now you're throwing me off. I could have sworn Lemmy was Scottish. Is that true? Wait. Why do I wait? What? Is he not Scottish? Why do I think he's Scottish? You just said he's Irish, though. You see, you're throwing me off now. He is Scottish. Yeah, he's retracted the I. Okay, there we go. I was like...
The majority, they look on course to win, but will they win a majority? The other thing, of course, is that...
Anyway, this is fairly early into the stream. You could see that referendum... I'm sorry, not referendum. Reform was already doing fairly well here. Conservatives, Labour both losing seats. Green, Lib Dems, Reform, all up.
Fight for second place. It looks as if that will be between Labour and Reform.
also got some old lags. Sorry,
Thanks,
Keith.
pal, yeah.
Well, you were the
Yeah,
council
mate.
leader, you know. So we've also got some experience of how to run this place, and we're very excited about the prospect.
Really, the confidence coming up to the camera. Tell us what is changing.
I think you're sensing just the last minute there of the story so far. I think the key thing to digest at this point is that this is just beginning. You can witness and experience.
This is just the beginning. That's true. I'm going to skip way ahead here. Just for time's sake, because we're 7.5 hours into this and we haven't even gotten to Iran yet. It's not good. It's bad.
The First Minister at the moment, they will be declaring quite soon. The indication was that she actually didn't manage to win one of the 6 seats there. I mean, that caps really the state of play for Labour, that their number one on the ticket hasn't made it.
That's it. It really shows how disastrous a result this is for Welsh Labour. If you can't elect your leader, then you clearly are in serious trouble.
You're finished. All right. Thank you for that. Back to you, Laura.
Thank you very much indeed, Clive. Well,
Yes, thank you, Laura. Great job. All right, we're going to skip to the very end of this, see what the BBC pundits were saying before the camera shut off here.
Who said to me he's not hanging around if he loses. I don't know that for a fact, but that was one person. But that was one person's opinion as to how he would react.
If Keir Starmer was to go straight away,
well, exactly, and then would that vindicate his strategy of calling for the Prime Minister to resign? Say, look, I told you so. It's not my fault. It's his.
James Cooks, thanks very much, Sophie.
Looks like the SNP, in fact, did make some big gains here. Set to become the largest party on the island.
Well, the elections in Scotland and Wales were for the national parliaments. In England, they were for some, but not all councils. So we don't know how the whole of England would have voted. But Professor Sir John Curtis has a very clever way of working it all out. It is called the projected national share, and it is for the whole of Britain. He's here with us to tell us, the first time we've heard it. What is it?
Well, we have reform running first.
All right, now technically, I misspoke. It's technically not its own island. I'm just thinking of it as being separate from Britain. You're welcome, Scotland. All right. Have I ever heard of Andrew Anglin? No, I'm unfamiliar with Andrew Anglin, I'm afraid. Okay, where next? Owen Jones to wrap up our coverage of the elections. Let's see what he's got to say.
A total humiliating meltdown for Keir Starmer's Labour Party. That means, on the one hand, really good news. Zach Polanski's Green Party have surged, and we are talking surged. They exceeded their expectations in their target seats. That is urban England, not just London. I mean, I know I'm a plastic northerner who sold out my roots, but we ain't just chatting about the capital. Just wait until you hear this. That is despite the mother of all smear campaigns against the Greens waged by the British media and political establishments. Meanwhile, the left-wing Welsh nationalists, Plaid Cymru, have crushed the Welsh Labour Party. Previously, the most electorally successful political party on earth. That is not an exaggeration. Devastating for Labour in Scotland as well, where the SNP are set to remain the biggest party, while the Greens there have done well. But, and oh boy, there's a but, baby, the hard-right Reform Party of Nigel Farage, which last week announced plans for concentration camps for migrants to be built in areas which voted against it, has surged, particularly in small-town England. All right, guys, let's...
Yeah, that's perhaps the most troubling about the whole thing. I think we all saw that happening, like we said, from the very beginning of it. That was the early gains are coming out of reform. And they seem to have made them, at least in a few areas. And it is disturbing. They are like literally promising like ICE-style detention centers all over the place, and they're gonna put them specifically in the places that didn't vote for them. Like, it's so fucking petty. It is so fucking petty. Like, whether or not they're able to achieve such a thing, I think is almost beyond the point. Like, what a petty goal to have in the first place. Like, achieving it would obviously be terrible, but just to have that as being your, you know, like what you're shooting for, policy-wise, is just beyond me.
Let's go through this, shall we? Hold on, going to be quite the roller coaster. In Hackney, or should I say, the Socialist Republic of Hackney, the Green Party's Zoe Garbett smashed the Labour Party into tiny little pieces in the mayoral contest.
I do hereby declare that Zoe Garbett is duly elected as the Mayor of Hackney. Thank you.
For the last 22 years, Labour have won every single mayoral election in that borough by a huge margin. The smallest margin they've ever won it by, Labour, was 25 points. But they've now lost it by nearly 12 points. Let's hear from Zoe Garbett's victory speech.
Across London and the country, people have made it clear that they are desperate for an alternative to this failing Labour government. It's not old politics for parties versus new parties. This is about a system of fear versus a movement of hope. Hackney voters have said loud and clear that they are sick of politicians putting profit before our planet, and for supporting genocide and letting down so many people who are struggling.
Now, Zach Polanski was there. He was obviously pretty upbeat.
Historic victory. This is the first time the Green Party have ever won a directly elected mayor. And two-party politics is not just dying, it is dead and it is buried. And actually, whether it's here that Labour have been rejected or whether we're seeing around the country, it's very clear that the new politics is the Green Party versus Reform. I said that the Green Party were going to replace Labour. That's exactly what we did in Gorton and Denton. It's what we've done in Hackney, and we're seeing that right across the country. In fact, in almost all of our seats, right across the country, whether they're target or non-target, the Green Party vote share is rising.
It's a good result for you here. Labour haven't done quite as disastrously so far as many were expecting. Does that mean that you're not quite as popular as you thought?
I think the Labour Party have done a good job of expectation management, and actually the fact they've had a terrible result rather than an existentially bad result, I don't think is particularly good for them. But I'm not interested in just criticising the government. What Zoe has done in Hackney, and we're seeing right across the country, is the Green Party.
Slightly less than utterly awful result for Labour. As long as we set the bar exceedingly low, we can never
bring a tangible plan for change alongside hope. That's such a powerful combination. And what I see all across the country are people saying they're feeling hopeful for politics for the first time. Some people, yes, were disillusioned with Labour and are now voting for the Green Party, but lots of people are voting for the Green Party for the very first time who didn't vote before, and that's really exciting.
It's not just the mayoralty. The Greens are massacring Labour on the council. So far, as I speak to you, the Greens have won 18 new councillors, bringing their total to 20, but that's only half of the seats so far declared. The Labour Party in that half have lost every single one of their 18 councillors. So I think we all know where this is heading. It's heading for a Green Party majority in Hackney. They're going to run the council there as well. Now, the Sun on Sunday's political editor, sorry to inflict her on you, responded to the victory of the Greens with Hackney millionaire influx breeds talk of socialist revolution. Just to take on this cliche, nearly 2/3 of children in Hackney grow up in income-deprived households. 75% of Hackney's residents are in private social renting, and only 10% are outright owners of their homes. That's amongst the lowest percentage in the country. Notably, areas with large council estates were voting for the Green Party. We'll come back to London because there's some big news there. But I don't want to be accused of being London-centric. In my hometown of Stockport, the Greens won the popular vote. Come on, Stockport. Hey, bless your little northern socks. And the Greens won landslide victories across Manchester. Of the seats up for grabs this year, Labour lost most of theirs, 24 in total. The Greens won the most votes across Manchester City Council and won 18 new councillors, going up to 21. Because not all the councils up for election, Labour still have a majority, but that is an absolutely stunning breakthrough for the Greens. To put that in perspective, the Greens were hoping to win at least 6 seats in Manchester, so they won 3 times that amount. Now, some of the results are just astonishing. The Greens won in Manchester Central. That's represented by Lucy Powell, who is chair of the Labour Party.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, when I made the list for Ohio and Indiana, I wasn't sure what to expect out of that. I wasn't sure how many of the people that we put on that list would win. But the fact that, like, a majority of those people wound up going through now to the general, that's huge, right? Now, of course, it's a slightly different situation. But it's also, I mean, it's also very similar. They're very analogous to one another because it's sort of a fight between the center left and the left, essentially, right? Sure, in this case it's 2 different parties, and here we're fighting internally, but this is a very similar dynamic, I feel like.
In Moss side, the Greens went from 7 percentage points last time to 56% this time, while Labour's vote went down by 50 points. Should we see that victory as Gorton and Denton's Green MP, Hannah Spencer, embraces victorious Green candidate Thurza Amina Azangare? I think we should. Now, Sky News, quite helpfully, showed how the map of Manchester's changed.
Before, I think they're really handy in terms of just giving you a sense of the change in the political geography that we're looking at right now. 2023, so the last time these seats were all up. Look at the map. Look at the map of Manchester, ward by ward. And now look this time around. Just look at how much that's shifted. Look at how much green there is. Look at how much turquoise there is for Reform. And there's still some pockets of Labour, but just the change here. And obviously this is happening gradually with these local elections. It depends on different parts of the country. In London, it's all of the members being voted for this. But this time around, it's just a third.
Nice little sea of green. The Greens have exceeded expectations in Sheffield, where I was born. Yes, I'm just shamelessly exploiting any tenuous link to anywhere. They won 10 seats. They defeated the leader of the council, Labour leader. In Norwich, the Greens have won the council altogether. In Birmingham, it's kind of complicated because there's independent candidates standing, particularly with roots within the Muslim community in Birmingham, candidates opposed to Israel's genocide. In terms of their wider politics, we're going to have to talk about it another time. But to be honest, we do need to talk about it. But at the moment, and what flashes up on your screen now might be different because this has all still been counted and this will all be out of date now, this particular section. But when I was speaking to you, Labour were down 25 seats, the Greens were up 7, the Independents were up 6, Reform were up 11-2, unfortunately. In Newcastle, with 18 out of 26 wards declared as I speak to you, the Greens have won 17, Reform 18, Labour lost every single seat. The Greens have done better than they expected there.
The party, the Conservatives and Liberals are getting completely wiped out. It is an incredible sea change. Such a dramatic shift in UK politics in such a short time. We can only dream of such a thing back in the United States. Whether or not this will all manifest to great changes in the United Kingdom, unclear. But the winds of change are certainly afoot. Massive gains for the Greens. Unfortunately, same thing for Reform. And Labour and Conservative Party, Tories, and Labour continue to become more irrelevant by the day. one would hope that this makes the government more responsive to the people. It's honestly, it's a mixed bag of an election, right? Like, I want to be thrilled for the Green Party, but then you just look over to the right and you see, like, Tommy Robinson and Nigel Farage, like, licking their chops. They don't have a majority in Parliament yet, but if that were to happen, that would be a real problem. They're just considering everything these fucking guys want to get done. Everything that Nigel Farage wants to get done is a fucking disaster. Oh, God. My back is hurting me so bad right now. Oh, space fams. I think I need to take like an Advil or something. Actually, I have Advil sitting right here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. I need to see a masseuse. A good one. That's a good one. I wish I could see a masseuse. Or like a chiropractor. Anything. I cannot afford that. Would be nice. Mammals are the pimples of the land. Wow, wow, wow.
How rude.
That's very rude, Duck. Mammals are the pimples of the land. Where'd you come up with that one? Huh? Aren't volcanoes the pimples of the land? When you really think about it. How are we 8 hours into the fucking stream right now, dude? We haven't even gotten to the... Honestly, I feel good about it. To some degree, it's nice that we didn't talk about Operation Epstein Fury for 8 hours. But at the same time, I feel like I have an entire stream's worth of Operation Epstein Fury and Iran-related shit to talk about right now. How much do I have left? Just with Iran. Because I got a bunch of other shit too. How much is just Iran? It's like 50. And I already cut out the Iran videos that we watched yesterday. At least I think I did. Most of them. Got 50 left of those. And... I think I might just have to finish up like the Europe news here and like maybe hit the fuck me. This sucks. Hit the Al Jazeera live stream. I'm just trying to do the math of it. We're almost 8 hours into the stream. How many hours could this actually take? 50 there. Another 15. So that says like 65 videos. It's like 4 or 5 hours of content. if not longer. What do I do here? All right, we'll stay with Europe. I'll make a decision when we get done with Europe, whether or not we move on and do Iran as well. The rest of the Middle East. I'm just fucking exhausted. I haven't been getting enough sleep, and there's a bunch of shit I gotta do this weekend to get ready for the wedding next weekend. I saw somebody in the Discord, I think, say something about the wedding. They thought the wedding's not this week, not this weekend. It's next weekend. Just so everybody knows. I'm going to be streaming all weekend, hopefully. Nothing prevents me from doing that. Fingers crossed, knock on Spacewood. But, I do have to do some stuff to prepare. So I somehow missed the number of the requirements and have to get on that now. Sudden before I run out of time. My health is more important. That's true too. All right, let's go down to France, where apparently the country is considering a windfall tax on oil companies for the massive profits that they have been seeing as a result of the war in Iran and the skyrocketing oil prices. Something the United States should really consider doing.
Honestly, with French drivers squeezed at the pump, the government is looking to boost its relief measures. But how to pay for it? One option, a windfall tax on oil company super profits. Patrick Pouyanné, CEO of French oil giant TotalEnergies, says such a move would be met by the company removing its own relief measures.
If there is a surtax on our refineries, which often operate at a loss, we will be unable to maintain price caps at our French filling stations.
Total has indeed set price caps in France, less than €2 per litre for gasoline and €2.25 for diesel, often well below its competitors as average prices around the country have shot up by 20 to 30%. Total can afford the largesse. It made $5.8 billion in profits over the first 3 months of 2026 alone, some 50% higher than the same period last year. With calls mounting for a windfall tax, the Macron administration is warning against what it calls Total bashing.
French people just want to see prices at the pump go down without lies, false promises, or demagoguery.
Total's claim that its French refineries operate at a loss masks a reality in which the multinational firm funnels profits through foreign subsidiaries in order to book those profits in the lowest tax regimes possible. Economists point out that in 2024, its French business booked a $227 million loss, vastly reducing its tax bill in the country where the corporate rate is 25%.
Wouldn't this be a fascinating thing for the United States to do? Tax the oil companies who are making just unbelievable historic profits right now as a result of the super high oil price. And we could charge them a windfall tax. It's like they hit the lottery, right? Like, of no effort of their own, without having to do anything else than they were already doing. They just suddenly make billions and billions of dollars off of the backs of society. It's literally the lottery, and they should probably pay a tax. If you win the actual lottery in the United States, for instance, you have to pay some massive, it's like 40, 50% back. You want to hear me say some of the names? Which names? Okay, let's go now to Germany, where automaker BMW had a massive 25% drop in quarterly profits. Here's Reuters from Wednesday.
BMW held its financial guidance for this year on Wednesday. The German automaker also signalled it could cope with US tariffs and Chinese competition. That was despite BMW reporting a sharp drop in first quarter earnings as pre-tax profit fell 25%. The car maker beat key profit expectations for the period, even though a narrowing core margin showed the pressure BMW faced. The company reported first quarter pre-tax earnings of $2.7 billion ahead of analyst forecasts, although group revenue missed expectations and was down just over 8% to around $26.7 billion. BMW's faced similar pressures to start the year as rivals Mercedes-Benz and Audi. The auto giants have faced the threat of higher US tariffs, while Chinese competitors have built market share in Europe and grown in their home market.
Yeah, it was fascinating about that number, 25% drop in profits for BMW. 25% is the number the United States placed as an import tariff on German cars. Literally a 25% tariff on German cars. BMW's profits down 25%. It could not be more illustrative. No, I'm not saying it's literally all a result of the tariffs, but it's probably almost definitely most of the result. But BMW has a huge market in the United States. And yeah, then all this other stuff the United States has been doing with the economy. It's probably mostly a result of everything in the United States, even if it's not necessarily a result of just the tariffs. Now to Italy, where little Marco is, I believe, attempting to ease tensions with the Pope. I think he literally just arrived there, like yesterday or maybe today. However, well, little Marco might be going there to try and ease tensions, mend the relationship. Pope Leo has continued to make himself clear on his stance about the war, regardless what the Trump administration might
Ma io già ho parlato dal primo momento di essere eletto.
I have spoken out about it from the very moment I was elected. Now we're approaching a moment where I have said, peace be with you. The church's mission is to preach the gospel, to preach peace. If anyone wishes to criticize me for proclaiming the gospel, let them do so with the truth. For years, the church has spoken out against nuclear weapons, so there is no doubt about that. And I simply hope to be heard for the sake of the value of God's words. Thank you.
And I always believe that it's much better to enter into dialogue than to look for arms and to support the arms industry, which gains billions and billions of dollars each year, instead of sitting down at the table, solving our problems, and using money to solve humanitarian issues, hunger in the world, etc. Thank you very much.
There we go. Pope Leo continues to make himself very clear about his stance. Why he keeps saying things that are pro-peace. Because he believes that's literally his job. That's in the Bible. All right, let's go to France 24 English now. To talk
Don't
the
worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
France 24's international affairs editor Rochelle Ferguson-Buhari, who is here. Great to see you, Rochelle.
You too, Yinka.
So why has Rubio dismissed the idea that this is an attempt to repair relations with the Vatican between Washington?
Well, look, I think one of the key reasons for this is if Rubio suggests that ultimately this is about papering the cracks with the Vatican, he'd first have to accept that Trump has gone too far in his remarks and these scathing attacks on the Pope. That's certainly something that he decided not to talk about before heading on to the flight en route to Rome. And clearly, as we've seen with our correspondent saying there, Donald Trump has reignited these criticisms of Pope Leo this week anyway. So there's clearly no stepping down. There's no climb down from the US there. Asked about it earlier, Rubio said simply this isn't tied to anything in particular. This trip was planned. It was supposed to happen. So, let's see how it goes. It's, nothing new that we'd speak with the Vatican. So that's the first thing. I think what we need to look at here is how the Vatican is seeing this. The Vatican will see this as a way to climb down from this very frosty rhetoric that has been ongoing now. The Vatican wanting to get back to the days when diplomacy between the United States and the Vatican simply happened out of the public eye. There wasn't this spat, there wasn't this tit for tat from both sides. It's of no gain for the Vatican for these kind of conversations between the Pope and the American president to be taking place in the public domain. Another thing which I think is interesting is if Rubio, who is a staunch Catholic himself, if he's able to ease tensions here, this will be good news for Donald Trump. Why? Let's remind our viewers that the re-election of Donald Trump came in part because a lot of Catholics voted for him. They will be quite, shocked by this ongoing spat between the Pope and the US president. They will want Donald Trump to climb down ultimately. Let's remember that Pope Leo has an incredibly high rating currently in the United States. He's coming up to 1 year in the job, and as far as Americans are concerned, he's doing pretty well indeed. So Donald Trump has a great deal to be gained from all of this. A reminder.
Yeah, let's, before we go. For a pope, because, a lot of people you might have like genuine just outright issues with the existence of the Pope, the Catholic Church, or whatever else. He has a net favorable rating, certainly among Catholics. 61% support among Catholics. And with polls indicating somewhere between 41 and 53% favorability just among the general public. Which are basically numbers that are better than Donald Trump himself. So Trump is going up against the guy with better numbers than he does. Right? Like, he has worse numbers with Catholics, I think, right now than the Pope does.
Of course, Pope Leo has said that in 2026 there will be no papal visit to the United States. So this is really a key time for Rubio to set the record straight, to, paper the cracks.
Louis is all MAGA. He would have visited the United States. Very nasty, Leo. Can we switch them? Like, Trump is so salty about the fact that he's not planning to visit the United States. He's going everywhere else, but he's skipping the U.S. He's like, no. Even though he's from the U.S. Like, for 1 second, you remember, I don't know. When was it? Like, Jesus, how long has it been now? 6 months ago? 9 months ago? Whenever it was that J.D. Vance killed the old Pope. Remember when Republicans were excited? They were excited about the new Pope. They're like, yes, it's an American Pope. The American Pope won. Fuck yeah! And they're like, and then he started saying words, and they're like, oh, no, this guy sucks. Oh, this dude, he's dick. Oh, dude, worst Pope. Lame. Less words, Pope dude. Come on. Okay, now we have a very interesting last few days in Ukraine, which have culminated in the last few hours or so. Donald Trump announcing a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine for I think 3 days or something. I'm sure he'll think that he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize for that, but let's just quickly go over what's happened this week. Starting on Sunday, where 2 people were killed in Odessa after a Russian drone attack. Here's the AP. Yes, continued destruction as we've been seeing day in, day out for the last 4 years. Basically the same images over and over again. Although there's been some dynamics, of course, that have changed throughout that time. Including Ukraine's developing military industrial complex and drone technology sector. This next video from Monday shows a video released by Ukraine of its sea drones approaching a supposed Russian tanker in the Black Sea. I don't think it has volume, and I don't think it actually shows the moment of impact. You can see this boat is just sort of slowly moving up to this tanker. It's probably trying to position itself in the best spot for maximum damage before what I assume is a big boom. But Russia and Ukraine going back and forth.
We are in downtown Moscow. It's around a 7-minute.
Now, concerned about security, Russia has been cutting the mobile internet because they believe that cell signals are being used as targets, essentially, by Ukrainian drones. This is Al Jazeera English now from Tuesday.
We are in downtown Moscow. It's around a 7-minute drive to Red Square from here. And mobile internet is down. My phone is showing some bars, but nothing loads. The Kremlin says this is for security reasons.
It is clear that internet access restrictions are inconvenient for many, but such is the situation at the moment.
So why shut off mobile internet? Russian authorities believe that drones are using it for navigation. This high-rise residential building was hit by a Ukrainian drone just days ago, ripping out chunks of several elite apartments. Despite layers upon layers of air defenses around Moscow, some Ukrainian drones still make it through. Having no mobile internet is something the Russian capital and other regions are starting to get used to. This was the case for weeks on end in March. Now, we've asked several dozen stores and cafes around here how it's been affecting them. They say they have fiber optical Wi-Fi now to continue working. However, it has been disrupting the work of some smaller businesses that have mobile terminals.
Yeah, I'm sure it's an inconvenience to many people, but according to Russia's government, a necessary step to prevent potential security risk. Now, I actually have no idea whether or not Ukrainian drones are capable of targeting cell signals, in particular, or generally speaking. Although I know, at least I'm fairly certain, the Israeli drones, which I think are technically U.S. drones, which have had like Israeli software, like AI. I think some of them actually do technically use data like that for targeting purposes. Things like what's like some of these like ridiculously named things like what Daddy's Home, like some of these other, I'm trying to remember all of the names of these ridiculous operations from Israel. They were like using people's cell phone data to like know when they got back home for maximum casualties. But I'm not sure what. I don't know enough about what Ukrainian drones are capable of. Now, does this all have anything to do with this next story? That's a question to ask. Because according to a number of different outlets, Vladimir Putin may be in hiding, fearing assassination.
What?
CNN, Tuesday.
It is a rare, pointed insight
Right,
into one of the
lavender.
starkest secrets in Russia. President Vladimir Putin's
Right, Lavender, thank you, Bad Lefty. I couldn't remember all the names. The names are just so fucking ridiculous. Like, I feel like military operations shouldn't be able to be allowed to like name things after it should just be like numbers and letters. They shouldn't be allowed to like ruin everything for everyone. Like I think some people like lavender. The smell and or the taste, and I feel like some people are having that experience ruin for them, or daddies, or whatever, right? Like, and or like the Lord of the Rings, right? And these fucking psychos keep using like sci-fi references or other sorts of like creepy things to name their military operations or pet military projects. Palantir. I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
pointed insight into one of the starkest secrets in Russia, President Vladimir Putin's security protocols. And a detailed intelligence report given to CNN by a source close to a European intelligence agency, portrays, predictably, a Kremlin in deep crisis. Cooks, bodyguards and photographers working with Putin must have surveillance systems installed in their homes, it says. Putin has stopped visiting military sites this year entirely, it says, in contrast to last year, often spending time in fortified bunkers and keeping clear of some of his main lavish residences like Valdai. A tactic aided by many of his appearances, and he is in the media a lot, being pre-recorded. His staff cannot use smartphones or public transport, the report adds. Visitors must be searched twice.
Putin increasingly isolated. These fears grow. I mean, just how paranoid is he right now? What are you learning?
Well, I think you don't really have to look very far. Just look at the plans for the Victory Day parade celebrating the Soviet victory over Nazi Germany in World War II for May 9th on Saturday. It's going to be the first time the Russian Defense Ministry announced in the middle of the night last week, trying to bury the news. In 20 years, they've done it without the usual tanks, and armored vehicles, and ballistic missiles. They usually trundle past Putin on Red Square because they're worried about Ukrainian drone strikes.
Yeah, and we will talk about that in a second. I'm just going to go to France 24 here for one more of these clips talking about the supposed hiding of Vladimir Putin.
Charles Pellegrin. We're
This
going to move on
one's
to the press review, and we're joined in the
Wednesday.
studio by Emily Boyle. Good to see you, Emily. So you're starting us off with a controversial report which has rocked the world of French public broadcasting.
Yeah, of course, this report was...
Nope. Sorry, I forgot. France 24 does like news wraps like PBS does sometimes. It's very annoying to me because they started off talking about a bunch of different things that have nothing to do with the thing that I want that's in the thumbnail and the headline. And I'm like, dude, when are you going to talk about the thing I came here for? Which is, you know... technically, that is something that YouTube classifies as a scam, right? Remember when we got when the channel got terminated for supposedly being a scam? I still don't know exactly what we did, but one of the things under the banner of that is tricking people, like telling people that they're going to talk about one thing and then talking about something else. But hey, I mean, for me, it's one thing. I'm doing an 8-hour live stream. This is a clip. You know, it's a slightly different situation.
That's an article in El País this morning here looking at Putin's popularity, or specifically the fact that both official and independent polls agree that Russia's economic crisis is eroding Putin's popularity. Now, Kremlin polling suggests his approval rating has fallen to 65% at the end of April, down from 74 in February, whilst independent sites report a 55% approval rating. Now, The Times, meanwhile, wonders how Putin's rule might come to an end. The paper says that as discontent over the economy and internet restrictions rises, the Russian president, who will be 83 when his term comes to an end in 2036, has another decade to quash any plots to depose him. Now, this coverage all follows this article in the Financial Times. It was published on Monday, actually, which revealed that Putin recently stepped up security protocols amid assassination fears. Now, he apparently spends much more time in underground bunkers, specifically because he fears a drone attack, and staff who are in direct contact with Putin are banned from taking public transport or from using any devices connected to the internet when...
Yeah. So internally, if you believe all the reports here coming out, things are rather tense internally for Vladimir Putin. Concerns over potential assassination attempts. Whether any of that is real or not, I do not know. But I do know that Russia declared Victory Day parade to be scaled down. As well as claiming a ceasefire.
These are the kind of tanks you'd expect to see rolling through Red Square on May 9th, Victory Day. It's when Russia celebrates the end of World War II, and it's also one of its biggest shows of military might. But this year, things will be different. There won't be the usual show and pageantry of military hardware. Instead, Russia has unilaterally declared a ceasefire surrounding the parade. The Kremlin has said that it expects Ukraine to follow suit, and if not, Russia's defense ministry has warned that missiles could fall right here in the center of Kyiv. Now, late Monday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky responded, instead proposing a broader ceasefire, not just for the parade.
However, no broader ceasefire was agreed to for that day or longer, obviously. And Ukraine sent multiple drones into Russia, hitting buildings as seen in this clip here from the Associated Press from Tuesday. So, yeah. It seems like war crimes are just a thing now that we all just live with. Like, they're normal all the time. Like, everybody's just doing them. And the fact is really, one person doing them and not being adequately punished for that basically justifies other people doing it in response or in other places for their own reasons. It's a slippery slope that I feel like we've all tumbled down over recent years, the decades since some of these laws were established. Okay, I still haven't heard back from one person. Here's what I'm gonna say. If you're the person who donated very generously on PayPal earlier this evening, respond to my DM on Discord, because I'm trying to get something. I'm trying to understand something about this. I'm trying to like read this message, but it's confusing to my stupid brain. So if you could just respond, if you got a chance, I think you should know who you are. It's the most generous donation of the evening, perhaps the entire month, in fact. Yep, that's right. It was no accountability. That's right. That's right, lowercase, and that's the world we live in. Now, the day after Victory Day, Russia responded to those Ukrainian attacks seen the day before, with over 100
Tatiana and her
drones.
family were preparing for bed on Monday night when they heard the characteristic sound of a drone, followed by a powerful explosion that shook their house.
The windows were blown out. There was a fire here.
I would point out, I feel unnecessarily, but I would point out more war crimes. Goddamn, I just almost spilled my fucking Advil bottle trying to move it. God, my back still sucks right now. It's just, I would point out more war crimes. Like, it's just back and forth. It is what, as we call around here,
a dangerously hubristic, genocidal doom loop.
Yes, that's it. That's the one.
The windows were blown out. There was a fire here. You can see all the trees, everything burned. People gathered and were putting it out with hoses, using whatever they had.
This area got away with damage to homes. But overnight, Russia killed several people in strikes across Ukraine. They came hours after Moscow demanded a ceasefire during its public holiday celebrations over May 9th, a move Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky condemned.
It is utter cynicism to ask for a ceasefire in order to hold propaganda celebrations while carrying out such missile and drone strikes every single day leading up to it.
Zelensky has called for an earlier truce over May 6th. On Monday, Moscow held a second rehearsal of its annual military parade, commemorating the defeat of Nazi Germany in the Second World War. But the Kremlin has ordered a scaled-back version this year, with no military hardware to be on display, over the fear it could be targeted. Ahead of the holiday, the mood appeared subdued in the Russian capital.
I feel that our government and top leadership are not doing enough to protect us, you see. If it's going to hit me, it's going to hit me, and there's nothing I can do about it.
We need peace, not a ceasefire. It's hard to say when we'll achieve it, because the situation is complex and serious.
With US-mediated peace talks stalled, Kyiv has intensified its retaliatory long-range strikes in recent weeks and said it hit military-industrial facilities more than 1,000 kilometers deep into Russia on Monday night.
That number is rather significant, though. The striking 1,000 kilometers into Russia is fairly significant. Like, the entire United States is 4,500 kilometers across, right? That's like going like a third of the way into the U.S. Like striking somewhere in like Chicago or something, maybe something slightly like more eastern, like from like the Pacific. No, I'm sorry, from like the Atlantic or something, right? That's a fairly significant distance to have made it into the country without being stopped by Russia's defenses. Which I find rather strange, because Russia's, like in my estimation, with oil prices up, Russia should be making more money, and like the Strait closed, they should be making more money than ever right now to fund the war machine. Why they would struggle to defend against this, I don't know what the problem actually is there. But as we've seen, Ukraine has been making big strides in its, not only its technology, but in its strategy in its war with Russia. And I don't know what to attribute it to. Which one was that? Okay, that was France 24. You know what? It hasn't taken me that long to get through the rest of Europe. It's only 8.5 hours in. God, but what am I dedicating myself to right now? I feel like I should hold off until tomorrow and just do an Iran-only discussion. Maybe not. I don't. It's a tough call. What do I have to do this weekend? Tomorrow. Saturday. I'm sorry, everybody. I know I shouldn't be just sitting around thinking about this as wasting time. All of our precious time. honestly, it's just so late right now because I started later than I wanted to today. I would honestly keep this going if it weren't as late in the morning as it is right now. So I'm going to do 2 more clips, and then we'll hit the Al Jazeera live stream after those are done, and maybe a few of the latest. But I think it'd be best for me to just do like a full weekending report for like just the Middle East, or almost entirely just the Middle East tomorrow. Just for my own sanity, because I've already done much of that work. It would be nice to have some of that count for tomorrow. Like, I'm already super tired. My body hurts right now. But don't worry, it's not over yet. We're probably going to have like another hour if you count the after stream. It's 10 minutes to noon. Sure, if you're in Europe. I lost my place looking through the list. Where was I? Found it. Reuters, 6 hours ago. Russia and Ukraine agreed to Trump brokered 3-day ceasefire. Peace. We did it. Do you remember? I know it was a long time ago, but do you remember when Trump said we were going to have peace in Russia and Ukraine, like in about 2 or 3 weeks? I believe was the time frame. 2 or 3 weeks, and it'll be all over. No more war. Wouldn't have even started without me. Or if I had been there. Whatever he said. If I had been president, never would have started in the first place. Now we're 1.5 years into Trump's presidency, and we're getting 3-day ceasefires. Great job.
Good guy.
Russia and Ukraine confirmed they had agreed to a 3-day ceasefire that was announced by U.S. President Donald Trump on Friday. In a post on Truth Social, Trump said the ceasefire would run from May 9th to May 11th.
I can't remember. Wait, was it day 1? I can't. Was that one? You know what? I think you're right, Bad Lefty. This might have been one of the day 1 situations that he said he was going to solve immediately.
If not sooner.
Not the 2, but the problem is the timeline has changed so many times. It's honestly hard to keep track because it's shifted. I think you are right. Like, it switched from day 1 to being 2 or 3 weeks from the first day that he actually talked about it, and then that timeline shifted again to 2 or 3 weeks. There's a lot of. Let's just suffice to say we've had a lot of timelines on this thing. The point where he's just given up on giving us timelines. Like, and like the best you can do is like, look, 3 days, the 9th, 10th, and 11th. Great progress. Great job, everybody. I am pleased to announce that there will be a 3-day ceasefire, all caps, in the war between Russia and Ukraine. The capital C celebration in Russia is for Victory Day, but likewise in Ukraine, because they were also a big part and factor of World War II. This ceasefire will include a suspension of all kinetic activity and also a prison swap of 1,000 prisoners from each country. This request was made directly by me, and I very much appreciate its agreement. By President Vladimir Putin and President Volodymyr Zelensky, hopefully it is the beginning of something. But it's the beginning of.
Each country would exchange 1,000 prisoners of war. The ceasefire coincides with Victory Day in Russia, a holiday that commemorates.
Damn you, Reuters, what is it the beginning of? We have. We have no understanding. Well, it could be the beginning of World War III or the beginning of a beautiful friendship. How are we to know? That's incredibly rude. And it's Donald Trump, so it literally could be either.
The Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, writing on Telegram, said the latest ceasefire had been arranged as part of U.S. negotiating efforts to end the more than 4-year war, and that humanitarian issues remained a key priority. In Ukrainian government video, Zelensky was seen visiting the front line in southeast Ukraine. In another video on Friday, Zelensky accused Russia of violating its own ceasefire, saying Moscow began the day by shelling the front line, adding, quote, "Tomorrow depends on what we hear today." But he said Ukrainian weapons would not target Russia's Red Square on Saturday.
I guess we'll see how that goes down this weekend. I guess we'll keep our eyes out, see if his ceasefire is observed by both sides. 3 full days of peace. Should be fascinating to see that happen. And really still achieves almost nothing. But I guess it's a step. Although it's not even clear that Trump is claiming this is a step to long-lasting peace. He's just saying, look, 3 days of peace. Write that down. For the reasons why I deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. That's 3 full days of peace. Adding up to the other days of peace I've brought, it's almost a full week. I'm torn, but I do think I'm going to have to call it here. I'm tired. My back is killing me. And I need a nappy. I need a little nappy. I need a little lie down. I need a bit of a rest. A snooze, if you will. Now he's comparing the length of non-World War II, etc. Yeah. Right. And recently, I can't remember, was it Trump or was it JD who claimed that we were doing a good job because it wasn't as long as Vietnam yet? Because that's, not necessarily the war that you want to emulate. Many people, everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it. All right, let's quickly go to Sudan, who is accusing the country of Ethiopia and also the United Arab Emirates vicariously through them of being behind recent drone attacks in the country. Here's Al Jazeera English from Tuesday.
Sudan's recalled its ambassador to Ethiopia, accusing the government there of launching drones into its capital, Khartoum. A top army general says an investigation into Monday's incident revealed that the drones were supplied by the United Arab Emirates. Brigadier General Asim Awad Abdawaham also said there were evidence previous attacks all came from the Ethiopian city of Bahir Dar. In the past, the UAE has denied allegations of any involvement in the Sudan conflict.
What Ethiopia and the UAE have done is a direct aggression against Sudan and will not be met with silence. Our armed forces are fully prepared to deal with any threat in a way that preserves the dignity, sovereignty and security of the nation.
Ethiopia's Foreign Affairs Ministry has released a statement dismissing Sudan's claims as baseless. It's instead accusing officials in Khartoum of supporting what it says are mercenaries from the Tigray People's Liberation Front to fight in the conflict.
Yeah, and honestly, I'm struggling to figure out who is actually behind this. Like, Fact is the Sudanese armed forces have themselves been accused of war crimes. I mean, everybody in Sudan, both sides have been, I'm not trying to both sides it, but it's just factually accurate. Both sides have been accused of war crimes in the civil war in Sudan. Neither side has a whole lot of credibility, in my opinion. And I am not sure what to make of all this. I've been trying to parse through this myself. Does it sound like something the UAE would do? And that Ethiopia might do? Yeah. This also sounds like the sort of thing any number of different actors would do to, you know, create conflict or whatever else. Right, and the UAE are already involved in the Sudanese conflict. Right, no, absolutely. They're not the only ones involved, but because multiple outside nations are funding either side. I think it's UAE and Russia who are mostly funding all of this, if I recall correctly. Honestly, it's just got to end in Sudan. It's just, the fact is just atrocity after atrocity happening here, and it's very difficult for anyone to get including myself, to get a handle on what the hell is happening here, because you have no press, you have no humanitarian organizations on the ground, and you have a civil war going on, where there's massive war crimes and human atrocities happening just every single fucking day. You got millions of people starving, so, like, people are focused, like, in the country, people are focused on just survival, and then, you know, outside of it, people are just sort of looking and not really going in, right? Like, we don't see almost any, like, foreign, like, you know, like, international aid organizations, and especially more so, Western press. Probably because they're concerned about any number of security threats, which I can understand, but, you know, this is the job, is it not? And it's been, you know, it's been said that the lack of press is what has sort of allowed this conflict to continue, right? Like, the lack of focus on Sudan, the lack of cameras in Sudan pumping out imagery to the rest of the world is what I feel like preventing people from taking action here and working harder to broker peace or whatever else, or at the very minimum, like, prevent the atrocities from happening, the human starvation that's happening. Unfortunately, rather than preventing the conflict, you just have countries continuing to fund the conflict. All right, we're gonna now skip ahead, way ahead of my list by like 50 videos because I'm just so tired. Can't make it any further. Let's go here to Al Jazeera English for the live stream. Great job, everybody. Actually, I take it back. Not the live stream. Skip too far ahead. We'll do a couple more. Let's go to Democracy Now! Talk about the people who are being affected by this war. One particular group of people who have been immobilized, literally, stuck in place in the Persian Gulf.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to an often forgotten group of people caught in the middle of the war in Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Over 20,000 seafarers who've been stranded on ships that haven't been allowed to pass through the strait for over 2 months. United Nations International Maritime Organization estimates at least 10 seafarers have been killed since the start of the war. These maritime workers are working-class men from developing countries across the global south. They form the crews on oil tankers, container ships, and smaller support vessels. The men have been trapped on some 1,500 ships that have been unable to dock on either side of the Persian Gulf. Caught between fears of war and the commercial pressures of shipping companies, the workers have limited legal protections, unpaid for several weeks, lacking the visas to disembark in any of the Gulf countries near the ships. The men have been stuck on board for weeks with dwindling supplies of food and water. Most of them had to take out sizable loans to pay middlemen to get these seafaring jobs. Now they've been stranded in a war zone with almost no money to show for it. A few hundred men have been repatriated off the ships. Here's a man who just landed back in India after an arduous journey through Iraq, Armenia, and Dubai.
We did not have internet and there was no way to communicate with our families back home. We were quite tense and our relatives also were under a lot of duress back home. Subsequently, even getting food became difficult. Around 200 people, Indians, are still stranded there.
We're joined now by two guests. Manoj Yadav is General Secretary, Forward Seamen's Union of India, joining us from Mumbai. And Mohammed Archedi is the network coordinator for the Arab world and Iran at the International Transport Workers Federation. He's joining us from Bilbao, the Basque region of Spain. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Mohammed, let's begin with you. We're talking about, what, 20,000 seafarers? What happens to them now?
Help, help, help! I'm being repressed!
For the invitation. Well, there are more than 20,000 seafarers stranded. They are in a total... they have a deep feeling of lack of protection. Part of the requests we do receive, we have until now, in the 2 months after the start of the war, we have been reached out by more than 2,000 seafarers. 2,000 times reached at the ITF, at the International Transport Workers Federation. That doesn't mean that it is 2,000 seafarers, it's much more, because the seafarers is talking on behalf of a group of seafarers or all the crew on board. The main problem is the big worry, absolute big worry about the situation, being aware of the situation.
We've been covering this war since day one, and we have known since really the very beginning, because the companies have been literally saying it to us, but these ships are not gonna do these like midnight runs alongside the U.S. Navy through a potentially mined Strait of Hormuz under potential threat of any number of other sorts of Iranian attacks. Even if the United States says that we're going to be protecting them. And so these ships continue to just sit in the strait, continue to sit there rusting, people on the boats, I'm sure basically losing their freaking minds, running out of food, running out of, any and all supplies, you would assume. That's one thing I've been wondering to myself. How are they getting resupplied on these ships? Because at this point, you got to figure that they must need, many of them must need new supplies.
There are requests of repatriation. There are requests to being stranded there, being blocked there. There is lack of food, there is lack of provisions, there is lack of water, there is shortage of food. There are seafarers asking us that they are eating once a day. And of course, there is the other problems to which these seafarers, men and women, are exposed, have not disappeared with the war. So we have still cases of abandonment in the region. Abandonment as defined by the Maritime Labour Convention. Seafarers who have not been paid for 8 months, not paid for 5 months, not paid for 11 months. These are all cases that are happening there. So for us, these are just not numbers. Here are seafarers, civilian workers who have the bad chance to be in the wrong place. The seafarers, men and women, have not provoked this war, are not part of it, and cannot stop it. And unfortunately, they are vulnerable because they cannot move by themselves. We have to understand that these seafarers cannot just take their bags and go to the airport. The seafarers here are just exposed and absolutely vulnerable and need and claim protection.
And Mohammed, the global economy depends on this world shipping network, and yet many of these workers come from different countries. The ships are under Liberian or Panamanian flags. There's no one actually no nations that stand up for their workers. Can you talk about the international character of these crews?
Yeah, the seafarers are majority are from the global south, so from the developing countries, India, Georgia, Egypt, Philippines, Indonesians, Myanmar. So these are the most nationalities affected. And as you have described, rightfully described, unfortunately, the flag of convenience system lacks transparency. And we are here clearly in a situation where the seafarers on board, who are necessary for the supply chains, who are necessary for the economy, we have to remember that the vessels do not run alone. The vessels go nowhere without the workforce, without the seafarers, men and women on board. And now we observe that in such a situation, there is absolutely no protocol to protect them. And we are talking here about protection, about physical integrity, about physical protection. You have mentioned in the introduction there are more than 10, at least 10 of seafarers, 10, 12 seafarers who lost their lives. And this is absolutely not acceptable. It is absolutely not acceptable that the maritime industry in the 21st century, absolutely aware about this. We are not putting the human dimension, we are not putting the seafarers, the workforce, without which, I insist, without which these vessels will not and cannot move. We cannot put their living conditions, because the seafarers work and live on board. This is important to understand, because the seafarers...
Yep. Exactly. This is exactly the thing I'm talking about. You have empty food chests. These people are literally just starving aboard these ships. And it's not like these countries that are nearby have a bunch of extra food, because they too are blockaded as a result of all this. So these guys are just sitting there with access to basically nothing, or only what is on board. I wouldn't be shocked if some of these shipping containers, like, people just start like breaking open shipping containers and going through stuff for food and whatever else. I mean, I certainly would be doing that at this point. 2 months in.
It's not like us. We do our journey of work, then we go home. The seafarers stay there, and now we are all seeing it live all the time. They are exposed, they are vulnerable, and they are claiming protection.
Okay. One more clip before we go to the live stream here. I just wanted to get us an update on what's happening right now. Now, the latest clip that I have for all of us is this one. Before we go to the live stream, let's go to CNN. 21 hours ago, Donald Trump claims the ceasefire is in effect, just as the United States and Iran trade fire.
All right, breaking overnight, the United Arab Emirates says they are dealing with incoming missiles at the hands of Iran. Saudi Arabia is calling for de-escalation across the region after the United States says Iran targeted 3 American guided missile destroyers as they transited the Strait of Hormuz. U.S. forces then hit a number of Iranian military facilities in response. President Trump says it is just a trifle and that the back and forth is just a love tap.
They trifled with us today. We blew them away. They trifled. I call that a trifle. I'll let you know when there's no ceasefire. You won't have to know. If there's no ceasefire, you're not going to have to know. You're just going to have to look at one big glow coming out of Iran. And they better sign their agreement fast.
All right, with us now is Congressman Pete Aguilar.
Okay, that's all I really need from that clip. Donald Trump claiming there's already a ceasefire while simultaneously threatening just, I don't know. I mean, sounded like a nuclear holocaust or something like that. I mean, a glow from Iran? What does that even mean? I mean, it sounds like he's going to do so many strikes in Iran to create some kind of a literal physical aura. And the first thing I think of is a fucking nuclear weapon. I don't know if that's what he's threatening, but simultaneously saying there's already a ceasefire while still doing the blockade and also doing strikes, as well as there being like strikes happening in the UAE, strikes happening in Iran, and U.S. Navy boats being under attack on the same day. And still saying, we got a ceasefire. Perfect. It's a perfect concept of a plan.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
But I mean, the fact is that doesn't even barely encapsulate the week. And I wish we could do the whole thing. But it was a crazy freaking week, and I just don't have the energy to do all of Iran. Because there was literally just, it was back and forth of Trump just like saying some of the craziest fucking shit. A bunch of crazy shit literally just happening in real life. As well as continued war in in Lebanon being waged by Israel. People in Gaza still under blockade. Flotilla attacked by Israel. And part of it still trying to make its way to Gaza. So yeah, there's a lot to cover in the Middle East this week. I don't think I can do it justice with the level of energy that I have here. But at least we've done the first portion of everything. We did U.S. news. We did, we skipped it. Well, we kind of skipped some of the environmental news. Not going to lie. We did a couple of things. We did the AMOC. We did dependence on oil and switching to renewables. But we got more shit to talk about. Forest fires all over the fucking place. So tomorrow we'll do I think we'll try and do recap on environmental news and Iran and Middle East more broadly. Sorry, we can't do both. We can't do everything in one stream tonight. I'm just too tired, too beaten. I need to resuscitate myself. Well, that's going to be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy. Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Kelly Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anticorporatist, Obsessive Audio, Noah, Nadia, Joki, Skelt, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, The Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Honda 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perfexel, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S., and Hecate. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Thank you, Princess Mouse, for the resub with Prime on Twitch. Oopsies. How did I do that? It's not what I meant to click. Yeah, let's listen to that one. That seems right.